base. Looks like he will be the first point of contact, although there is a smoke to his left, so T's don't want to just push right on through. That would be a freebie for him. But you can expect that with that MP9, he just wants to stay active, stay forward, try to get it involved early.
I might go back and set up the boost instead. They look like they're kind of shuffling around just a tiny bit now. NIP have good mid control, and we saw already in the pistol round how they wanted to look config in there, so that might be something, and I think they tried it the previous round as well with Brolin hanging around with the P250. So just the getting through the middle and up to the T side of that red room is definitely something that's powerful. And obviously something that Cloud9 are expecting. Shiro, good position. Probably should have been a kill there for Brolin. Looked like the bullet went right over Nafany's head. So that's a bit shocking. 3 versus 5 now. Bomb still stuck in middle on Hetrick. And I don't even know what they do right now. They need Cloud9 to make a big mistake, and they're not really a team to do that in these kind of scenarios.
No, they usually just turtle up exactly how they should, and you would expect that Cloud9 are able to find a fourth. 20 seconds left. No real avenue for NIP to even get into this one. You can expect the save call is already been made. And this was a little bit interesting from NIP. They got such great map control, but usually in situations like this, you'll see teams on Ancient just kind of hold, wait for a CT push somewhere, whether Brolin just waits in cave, whether Config waits top mid, and then usually the CTs want to make some play, either a mid reaggress or a cave reaggress or a lane reaggress, and instead, Config and Brolin just peeked, and that actually just played into the waiting arms of the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. They had an interesting tactical approach to not necessarily fight for that red room, but just say, as long as we keep an eye on it, it's not a huge tactical disadvantage if somebody steps in there. Like, what does it really matter?
Right.
The dangerous part is obviously if they are allowed to slip through into CT spawn or so. Like, that's when things get really bad. But as long as we're keeping an eye on it, it's probably fine. And that's what they've done a couple of rounds now on that CT side. So maybe they'll keep that up. But with that mid control, I mean, yeah, if you're a tactical leader, if you're Alexi, you surely are looking at it and you're thinking, man, we've got so much mid control, we need to do something with it. You know, get one good opening towards Donut and pincer that A bomb side.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't take a lot.
I think that's the standard call there, is just go for the Donut A main split.
Yeah, you got the Molotovs, you can bank off the corner and land behind that Donut, the center of it.
Yeah. NIP saving in the previous round, they don't have all the utility to work with, so getting mid-control this time around is going to be a little bit more difficult. Probably going to have to throw a couple bodies at the problem, but it's Cloud9 that are facing them this early. Nafany peeking right over the smoke, using it as a one-way to take down the opposing in-game leader. And now, looks like Brolin might be the next to fight, but oh, he turns away, and Cloud9, they're really controlling the situation very adeptly, and that is just the entire map in control of the defense.
It's a very similar starting position for NIP, having the couple of people out on the B lane, and then Config was working middle alone. But this time, Cloud9 were fighting for it aggressively, and they absolutely blow them up. That's 5 in a row for Cloud9. They're off to a brilliant start. They've got the money behind them, and NIP are kind of in shambles. It could be turned around, obviously, but it's a bit of a rough beginning.
Yeah, you'd like something to work off of a little bit earlier on Ancient, winning first, second gun round, but when you're in the whole 05, that really sets the tone. And to just give this map a little bit more context, we saw NIP play Ancient 3 times at ESL Pro League. They lost 2 of those games, and 1 to FaZe, understandable, but let's see if this B-Rush changes their fortune.
Always a good call. You got the Tech-9s there on the site. Buster is finally going to be dead. He actually outlived his welcome quite a bit there, so that's impressive all on its own. Shiro, also a chance that he could have been run down, but he got some backup now. Hetrick keeps on going. They must have heard. Yeah, he's going to pick up the AK, but they realize where he is. Axal's going to be able to find him. There definitely were a couple of openings there that could have really, really hurt Cloud9. But, you know, Buster staying alive for another 2 or 3 seconds, in the moment it seems kind of insignificant, but, you know, you stretch that out, it's quite a lot of time where the CTs can rotate into place. Just this falling into the corner, right? Obviously getting the headshot on top, but he lives for maybe almost 6-7 seconds longer than he should have.
Yeah, it makes the approach so much more difficult for NIP. If that clean entry went the way of Brolin, then who knows what could have happened. Probably actually would have been NIP's round. Yeah, in the game that NIP played versus 00 Nation, though, I thought their T-side was pretty well put together. They found 7 rounds against 00 Nation.
Right.
It was the CT side and the miscommunications that looked very uncharacteristic for a tier 1 team that left me scratching my head. They only found 5 rounds of 13 played on their defense, and some of those were because players were holding redundant angles that their teammates were already watching. 0-0 Nation was able to sneak into new spots because of it, catch them off guard, and you would have hoped that NIP ironed those issues out, but I don't even know if we're going to get to see much of a defense played out here.
I was going to say, the way this is going right now, we might not even get there. But I mean, it's worth thinking about, because obviously, if you're NIP, you want to put some foundation in for this map just on the T side alone. You want to be able to do that. Alexi, forward position, beating the timing on that, turns around for the flashbang. He loses the fight, but you could tell he had every part of that engagement mapped out in his brain, so that's pretty good. That's a good start. He was a bullet away from taking down Nafany. That's what they needed. Now they have the mid control again on the NIP side, at least for a minute here. A little bit of a crossfire between that red room and donut position.
Wow, Nafany, that nade took him down to 3, but Axile still holds his ground, as you'd expect he does. And right when Hetrick pulls out the molly, Axile decides to swing, finding a second headshot on that defense. 1 minute left, and NIP, they're already so bruised and battered. Config and Brolin remain, but we've got this push from Shiro. Keep wanting this guy to get even more aggressive, take over games, and yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, because you want to see him get away with it.
You do. It's also one of those things where we were just crediting Cloud9 for not being the kind of team that would go too aggressive. I feel like if he just holds the middle there, it's probably a bit of a move, but obviously hindsight, it's 2020 and all of that. It's kind of a tricky play to make with the AWP. 27 seconds. The bomb has been picked up by Config, and he started to walk over towards the bomb site. Gun barrel showing, I think, there for Buster, so he had slight warning that Brolin was going to turn the corner, and that means Config is probably screwed in this one. Just 13 seconds. No idea where the rest of them are. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant behind the Molotov and can't even really complete it. Wall banged out. That's unfortunate, but not for Cloud9. 7 in a row for them.
Really convincing stuff from Cloud9. Couple 50-50 duels that, had they have gone the way of NIP, this would have been a different story, but they just didn't. This duel in particular could have changed the entire tide of that battle, but Axile, man, like, just can't complain about anything this guy's been doing. So consistent as a rifler. Just put him in any spot, and he's seemingly always good for 2. Sometimes just stays alive on top of that, and I'm not really sure what Groove is so confused about. Maybe the Shiro push in death. I think
it could have been.
That's probably the one thing I would have widened my eyes for if I'm a coach there.
Did you have some hot take about Axile? I feel like...
I just keep saying he's the rifler of the year.
All right.
Because he was last year, and I called that probably 6 months into the year, and then this year I'd honestly, it's kind of hard to, if I create my mental list right now, I think that he's in the top 3.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just because he's on Cloud9, but there's something about it that every time I see him play, I'm reminded, oh yeah, this is what he is, but then if I had to make a mental list, I tend to forget for some reason. I don't know why. Negligence, I suppose, on my end.
I think he's just so new to the space. So
yeah, it could be that.
You think of like Nico, Rops, and Twist first.
Yeah, that's true. But he is very, very consistent.
Okay, well, yeah, this is a weird buy for NIP. Kind of a half buy between a few of the players. And Hobbit, on a little search and destroy mission, finds Config. Seemed like he sniffed him around the corner. And he wasn't going to let go once he caught scent of his trail.
Yeah, probably not a position Config even wanted to be in, but he was so low on health that even backing out would have been dangerous. It's a 4-on-3. They have one flashbang on Brolin to set something up. They're not even going to try and use it right now. Just going into the bomb site with no warning. It can work. Oh, what a nice bounce around the corner of Buster with the HE, and Rez entirely left to his own devices. Oh, that's a beautiful headshot on the second one, though. Buster and Shiro both get blown up, and now it's Axile. He's walked in. He's got a health advantage. He also knows where Rez has gone to. He's got everything working out his way, but a bullet could change that. Molotov to force him back, and now Rez put under a fair bit more pressure. He's going to go straight for the defuse. Rez, do you know the lineup? He's got the right idea, but he can't find it. Oh, it looked like that was going to work, but instead it's 8 for Cloud9.
Oh, it looks so close. The fact that Axile still had his molly made that practically unwinnable for Rez. A bit more chaotic this round. but you could see that Cloud9 were the ones to come out better for it. And Rez really made us believe there, but that's one clutch that doesn't go their way. At least they're getting close on the rounds like that, though.
Yeah, they are, in spite of... Yeah, some just very unfortunate starts here. It'd be fun to see NIP play around where they just have the 4-on-5 advantage and they have the same mid-control they've had in some of the rounds. Just to see what they even do with it. I feel like we're kind of getting... We're getting denied even getting to that part.
Config already some deep position. And Axile snuffs him out. Well, that's a pretty good molly. Yeah, displaces him, and Hobbit's able to find the kill because of it. Now Alexi still just holding on to middle, and Hobbit's caught off guard. So, 4 versus 4, but Shiro should... Oh, what? Rez, how does he win that?
I don't know. You could feel it. He was going to be dead, but then somehow the AK beats him to it, flashbanged out, and the sandwich from the other side. Really good stuff. That looks a lot more promising. That's the sort of stuff they need, and they need a lot of it right now, NIP. Get up to the first 6 rounds here on the T side, just to have someone to work with.
Yeah, better late than never. I like that they're still continuing their approach to go for middle there. Seems like Cloud9 are very willing to give those fights, and maybe NIP were just a little slow to start in taking some of those duels, but now they're ready to face those engagements.
Yeah, definitely Rez. The Deagle in the previous round, and now the AK to open up against the AWP. That's sick. Nafany looking to make it expensive if he can, although it's kind of getting denied. That's pure panic.
Yeah, that's generally how you use the smoke to try to put out the molly, but yeah, he's laughing it off though.
He's trying to discover something new, wasn't he?
He's trying to create a new CS2 interaction, yeah.
All right.
Groove is so expressive. I never get to see this much from him. Usually he's so stern when he's standing behind them at LAN.
Yeah.
And he's just the most emotive person when he's in the room with them like that. Look at this. What is this? This guy is like just a GIF every round of this guy.
Like how he's shaking his head at his own players. Like, it's not good enough.
Right.
We're going to have a conversation about that later. In spite of the fact that they're up 8-1,
Yeah.
Got to keep them honest. Headtrick has been boosted up outside of the B-bomb site, so he's in a decent position if somebody oversteps. I think it's Buster who's all the way back there. Shiro playing with a rifle. So they've got a little bit of a 1-2 type punch. If you go for the wide swing, you're going to be walking right into Shiro's ult. Flashbang around the corner. There we go. It works like it's supposed to. Nafany not really put into play just yet. And the Molotov, oh, it's very awkward. And Shiro is going to be toast.
Wow, that was a very strange molly. Just barely burning around the smoke, and Shiro, a little bit of panic in that moment, but yeah, okay. 4 versus 4. Last time around, NIP were able to convert with this. Axile, one that'll never shy away from a challenge. Just peeking towards middle. And it seems like Cloud9, they probably want a little bit more information here, but they're also a team that's very heavy on the stacks. If they just have a read where their opponents are going, you could see them usually shift into a strong side setup, but this time around, I think it's just Axile on his own.
Well, we've been talking him up a little bit, so now he's going to be getting a chance to prove it. Oh, that's a dangerous time to put out a grenade. Lands a little bit behind them, and he walks right into the shot. I don't think he had any idea how close the danger was. And if they're just going to be saving on the other side, there's no reason to run across the map. It's 8 seconds when the bomb goes down, so NIP kind of cutting it a bit close there. But it all works out. Second round on the board for them. Well done.
Yeah, that back sight position, not nearly as strong when the T's can have donut control.
But I mean, if that's not an HE that he has, but a Molotov instead, then that's 3 of them blocked off with no time on the clock.
Almost just round winning.
It almost would be,
yeah. Yeah, it would have been excellent stuff. But this time around, Cloud9, they just didn't play for information. They just played this heavy B-side lean, and it actually works against them. This is something they do, though. They always have to keep their opponents guessing with their defensive shifts in the mid-round. If you just give a steady diet of always reaggressing or always stacking, then you get predictable, and teams will always know how to call against you. So that's it's kind of in a way a calculated loss for Cloud9. They're very okay with playing that style, and by the numbers, it should even out or at least play into their favor.
Yeah, there's still some of the half left, so maybe that trend will swing back in their favor. Yeah, just good timing.
Yeah, nice work from Headtrick there. Hasn't been doing too much, but kills like that, it's basically winning a round. And Hobbit, okay, flashes in his face, and Config is there. We've been talking about him, how willing he is to go for that mid-fight, and it works in his favor. This is the cleanest 5v4 NIP have had.
Yeah, super important. That's a specialty on the map, isn't it? And Hobbit realized if he kept running back, there was a chance that he was going to get caught, you know, just backpedaling and instantly shut down. So he actually stood his ground to take that fight, but it still wasn't enough. Config on 7 kills, but some of those are really impactful in terms of getting the middle opened up. Even if it's been a little bit late sometimes, he's been trying quite a bit. Wow, they're going to go back to the A-bomb side. No messing around. They got the donut, and they're walking in from long. Exile is absolutely dead. Even getting the 1 kill is a bit shocking. I mean, he almost got the kill on Headtrick as well, which is way more than you would have expected. But NIP, they've found the formula now.
Mid-control's been working for them. Would be really surprised if Cloud9 actually attempt this. I think they're just looking for a freebie here. If there's a kill presented to them, they might consider it, but that's got to be the safe call, surely. Because Cloud9 never goes for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow, what? Okay, yeah, Nafni backing on up. Lingering a little too long, though, and that actually really hurts the money of Cloud9. I thought surely they would have canceled that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They don't have the money. They have plenty. They have a huge round lead. I mean, I agree with you. Even in the 3-on-4, it's already kind of questionable. So
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, maybe find something with that flash, but if you don't find it in a split second, just hightail it out of there. But that works into the favor of NIP. They can make this a respectable half all of a sudden. They still have to worry about the op of Shiro, though. And yeah, this is just Config's signature move now.
It is.
I think 2 things that this guy has really made a name for himself: his mid-control on Mirage and his mid-control on Ancient. Both just finding him in his comfort zone. It's almost his safe space.
What a tool to have. I mean, if you're Alexi, that's going to feel great just with the confidence to say, yeah, we can let Config loose in the middle. It's going to be probably okay. Oh, assisted with a flashbang there. Rez obviously helping out a lot. That could have been very dangerous without the flash. And Brolin also getting a little bit of a say. All right, everything is starting to look a little bit better. Obviously, It helps the fact that Cloud9 don't really have the economy. And he's playing battleships against Buster.
Yeah, that was a great nade.
It's like B7, and it's just dead on.
Yeah. What is that? Is it a tugboat? The little 2...
There's a little tugboat.
Yeah, the little 2
submarines, I think, are pretty small, too.
Yeah, I think that's a 3-length boat. The easy ones are the aircraft carriers and the destroyers to hit.
See, if CS2 comes with modding, I'm making a Counter-Strike battleship.
With grenades?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fun. Okay. This is the one wrench that can be thrown into the plan of NIP. A single op on Shiro holding the line, and he's able to take down Config. Now Axile, he could activate, but unable to hit the mark. But Shiro still firing here from Temple.
Somebody stop him before he gets too wild. Come on, Shiro. Come. All right.
Oh my.
I super respect it. I think it's obviously insane, but at the same time, it's kind of cool to see.
He has to move so far away from the bomb now, though. This bomb radius is massive. I think he has to just go all the way to B lane to feel safe. But looks
like when you see some of those people on the internet who are trying to jump a river that they obviously cannot, can't possibly do it. But you're kind of like, oh, but it is kind of cool that, and then they're filming it as well. So you know, everyone getting something out of this.
There was some belief. On at least one person.
At least for one person.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Should still not be able to do too much more. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but like you said, the radius. If he would have hit Alexi, that would have been 2 deaths to the bomb.
And Shiro lost 9, I think.
Yeah.
How's that even possible? It's so far from him. It's crazy stuff. Yeah, Config. Just a berserker, just so ready to fly out middle. Doesn't matter what sort of utility is in his way. He carves out his own path.
What kind of monitor is Hobbit playing with? The flashbang worked in real life for him. Like his whole life just went completely white. Oh. Well, he had a glimpse. He had the outline of a player. The bullets following him back through the middle. Nafany just keeps on going. This seems dangerous. NIP should know that mid has been compromised, so I'm a little bit surprised that out of the 3 people down there, nobody was looking middle. That's a huge risk.
Good response from Alexi, though. Knows that he can take some of this space. Got to smoke off that sight line, and Rez dumping utility towards the long side. NIP have some control on this site, but Cloud9 are already so close, and they don't want to give it up. They are pressing on forward already. Nades, utility, it's all in their faces. Hetrick wants to win this clutch. 1 versus 4 attempt. Already taken down the first, but with a smoke in his face, this feels impossible. Might find a gap on the corner there, but yeah, there's just no way at this point. Has to fall on back, and that's going to be a 9th round for Cloud9.
It's a very awesome call coming out from Cloud9 in the sense that you could see how NIP, they threw deep Molotovs. They were expecting the Molotov to hold them back and then to get the bomb plant and then settle into the after plant afterwards. And Cloud9 did just completely beat all of that. They just don't care about waiting the Molotov out. They've already run in front of it. Good timing on every part of that. All right, they're back to winning. They lost 4 in a row, Cloud9. So, I mean, NIP at least have done something now in the first half. Probably still not enough, and yeah, they're ready for Config in the middle. They finally managed to take him down, and Alexi to follow.
Ooh. Wow, really testing him there is Rez. Pretty lucky to be alive right now, but a good call from Cloud9 out of spawn. Just a heavy mid dump on utility, throwing 3 bodies at NIP, who really are finding only one avenue for success here in this. Roland wants to lurk out. Okay, he's able to find the first. This could actually really give his team an in on the round, but I thought NIP might mid-round to A, given the other 2 players were so far away, because now Brolin just has to hold this ground for another 12 seconds or so.
Yeah, see if Cloud9 respected if they stay back and wait. They seem to have been a little bit more aggressive in some of these rounds, and Brolin wants to create the space for his team, but instead he goes down, so kind of has the opposite effect. Rez also getting caught. Can't believe he lives through that. Looked like he should have been dead, and he finally will be. Hetrick once again on his own, and this time there's not a bomb plant either, but he has got a little bit more time on his side, so maybe something could work out. Got the Molotov against Shiro. Smoke on that side, picks up the AK and takes him down. That's a sick move. Shiro caught sleeping a little bit, and now the hunt is on. Axile's trying to run him down, but it definitely will be a bomb plant, and the question is, can he actually outplay Axile here? Almost a little bit scary backing up like that. A powerful position in Exile. He has no idea where Hetrick is. This is a huge advantage right now for Hetrick. Going to be walking around slowly checking it. Not going to find anyone here. He's got every bit of intuition right now. It's super sick to watch. He obviously can't see the outline like we can, and he managed to thread the needle perfectly. What a sick clutch at the end here. That's remarkable.
Very well played from Hetrick there. 3 kills on the round. First op shot there. Great flick. And then just to dump the op for the rifle. To challenge Shiro, a guy that should have his number every single day of the week on a peak like that, but just full confidence. And sometimes you need to take risks like that. So it's great to see the budding star for NIP deliver in such a manner. Keeps this game competitive.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually huge, because look at the buy for Cloud9. It's okay, but no op on Shiro.
Yeah, they're lacking that. Nafany right on the other side. Would love to fight right here, but Molotov is going to slow it down. That's a great flashbang, but he just stuck to his guns.
Oh, wow.
And that's enough for the headshot. Buster taking down Alexi as well. It's a 3-on-4, even if Buster is on 2 health. And now they're trying to walk up onto the bomb site. Rez, he's got the right idea, but the wrong corner to be peeking. He was sure that Buster was going to try and fall back from that cave, so he was looking for him. They knew he was very low. So it's not a bad guess, but they just didn't get it right. And again, it's Hetrick. Try and see if he can do it on his own, but he's been found out already. 10-5 at the end of the first half in favor of Cloud9. That's well done. Second half is going to be rough for NIP.
Wir präsentieren die Ben & Jerry's Sundays. mit softem Eiscreme-Topping und Stückchen und Soße und leckeren Fairtrade-Zutaten und der Sorte Cookie for Monster und coolen weiteren Sorten und einige davon vegan. Die Ben & Jerry's Sundays, Eiscreme und so viel mehr.
Extra Power geschenkt. 18 Volt Akkugerät von Bosch kaufen, online registrieren und gratis Akku sichern. Mehr auf bosch-diy.de und unter mybosch. Dein Akku für Haushalt, Garten und Freizeit. Ein Akku, der in 10 Marken und über 100 Geräte passt. Die Akku-Allianz für Deutschland. Der Akku für dein Zuhause.
Denkst du groß? Denkst du klein? Denkst du Vollgas oder Elektro? Oder sogar beides? Denkst du heute hier oder morgen da? Denkst du billig oder weg damit? Was immer du denkst, mit uns bleibst du mobil. Denk nicht nur Auto, denk mobile.de.
Ich bin der oberste Exorzist des Vatikans.
Willkommen bei uns zu Hause. Dein Hund ist aber süß. Hi, Mama.
Welcome back, everyone. Second half is coming up. We're on Ancient with Cloud9 and NIP. And it was honestly an insane run from Cloud9 at the beginning of it. 8 rounds in a row before NIP started to wake up a little bit more. And at the end of it, it was a 10-5 first half, which obviously means Cloud9 in a very powerful position to try and pick up this opening map. Second map is Overpass, and third map is Vertigo. If we get there, but right now, a lot of that's going to be up to whether or not NIP can have a blistering start here on the CT side.
I will say, the saving grace about NIP is that their T side was super rocky at ESL Pro League, one of the worst in the league, but their CT side was quite commendable. It was top 7 in the league, so you should expect that they actually put up a little bit of a fight here on the defense, and we'll see if that starts in middle.
Ooh, they actually re-aggress into it. Even walking through the smoke, that's so risky. And it was also a bit disjointed. They had 2 people on Donut who never actually ended up fighting with Headtrick. I don't know if they were delayed for the flashbang there, but either way, that's obviously not what they wanted. They wanted the full 3-man collapse to try and see if they could take that. It'd be interesting to see the replay of exactly what slowed them down, because if that was a friendly flashbang that did it, obviously a bit of a nightmare for NIP.
Oh, this is a nightmare for Roland. Yeah, he's trying to juggle 2 angles there, and he's going to be caught off guard. Rez, though, okay, well, tries to make things interesting, but is unable to find more than a single frag. Now, Config and Alexi are so disconnected at this point. It's just got to be headshots if they want to get back in this one.
And I think they know where both the players are coming from as well, which is kind of a nice luxury if you're Cloud9 at the moment. They're going to be able to get a good read, and even a crossfire. This is a 1-2 punch, and Hobbit, he'll be the one to get the kill. But even if he didn't, you have to assume that there would have been a little bit of a swing on the other side from Buster, or from Nafferty. That would have been enough, probably. Config, yeah, realizes it's too far gone. It's time to pack up and just leave this be. Nobody exiting this way either. Although I think Buster is around the corner, so might get a chance here at it. And he'll at least get that one shot, so something to take home. But it is the round for Cloud9.
What do you think about that for Config, though? I mean, you're not going to win 99% of the time there, probably even higher than 99%. But you're giving the T's an extra $250 each because the bomb blows up. Yeah, sure, you got $300 because you got that one kill, but if you even it out, you come out worse for wear. You're losing that economic battle.
Yeah, it is true. I feel like the math is pretty easy to figure out. It's just, I guess, emotionally, it feels different.
That's what I think too. It just feels like if you just play by the numbers, you should go die.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to do that.
All right. I kind of like that attempt from C9. That could have been interesting.
Yeah, well, this is kind of cool from NIP. They're at least changing the game state a little bit, not just playing default.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot to work with, so why not try it? I think the other problem people run into is that maybe the 250 per player once is not such a big deal, but obviously if it happens, you know, like the cumulative value of that throughout the course of a game, could suddenly be maybe more money than people expect.
That's true, actually. Yeah, especially on, say, a map like Inferno where people save so frequently.
Yeah.
You're giving them an extra $12.50 so many times.
Yeah, that's something to consider. I mean, on a much smaller scale, you notice if you ever just for the lulz, if you just buy like a decoy, even if it's like 50.
Yeah.
But if you do it, you know,
if you did it 15 rounds, people would be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, what's happening? Like that's a whole lot of stuff that you're missing all of a sudden. All right, Rez back here with a deagle. Definitely had one opportunity. Brolin, that's a good attempt at the one-way on top of the sign. Config is right around the corner. He's got the lineup. Surely going to be able to stop the bomb, but I don't know where the bullets went. I'm sure that was going to be a kill, but somehow it isn't.
I'm just disappointed. I wanted that to work for Config.
Yeah,
like he had it, and then he started just moving his mouse left and right. Okay, head trick. One kill onto Shiro. Oh, found a shot onto Hobbit, but not quite enough damage to take him down.
That's unfortunate. I don't know if they win the round if Config gets that one, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on the rest of C9. So, yeah, just unfortunate, I guess. It looked like he had the right idea at any rate. They're just marching towards that finishing line at the moment. There's seemingly no stopping the T side here.
Yeah, I like that. The way Cloud9 played this, also, it's one of those things where I've drawn into question their style in certain games, but because sometimes they'll play around like that and they'll almost just move too individually, I'm glad they just went as a team.
Right.
They knew what NIP did, and then they just kind of moved away from it. Like, I don't know, it seems like so obvious, but I've seen them mess those up before.
And those small fixes, right? Not giving anything up like that is obviously super important. A great position here for the SMG. You can almost sense the terror on the other side when they realize what's going on. A quick 4K for Shiro. They actually had a flashbang, and I wonder if they wanted to set something more up, but obviously it just gets completely blown up. So Rez with a grenade and a USP and absolutely no hope. Shiro's out. Oh, it's actually Hobbit that's out looking. I was going to say, they swapped it out. They've given Hobbit the Mac 10 instead.
Yeah, give it to the guy with high HP so he can just try to hunt that last USP down. And it's... What? Oh, what the?
How?
I don't know how Nafany dies there. But, okay, Rez takes one with the to the grave with him.
Did he just connect with 2 instant bullets?
I think so. I'd actually want to see it back, if possible.
Yeah,
get the little Shiro highlight, but I think he had to have. Just ding ding.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
And Nafany's probably like, you didn't have to be standing on my head like that. But it's fine. The way that Cloud9 are playing and laughing that off, they feel firmly in control of this game. But NIP really standing their ground towards middle. Nice kill early on from Rez, inflicting some good damage. And they're also figuring out a lot in terms of the positions, and that is another frag to find. Rolling right through the smoke. Okay. This half might get a little bit interesting if NIP can keep putting up defenses like that.
I really like it, and I like the assertiveness to try and take that mid-control instead of playing maybe further back and more defensive. You can obviously do that, and Cloud9 did it for a number of rounds successfully when they were on the CT side, but again, when I look at the names on the NIP side, I just want some of these players to be actually put into play. And I feel like having Brolin aggressive like that, maybe having Config in the middle with the Rez, it's going to feel like they're actually being activated as opposed to just waiting in the back of a bomb site somewhere. I just don't like it for this particular lineup.
Yeah, I mean, think of how a team like, say, Big plays CT side Ancient, where they just play so far back.
Right.
They kind of let the action come to them, hoping that their nades in the mid-late round can bail them out. Sometimes you just want to take the fight to your opponents, and with a team like NIP, you've got 3 guys, maybe even 4, that want to be early round aggressive riflers. These are brawlers that they have, and so your win condition is to let them loose, to brawl.
It's got to be, or it has to be a super long-term plan of trying to change those players and the whole structure, and that's obviously very, very tough to do. Buster getting the better of Brolin in that one.
No way. No way. Oh, okay, bomb down. No time left. Even though there are a lot of casualties here. Wow, okay. That got a little too close for comfort. Alexi tucking into CT, recognizing the one losing condition there is to die. But for Cloud9 to keep 2 players alive after being down in a 5 versus 3 and taking 4 people down with them, this is a pretty bittersweet round for NIP to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's not gonna. You're not gonna feel nearly as good. You win the round, but there's no hype behind it. You kind of feel like, wow, why did we give up so much? The round was already pretty much won.
I think there's a chance NIP just relaxed so much because they thought Cloud9 were saving.
Could have been.
So
that could definitely be.
Yeah.
Well, timeout's been called, so a chance for NIP to talk everything through. I can't really feel the NIP comeback yet.
No.
I'm not a believer in it just yet.
No, not with the new Ancient. Old Ancient, I would say,
much better
buckle
chance.
in.
Yeah. Much better shot at it. 13-6. Scoreboard on Cloud9 is really interesting too. Shiro and Axile just way up there, but everyone else is doing really well. Look at NIP, even in terms of kills, they're quite far behind, and Axile, he'll get the opening in the middle. Taking out Rez, who was a little bit curious for it. Hobbit. Oh, Komovic, this is...
Oh, yeah, so
that's
risky.
dangerous.
No. Yeah, with a A1S, I could justify that, but with a MP9, you're probably not even winning the duel anyways. Okay. So NIP still have mid control at the very least, so they'll have fast rotations to either bomb site. And it does seem like Cloud9 are setting themselves up for an eventual A play, but they're just waiting for a mistake right now. They're tucked in so deep. They're hoping that NIP go for an unnecessary push. And that would play right into their hands.
And NIP are begging for some kind of mid presence because they just put down one smoke. They have another one on Alexi. So you can keep middle smoked off for a long time, but obviously it's costing them the A defense, which only now Config is starting to walk his way back in here. 40 seconds. And he's got the right idea, but he's going to maybe end up with a lot more than he could eat. It's just going to be 4 people coming at him. All he has to FAMAS crouches around the corner. It's a good start, but it has to be a lot better from here. Backup is a little bit closer by. Alexi's fallen back in a donut, so there is maybe a way, but again, the FAMAS, hard to find that one. Shiro jumps up, and he's going to get the kill on Config. And actually, as they're trying to rotate out, Buster, that's so annoying. I'd be so frustrated. You can't even actually help out the bomb site that's under attack because Buster's there shooting you in the back.
Oh, yeah. What a lurk by Buster there. Very nice stuff from him. But overall, just opening pick from Cloud9, slow conversion towards the A side, and I mean, the numbers were always going to favor them. But this was nice.
I'd be so mad.
Yeah. Yeah, and Head Trick, too, probably feels like he could have taken that fight a little bit differently.
The quiet head shake is a lot more damning than some of the more emotive stuff that we've seen. Like, there's like a sense of defeat about it. It's like,
yeah,
you guys disgust me.
Yeah, the quiet head shake in real life for me is reserved for the most somber moments.
Yeah.
When I'm actually sad.
Past anger,
yeah,
into sadness. Part of the part of the fabric of the universe has been destroyed by this kind of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Part of your soul was just ripped out, and you've gotta find a way to put it back.
We're mind-reading DJL at the moment.
This is a really intense psychoanalysis session.
Yeah. Oh my god. Looked like he started shooting before the smoke even faded. I mean, which he might have, but he was correct about that guess. Nafferty, last bullet, I think, taking down Brolin is pretty sick. And it's a really quiet taker that they just walked onto the bomb site and discovered there's nobody here.
Yeah, this felt incredibly flat for NIP. They stacked a few players into cave, and then they just kind of peeked out one by one. I think NIP have checked out of this game. This is pretty uninspired in terms of a round. And it's already pretty difficult to imagine any comeback, and now I just would give it 0.00 chance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Always gotta add those decimals, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, rounding to the, the whole digit placing is not unthinkable sometimes, but I want to make sure people know this is less than 1 in 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we started a game 1,000 times in a row from this scoreline,
with the emotions being portrayed on the server or on the webcams, I mean,
there is a chance that in one of those games, maybe,
yeah,
NIP could come back. I'm not feeling it either. Which is...
Why are Cloud9 taking a timeout? I feel like they're just letting NIP stew in their emotions now. Not like they can see them or anything, but at LAN, this would just be also pretty rude, you think?
Yeah, in the best possible way. They should do another one right now.
I've been on teams before where if somebody on our team wins a crazy clutch, we just time out. It's just, yeah.
You just take a timeout, type in all chat.
Just type in all chat, LOL.
You can always get away with doing the stupid emotes and be like, sorry, that was a bind.
That was a bind.
It's a bind, 22nd round. And they don't have a lot to work with. This is pretty disturbing. Obviously, if you're slow at math at home, it would have to be 9 rounds in a row for NIP to get into overtime.
Those people are thanking you right now.
That's what I could do. As long as I'm adding numbers below 10, I feel pretty safe. I feel pretty good about that. There's no panic at all.
Oh. How does he win that?
I actually have no idea.
That's disgusting.
Those SMGs, if some people are just so good at getting the consecutive headshots in. But it's a start. It is definitely a start. And it kind of looks like that A defense wants to move into the hallway as well, which, yeah, I mean, you got Rez low on health. If he finds somebody, then maybe Hetrick can just sort of double up. I don't really mind this. I think this is not... Normally in a 4-on-5, I would say maybe don't try to be too aggressive, but I guess in this case, you can kind of justify it. They're in a bit of an odd position anyway. They'll lose Rez, but exactly at a point in time where they probably couldn't follow it up. And, okay, there's one. They recognize the boost and Brolin with a double.
Okay. This is working out pretty well for NIP. Oh, nice shot from Nafferty there. Clotheslining Brolin. Now 2 versus 3. Still have an opportunity to put this one back together. And with Hetrick pushing out, that might give Axile the kill he needs to open up this A bomb site. Yep, just wants to speed up over there. Nafferty, I think he's just going to hold on to this space, or at least attempt to, and that is going to play right in the hands of Config. No real way that Axile should be able to win this. 20 seconds left, just too much ground to make up, and yeah, that's going to be a 7th on the board for NIP.
Scrappy round all across the board, but I think NIP recognizing the potential deficit of having the MP9s or the submachine guns in general, and just trying to move up and make them better by getting close range and playing around the smokes and everything else. I can respect it, and they'll win the round.
So now you believe in the comeback?
Now I'm ready. Now everything's changed in that last round.
Yeah, I can tell. Something in your eye changed. Just glistened. That's an unbelievable win for Rez, actually.
Yeah. Good stuff here. I don't know, there's something about not necessarily even the strategy that's being pulled by NIP when they're on the T side, but there's something about the confidence of each of the individuals in the fights they're engaging in that doesn't feel very convincing. It's hard to explain what it feels like, but I mean, I would contrast it with what we saw out of every single player from 9 yesterday. Not that I think 9 individually have to be better than NIP, but their confidence certainly is in a very different spot.
It's clear that a team like 9 has outlined their philosophy for how they play out every single stage of a round, and they've made plans to emphasize that.
Yeah.
And NIP, on the other hand, we're seeing a lot of just dry peaks. A few of them went the way of NIP in the last round, and it looked kind of good because of that, but we'll see if that can hold up or can actually sustain a defense, because it feels a little bit more random.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably very hard even inside of NIP necessarily to put your finger on what is it that's happening to cause this kind of thing. But it feels like you could see it when you've been watching a fair few of the games. We've been covering a lot of the games in the last couple of months, really. So
I think you've covered more NIP games than any single person in the history of Counter-Strike.
that's got to be true. It probably is true. Oh man, there was a time. That's all we did, all the time.
Well, those were the glory days.
About to be, put an end to that chapter with CS2 coming out. 18 seconds left as Cloud9 are really cutting this one close, but with a good opening, that's all they need. They lose 2 in the beginning, and Hetrick is still back here. Only 9 seconds left. Hobbit, if you want him in this round, it's right now. And he's going to go pick up the bomb. The wall bang. It's almost enough to stop him, but he will be able to get the bomb plant through. And at least it'll give him a chance here to close it out and move on from Ancient. Hobbit goes down all on Axile, and he recognizes he has to swing for the fight, and he'll do it. Taking down Config. What a great play. And now he's patiently waiting. Rez is on the other side, hoping that Axile is nervous, but he's not. Steady as a rock right here. Not worried at all. And there's the swing from Rez. He had the right idea, but Rez is going to be able to beat him. That's another close round, but NIP up to 8.
Oh, such confidence from Axile there. Really trusted his off angle. Thought that Rez was going to be swinging out close side pillar, but doesn't actually happen. So NIP, they keep themselves alive in this one. Felt like that last player in the site, Hetrick, really upsetting the timing and the composure of Cloud9. Nice, okay. A little bit of life being shown from NIP. But the buy is more or less better for the T's.
Yeah. Unfortunate side effect of losing 4 players in a round. Oh, you see that coming, don't you? A little bit of trouble here for Config because I was going to say, even if he gets the kill, Nafany was just hot on him from the other side of the map.
Rez and Config are wielding completely different MP9s. When Rez had it, it was just a laser beam. Config just almost used the whole magazine and couldn't find that one.
That's my experience with the MP9.
The spray is just unruly, really. I mean, the people that are fighting for it over the FAMAS, I'll say that FAMAS would easily have bursted that guy down.
Yeah. There's a special breed of people who just, I don't know, they could do it.
Yeah. Oh,
they
definitely.
got it. Well, how do you get back into this round if you're NIP?
I want to go for a donut crunch, donut mid crunch, but do something that at least you're taking your fate into your own hands. But actually, they're running into the stack over here.
Yeah, they are. 45 seconds. Grolin, almost a free one. Hetrick will pick it up, and he's got the right idea. If he could take this player down in the hallway, but look at the mid-round call coming out. Cloud9 decided to change it. Grolin wants to hunt it down. They know where Hetrick is, and it's a 1 versus 4. He's picked up one of them, but how do you even get across the map right now? They're here waiting for him. They're going to probably be able to shoot him in the back. Hetrick trying to see if he could check it. He actually does go deep. That's a really nice cover. Taking down Buster, and now, yeah, there it is. Axile sneaking up a double kill for him at the end of it, and Cloud9 walk away with a victory on Ancient, even if it took a little bit longer than maybe it could have. They look like the superior team this time. Second map is going to be on Overpass, and that will be coming up after the break.
Erhalte bis zu 12 € Rabatt mit dem Code NEXTLEVEL, weil wir wissen, dass du dein Spiel nicht pausieren kannst. Dein Lieblingsessen direkt zu dir nach Hause geliefert. Du bestellst, Volt liefert.
Extra Power geschenkt. 18 Volt Akkugerät von Bosch kaufen, online registrieren und gratis Akku sichern. Mehr auf bosch-diy.de und unter myBosch. Dein Akku für Haushalt, Garten und Freizeit. Ein Akku, der in 10 Marken und über 100 Geräte passt. Die Akku-Allianz für Deutschland. Der Akku für dein Zuhause.
Nenn mir deinen Namen. Albtraum.
Was immer du tust, tust du nur, weil Gott es erlaubt. Hat er das erlaubt?
Denkst du groß? Denkst du klein? Denkst du Vollgas oder Elektro? Oder sogar beides? Denkst du heute hier oder morgen da? Denkst du billig oder weg damit? Was immer du denkst, mit uns bleibst du mobil. Denk nicht nur Auto, denk mobile.de.
Ping doesn't seem to be the only issue that the Ninjas are having, as they weren't able to win it out on their own map pick of Ancient. Cloud9 proved too tough for them, and it looked pretty damn convincing. I would say from start to finish, Cloud9 never really looked like they were bothered.
Not at all. Got off to a good start. They were completely controlling the game, completely controlling NIP as well. And I thought we were discussing whether or not Ancient was slowly but surely leaning more towards being a T-sided map. I think this game was quite the opposite. It felt like Cloud9 were in full control and had everything they needed to go for them. A stellar performance where every single member of Cloud9 stepped up as well in the first half. So no, NIP never came close.
Yeah, this was very much easy for Cloud9. I felt like they were miles ahead the whole way, even as NIP is mounting the comeback that you can see in the first half, right? It's 8 rounds in the middle for Cloud9, and then NIP are able to win 5 out of the last 7 rounds. It felt like Cloud9 were quiet and calm anyway. You know what? We're down a man, we're just gonna gamble a stack. Oh, you're not coming to us, we're just gonna save our weapon. They were never really stressed, never really anticipating plays or forcing plays. They let the game, they let the victory come to them, and it did.
And they played to the advantage in every situation. They're playing smart.
They're playing smart. The classic, very cynical Cloud9 way of playing. We saw all the players pretty much have a couple of highlight packages in this one. Everyone chanted, Hobbit in the beginning, then Shiro took over, then Exile took over, and Anthony had a couple of rounds as well. So when you're facing a Cloud9 that is firing on all cylinders, that is not making mistakes, that is clearly taking this game super serious, you need a well-playing NIP to even make it a game. And this time around, we didn't get to see it. I again feel that it was a lackluster NIP. It wasn't an NIP that had much to offer. And right now, I think that's just the reality of the situation. NIP is not on par with Cloud9. It's 2 different levels.
I mean, when you have Cloud9 who's on cruising altitude the way they are now, and they are just basically mass-producing victories, I don't think NIP can debate with them. I don't think NIP can do anything against Cloud9, who are on this level where they're just going through the motions, they are playing correctly, they're making the right decisions, and even when things get a little bit iffy in the second half, then you have the individuals popping off. You have your Shiro coming in with multi-kills. You have Exile cleaning up situations, 23 and 8 was it towards the very end. So it's the best of both worlds that kind of collide, and good luck to you if you have to handle that.
And the thing is, though, the one thing I expect Ninjas to be able to do here, look at the experience on the roster, other than Headtrick, you've got all these players. There should be some other ideas. There should be smarter decisions being made. They should be able to do something.
I hate to say it, right, but it almost feels like a lack of quality here from an individual standpoint. And I look towards the players, and I think Brolan, great talent, a great player. I think Config, we talked a lot about him, you know, obviously a great player as well. Alexi B once touted to be the next big thing as an in-game leader. So yes, in terms of player for player and in terms of what NIP has to work with, they should be performing better. But every time I see them, I get a sense that there's a little bit of lack of quality, individually speaking, decision-wise as well, productivity on the server in terms of raw aim duels. It just feels like they're lacking 5% here and there all over the place.
And they gave Cloud9 good starts. I think that matters a whole lot. We talked about the 8-0 and what does it do to your confidence and to your finances and the decisions you have to make. But even on the second half, I mean, Cloud9 are on a 5-1 start. That's pistol conversion. You lose one round, but then you immediately reset your opponent. And from that point on, if you're NIP, either you're going to have the craziest comeback ever with no victory coming over, or you can't. We have round 20 that we can show you guys at home to kind of illustrate what is it that Cloud9 do in Counter-Strike. What is the essence of their playstyle? And that's a good example. It's going to be an opening kill found by Axel here with the bloom of the smoke being a little bit too early for res. And from this point on, they slow down the pace. They let NIP stew in their doubt and their curiosity. And when Config tries to get the peak, he finds a kill. Clever little rearrangement from Cloud9. They were too far away for a direct trade, so they group again. They do the boost for Shiro, who's going to destroy Config. And at the other end of the map, Buster is having a super impactful lure where he forces the defense to come back to him with the multi-kill. You are losing your shit if you're NIP. That's what is happening. You cannot play this round correctly. You are 4v5. You either make a right stack and you actually trick them, or you're trying to cover the whole map, but you lose. By the percentages, you lose.
Sad times for the NIP camp, but will it continue going into Overpass? We're going to go over to Danny in the Mahone zone and see what he's got cooking for us.
Cloud9 are a comfortable team on Overpass, and one of the reasons why is because they operate a lot on map control. And out of all the teams, they actually use Long A lot more than most other teams. So I want to break down this round to show you how exactly they do so. So it's this round here against Godsent a couple of days ago, actually. And we're going to see Buster basically pushes Plopsky off of Long A. And as soon as CTs really give up this Long A position, it creates a situation where now the Ts, they can actually crunch into the A bomb site using these two avenues. Normally, CTs only have to deal with one of them, but because they have control of both, Cloud9 know how to make the most out of it. What you're going to see here is that rather than throwing the utility towards that mid position, they're going to throw the utility from long. You'll see that Shiro is going to toss a smoke as well as a Molotov, and then Buster is also going to throw this smoke towards Bank. Now with this utility, it creates this situation where all of the common rotating spots, such as jump up and bank, they're going to be isolated off, as well as this Molotov flushes out a very common position behind that truck area. And what that does is it makes it very difficult for CTs to play in the site, because you'll see that Joel here, he's forced to this default position, and once he's here, he's in such a tough spot where now he has to deal with these two fights right here. He has to try to find the perfect timing, and as soon as this Molotov comes in, Joel, even though he manages to find one kill, there's nothing more that he can really do. He dies in the Molotov. Next thing you'll see here is that ZTR behind this truck right here. He finds the first kill onto Nafni coming up. But look at the situation that Cloud9 have created. They have another player who's coming in close, and they have Shiro who's further back. There's no way that ZTR can get more than one kill here. In Cloud9, they do a very clever thing here where Hobbit just gives a little jiggle to allow Shiro to come out from long and get that kill. Here's another example, very quick. We're going to see, once again, the nades from Long A to create the situation where CTs are in panic. You'll see that Dreamer here behind this default position, forced to make a move, tries to peek towards Long A. There's two people there, guarantees at least one trade. And as well, for Oxygen, once again, he's in this spot where he has to deal with two different fights. A player who's up close, as well as players who are coming from long. There's almost no way that he can get more than just one kill here. And that's what Cloud9 are really good at, especially when you give them this long A control, is that when you give them this long A control, it makes defending the A site so much more difficult. So it's gonna be up to NIP to figure out, do they want to contest this long A position or not? Because if they don't, they could be in for a tough time.
You are fantastic, Danny. When we see stuff like that, you just see how well drilled Cloud9 are. And this just is painting a picture of these reps they keep putting in now.
Yeah, it is. It's very complicated for a defense to go up against Cloud9 because, first of all, their default in general is hard to analyze. It's hard for you to know exactly where is the main force because, as Danny said, they like to spread thin across the map. They like to have the control every single position. So as the defense, your first step is having to say, okay, is it one player that's behind the smoke or is it three? If you can actually elucidate that mystery, then I beg you, be aggressive. If you think it's only one in front of you, go and get him, find him. Because if you play defensive the way NIP did, or rather the way the opponents did in that clip from Mahone, then you have to trust your defense. You're going to get executed on with 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 7 flashes, and you better be damn sure that you have a good position, but it's really hard to do in Counter-Strike.
That puts a lot of pressure on Hetrick, especially on a map like Overpass. He has to be disturbing. He has to go up middle. He has to roam around toilets. He has to go A-long, maybe shut that area down so Cloud9 can obtain and get all their map control for free. I feel like Hetrick could be the key to a close game right here. I still have Cloud9 as heavy favorites. We cannot forget NIP were the ones picking Ancient. Cloud9 were the ones picking Overpass as well, so they probably have a good idea of how they want to approach the game. Without Hetrick being disturbing, there's going to be no way NIP is going to make this one close.
Well, let's see if the Ninjas can disturb Cloud9 and walk their way to a victory and potentially a third and final map. We'll be back with you guys just after the break.
Größe L gerade geschnitten, nicht wahr? Ja. Und so beginnt es. Letzte Worte, Winston? Hab einfach Spaß da draußen. John Wick, Kapitel 4. Jetzt im Kino.
Extra Power geschenkt. 18 Volt Akkugerät von Bosch kaufen, online registrieren und gratis Akku sichern. Mehr auf bosch-diy.de und unter myBosch. Dein Akku für Haushalt, Garten und Freizeit. Ein Akku, der in 10 Marken und über 100 Geräte passt. Die Akku-Allianz für Deutschland. Der Akku für dein Zuhause.
In a backwards world, what if you could move forward? Rewrite the code. Armani Code, the iconic eau de toilette, now refillable. Giorgio Armani.
Mit dem Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Streckenpass geht dein Rennerlebnis in die nächste Runde. Jetzt kannst du die Reifen wieder glühen lassen, denn es erwarten dich 48 zusätzliche Rennstrecken, aufgeteilt auf 6 Wellen. Welle 4, jetzt erhältlich, nur für Nintendo Switch.
Oster-Countdown. Ja, nice.
Der große My McDonald's Oster-Countdown. Sichere dir jeden Tag ein Highlight. Zum Beispiel 6 Chicken McNuggets oder ein McChicken Classic. Nur in deiner McDonald's-App.
Hey, willkommen bei uns zu Hause. Dein Hund ist aber süß. Hi, Mama.
Back, everybody. Your daily dose of Counter-Strike is coming up. We're still in the first best of 3 with NIP and Cloud9, and Cloud9 just look very impressive. The odds over at Unicom already favoring them to begin with. Now it's almost sort of 1-7, 1-8. That's pretty rough. NIP, they're not looking that impressive at the moment.
That's usually the point of no return. If one of the teams is above 5, you can usually kiss them goodbye. And so that might be it for NIP's campaign, unless they have something to say about it here on Overpass. But I'm going to give you some of the match history that we've gotten from NIP on this map. And they just lost a few days ago to 9 Pandas on this map.
To who?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. 9 Pandas, a Russian team with the likes of Seized, who's on it. Don't get to say his name too much anymore. And players like FURIA, FPSSS, Diladez, and Trunic. So,
Those guys, I remember.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
So what you're saying is they're definitely going to get us a third map here.
Yeah, I mean, given the Showdown's logic, you'd bet your bottom dollar it's going to a third map.
That's actually, I could believe that. It's been some wacky stuff happening, which there usually is. That's kind of like part of the charm of it. But right now, just look like two completely different teams at the moment. Sneaking on through, Lexi, he's got the lineup. It's a great double kill to begin with, and the counter flash coming up from Rez as well. That's a great shutdown. Now just calm down. There's no reason to peek anymore. You have the bomb on your side. All that could happen here, Config, is you get shot in the face, and it's a 2-on-3, and it's a winnable round for Cloud9. So just deep breaths.
Are you telling Config to calm down?
Yeah, I know.
Because it's not going to happen. Headshot on Anafany, and Shiro 1 versus 4. Okay, yep, no, Config, of course, gets that one too. And so...
And flashed into it, it's a lot better. That's a better fight.
That's true.
We can respect it.
That's true, yeah.
Nicely done. NIP win the pistol. I'm happy.
Some teamwork there. Yeah, you've been really riding the NIP hate train for some time now. And
yeah,
I'd like you to... How about try summarizing why it is that this team is ticking you off to this extent?
I think partly, obviously, the way that the roster's been working out in sort of having different players Hampus in and then out a little bit, and you know, just it's been a lot of S-Tag was there for a while, and it's just been a lot of weird back and forth. And the problem is that does legitimately give them a little bit of cover to say we've never really had like a real crack at it. We've never had the consecutive like 4 or 5 months where we've been able to build something, and I want to give them that, but at the same time, when it keeps going forever, it's just so frustrating when you're watching it. And it's probably even more frustrating for them, I get it, but that makes me even more annoyed, you know? And then I think it's just because when I look at the names, I want to say that they should be competitive in some of the rounds, even when they don't have that much. Like, I'm not seeing the Rez, you know, double deagle headshot or the Config double deagle headshot rounds where it's like, oh, they just won this round just mechanically. They're just really good. Like, it feels like everything is way more labor than that at the moment, and I don't think these players should be playing that timidly. There's something that's missing, and I bet the answer is, if you ask them, something like, well, we're still in the middle of figuring everything out and everyone's roles is kind of settling in and there's a lot going on there. But again, I just can't anymore. I feel like it needs to work a little bit better. Nice shot.
Yeah, I think that what's curious about NIP is that they've taken the step to move into an international territory and start bringing in players from across Europe, and they've gotten worse for it. They actually were better,
yes,
more or less, when they were playing with a Swedish roster. Sure, they threw in the occasional Dane with Device and S-Tag, but they were still speaking Swedish during these times.
Yeah, and I mean, you had the hot take the other day that, you know, they were actually better with Hampus than with Alexei B. But the thing is, what they're missing now, which is what Hampus brought to the team, is the playmaking ability of Hampus. The ability to walk in behind enemy line. He just could see timings in the game that most people can't, and it made them a way more dangerous team.
It's tempered aggression. That's what Hampus brought. Whereas now you get this unbridled aggression from a handful of these guys. Like, Brolin can be pretty tricky, and he can be pretty smart about his aggressions, but Config, you just send this guy on missions a lot of the time, and he just tries to do it.
Yeah, Config is much more of a blunt instrument in that sense. And the problem is, if Config's going to be playing that style, Brolin can't also then do it, right? Having two people that are going to go aggressive like that could be very, very dangerous. So usually you're just going to have the one player that's going to be trying to do that. And I guess it makes sense that it's Config, just that, man, they really needed to work. They're off to a good start here. We should be celebrating that, though. It's a 2-0 lead, and Cloud9 are bought into this round, and they have something to work with. Not a lot of utility, so some of the executes here could be a little bit one-dimensional once they get into position.
Yeah, not much utility left for C9. That's definitely the biggest concern, but we'll see how the mid-round fares for them as Nafany tries to find something towards Divider. Axile connecting now with Hobbit, as looks like they want to encroach on water. And it does seem like Cloud9 will be afforded that real estate. Again, talk about how they have so little utility, but it's enough to actually pull off a little bit of a B-pop here.
All right, it kind of forces out some counter utility. The Molotov thrown not with the rest of the setup.
NIP is all towards A, though. This is so worrying. They could have easily had a normal setup towards B, but now it's just config.
And I don't even know why. They haven't seen anything. They got Alexi all the way over at long. Or just one from us to hold it. Now, they are starting to rotate back here. They need to be so quick with it. Smoke goes up on top and not for the sniper spot. So there might be a chance here for NIP to hold it. 10 seconds left. The bomb is being planted right down in front. And nobody there to stop it either. Buster's going to get the opening kill, taking down Alexi. That's all the way across the map, by the way. So no flank is coming in. And Cloud9 are in a great position right now. Oh, it's the last bullet. We are going to need the replay on that one. Brolin's on his own, and he can't stay alive. Shiro will be able to take him down. But that looked like a sick spray coming out from Axile.
That was dirty from Axile. Yeah, we need this. Oh, Rez feels cheated there.
Shut it down.
Such a labored spray, and then the last bullet just taking down Rez in the face, or maybe second to last, but wow.
I have a new business model that I think, a new company that I'm thinking about launching that I think could actually help out NIP. They're kind of like the test product for I think what might work.
What is this?
You create like it's like a plastic tube, and you put whatever candies you like in, like little M&Ms or something like that, like little whatever you prefer.
Yeah, sure.
Little something like that.
Got my attention.
And then it's tied. You plug it into it's a USB device. You plug it into the game. And whenever you get, a headshot, it just gives you like a little, some M&Ms.
Oh,
like a tiny amount, like a little reward system.
Yeah, reward system
like
for playing well.
NIP needs something like that. I feel like that could make them better. Just a little, it's a positive reinforcement, right? Same way you would treat a dog or something. I feel like it can work.
I think there's been a few experiments like this where the rats have the option to press a button to actually get cocaine, and they usually just keep pressing it over and over again.
You can put whatever you want into it, is what I'm saying. It could,
okay, so you're not limiting it to just these candies.
It could be whatever you want. Oh, it's completely useless, but it is quite fun. They were out on a picnic, 3-man picnic.
Yeah, they were actually trying to assemble a reverse pyramid, it looked like. I think that was supposed to be the triple boost to peek into party, but Cloud9 just went so quickly they never even got it together.
On the birthday party side, you can still, to this day, boost up near that weird sign, and you're basically floating in the air above the toilets.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like it surely should have been patched out a while ago, but it's just not. Now it's too late anyway.
Yeah, CS2 will fix that. All right, Rez, make it interesting. Actually found the headshot, but that's about it.
Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that NIP needs some kind of reward system where if they perform well, then they are motivated to actually repeat that action. And yep, they couldn't. Yeah, you could tell they wanted to do something with it, but maybe they just wanted to actually have a triple lineup there. Could be.
Can you do a double run boost off the head of one player?
I figure you would know this of anybody.
Double run boosted Zeus coming in?
I think you can. It's just that usually the second guy could easily get stuck. Like if he jumps a half second too early, he's just going to hit the guy in front of him.
Right.
So you got to be really strict on the timings.
But if there's a way, double run boost outside of Vertigo, just send 2 people off the side.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing actually. Double entry flying off the side of the map, air strafing back on to B main. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Make it happen, 9.
That was so sick. If you missed that game yesterday, that's legitimately a game that's worth going back and watching.
Yeah.
Because they just look so impressive.
Oh, head trick.
He's so dead. Nafferty, and even with the knife out inside of the smoke.
Oh,
right
my.
There, but the timing is godlike. Nafferty, going to be able to take care of business. Rez, don't even blame him. They're in a 3-on-5. They need something to get back into it, and that's not going to be possible. And actually with a good boost, but that also reveals that both players are there. The bomb is quite far away, which is a bit awkward, but it's good information for Cloud9 nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the one thing that could have gone awry for them if NIP decided to push out Monster Tunnel, secure that bomb, but they had no idea. And why would they? Yeah, Cloud9, first plan really working out for them. I'll outline really briefly just why Cloud9's overpass is so deadly, because
go on.
I think many people see them as the best Vertigo team in the world, but another reason they were able to come up so strongly in the online era is because their Overpass 2 had so many reps in it. And the style that they play is just slightly different than everybody else, where they find map control relatively easily and early with good utility to flash opponents off of angles. And then what they do is they create these uncomfortable hold states so early in rounds that CTs feel baited into pushing for information. And because of that, then they're able to play passive duels against CTs who are taking unfavorable forward fights. And the way it kicks off usually is Nafany trying to take space away, but frequently he dies. And for him to find the kills as early as he did, that's just not even necessarily the plan for Cloud9. Like, he's not supposed to pop off in rounds. He's supposed to just be the catalyst to help insert his other teammates into deep forward positions.
And I mean, that incentive you're talking about, you know, going aggressive and peeking, it's even worse on Overpass, right? Because the map is so big that the CTs very often will feel like they kind of have to take a little bit of a look, and that's where things go wrong. I mean, that goes wrong in people in the A bomb site when they're peeking behind the default boxes, right? Sometimes they're like, let me just take a look at restrooms, and then boom, you get your head blown off.
Yeah, there's always a... On Overpass especially, if you're giving up space for free as a CT, you feel like you're fundamentally playing the map incorrectly.
Yeah. Which you might be. I mean, I think you can make an argument that every round the CTs should be throwing grenades towards down towards the playground, just to even force the Ts to slow down a tiny bit and maybe use some nades of their own to check some of the corners or whatever.
Yeah.
If you don't even show up, then it's a huge luxury for them.
If you're not actually Molotoving the T-steps every single round as a CT, at this point, I think you're basically playing the map incorrectly. Because you should be trying to force a smoke out of the T's hands. Okay, let's see how this goes. Flash over the top, and a proactive play from NIP. Alert Cloud9 to their presence, but at least they're able to recover that AK.
It's a very smooth flashbang. You love to see it. He gives them an AK. They already have an M4, so back with the boost. Sick position if they're coming in from the restrooms, but could be absolutely detrimental if they are pushing on the other side. Molotovs are raining in. The bomb is being brought back, though. This is all a bit of a ruse, and NIP, they're kind of over-rotating, but I can't blame them in this round. It's very hard not to feel like they have to, given how they started. Even if they actually have a fair few weapons to work with, they bust open the door, and the bomb's been confirmed. So, question is, could they get everyone here in time? Only 22 seconds left, and Config, deep breath right now. No bombs and plants, and you don't need to die, and he's not going to either. Good headshot. That's scary, though. That's the kind of play where if you die to Shiro instead, it's a bomb plant, and it's a tough retake.
Oh, but he's just holding the line with the AK. All right, Cloud9 actually not able to put this one together. Good forward position from Headtrick to give his team some forewarning there, and Hobbit, oh, actually, he dies after time, but he had 7,200 in the bank, so it's not a big worry. He looks like he has $0 left, and his family left him, but that's not the case.
Yeah, he looks really distraught.
He has a loving family.
Man, that's a lot to get out of the round. And encouraging to see that laser aim on Config. That's what you want to see. This fight, the next one too, just very, very accurate.
Yeah, Config actually is a very strong angle holder. It's just that he's normally pushing.
I know.
He doesn't give himself many opportunities to do that. Oh.
He could hold all the angles, but the ADHD is just fighting him all the time.
It's too strong. It's too strong. Just got to take another fight.
Little devil on his shoulder saying, like, we've been standing still for 3 seconds. It's time to move.
Yeah. Oh, Nafany has a chance for a double kill here. And as the smoke fades, Rez is able to connect with Config to take down the in-game leader of Cloud9, who will be now calling from the grave. 3v5. Looks like Cloud9 actually want to make their way back towards B, assuming that Hobbit actually is going to go. But no, actually, not the case.
Well, they might want to clear out the restrooms first anyway. Maybe they did this previously. They kind of pushed this all out, pushed out long, and then eventually they went for it. Headtrick getting into a moment of real danger. Man, this game has a different feel. I've got to say, though, NIP definitely look a little bit more calm in this one. And Cloud9 are losing some of these early fights in an interesting fashion, so maybe there could be a real sign of hope here for NIP. Map was picked by Cloud9, but that doesn't obviously mean that they're destined to win it. Buster is going to be going down. 5 versus 2. This is... I feel like there's a slight change in how this is playing out.
NIP are a good CT side team. They were a good CT side team in Pro League. It's just their T sides were abysmal. So I'll pull it up again just to confirm, but
I wonder how that happens.
CT side, they were 7th best in terms of round win percentage, but once they got into the T side, they were bottom 5. The only teams worse than them at Pro League in terms of T side were Evil Geniuses, ATK, Rare Atom, and Saw. Yeah. So
I don't understand. I feel like mostly when you're trying to rebuild a team, in my head, it's going to be the CT side that's going to be the hardest one to put together in general. You always have some bases, like everyone has like 3 or 4 strats that they remember from other teams they were on or whatever, that you can sort of like, you can pool, you can crowdsource some kind of T side usually. Obviously, if you want to beat FaZe or G2 or something, maybe you need more than just that. But
yeah, you need a whole comprehensive default probably at that point.
It's got to be more elaborate, but for NIP, it feels like that's not even the case on the T side. So I'm just curious about why the CT side would be so much better. That's it. It feels like sometimes the harder problem to solve.
Yeah, it's been a phase of growing pains for NIP when it comes to their offense. But no, you can believe in this team on their defense. They are good. They've got some good individuals who are able to lock down some of their positions.
Well, let's hold on to that, because otherwise it's just all hating on NIP,
which is your favorite activity all of a sudden.
It's been a theme for a bit, yeah. But I'm happy to catch the CT side and just feel a little bit of warmth from that. It's good. Flash in just to take a peek. Roland playing it safe around this. It's a little bit scary, but it looks like he'll make it back in safety.
Wow. He was in such a long period of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Buster had swung out. Not sure if Roland would have survived.
To be honest, even the attempted flash peek there is something where I'm like, that's a little bit of proactivity from NIP. That's something that some maps I'm seeing them on, they don't even really get to do that. And it's such a simple thing. Anybody, in a matchmaking game, you could do it, right?
Yep.
I'm going to flash, I'm kind of going to count to 3, and then, you take a peek. It doesn't always have to be mega complicated. So I'm just happy to see them try.
When I watch NIP CT side, I remember what that runner's high is like, the serotonin's flowing, but once they switch to the T side, it's like all those demons that I've been fighting for so long that I should go to therapy over, start rearing their ugly heads.
Step back.
Yeah.
Config. Not exactly a therapist himself, but fine again, holding the sights. That laser aim, it's so sick. Oh my god, he's 10-2 right now. Horrifying news for Cloud9, because that could easily be the kind of thing that locks you out of a half if Config is feeling this way, and he certainly is. Hobbit in a 1 versus 5 now, and now, we turn the criticism the other way. Some of this from Cloud9 feels a little bit flat.
All right.
First kill for Hobbit on the map. And it's in a round that was definitely lost.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Cloud9 T side, though, come across a little bit flat, because I outlined before how they like to start the rounds and play the mid rounds. My biggest criticism of Cloud9 has always been their finishers. When they are trying to breach bomb sites, their flashes do not always hit the mark. They don't always have the optimal utility to get their players, who are so skillful, into winning positions. So that's why sometimes it feels like they did everything right, and then they tripped over the last hurdle.
Yeah. Because they're getting kind of close to the bomb site. They're kind of in a position where they almost could. And then you're just not seeing it. 1 AK in place, saved from the previous round, as NIP are looking to take a pretty big lead right here. Imagine how good they would be with the cocaine reward system. I'm just saying. I think there's real potential. Yeah, you could tailor it for the individual player. Let's do M&Ms instead, They get little chocolates coming out. Imagine,
Yeah, I think in Canada you can actually get a sponsor for that pretty soon. Okay, well, one sneaky kill for Nafany there.
Let me just say, the Canadian version, I imagine, is just maple syrup, but that's a little bit unwieldy, you know, and just pouring out onto your desk for no reason.
No, it's actually that a couple Canadian companies are now legally licensed to sell and produce cocaine. That's why.
Really?
That's why I said that. Yeah.
I'm not as up to date with as you are with that, but I believe you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a big news story.
Well, then there we go. There's a potential country for testing it. Interesting times.
Yeah.
Lots going to change apparently. 6-3 is the scoreline. So Mac 10 in play. That's maybe not the end of the world. Could signal that they could go for a little bit of a faster play, but hard on overpass unless you're rushing the B bomb side, which when the CTs have all the utility, you maybe don't want to do.
Right. Yeah. We'll see that early utility from Cloud9 as they take space in a 3-1-1 default. They give Axile so much freedom towards short. They basically let him off the leash every single round, and he's good for it. Usually either finding a pick or just taking the space safely. I think the thing is that, if we're being honest, no rifler wants to go head-to-head against Axile. He is just always going to out-mechanic you. Oh!
I've so badly wanted that to connect just because it would have been so sick.
So close, yeah. And see, now this is where Cloud9 have created a position where NIP feel like they want to make the next play, where they might want to go for a push somewhere. And this is usually where Cloud9's mid-round really works out for them, that they're just going to hold for the next 30-plus seconds and wait for that play. And there it is, and Brolin actually gets a kill because of it, pushing through the divider smoke and catching Nafany off guard. Best case scenario for NIP there.
Yeah, bit of a risk, but super well played. Shiro comes back to take a look and maybe also defend the bomb a tiny bit. Mac 10 up front from Hobbit, not able to do much. Even if you wanted to swing against Brolin there, it's just how do you win that fight against the M4? Not necessarily that easy. They are setting up for what looks like a more plain, just raw execute onto the bomb site. And we're down the 30 seconds that you mentioned. They've already come and gone. So now we're down to 15 left, and the spray is perfect. Brolin, 3 kills in the round. A little bit of a jump to bait out the shot. He's looking for it. He'll pick up the quad kill. And if he had more bullets, he would have taken that last fight as well. But that is a beautiful round out of Brolin. You love to see it. NIP, the CC side, is looking really, really good at the moment.
Brolin is a beast. This kill on a Nafany, catching him in a moment of transition. And then look at that. The lineup, just perfect. I love this jump peek, too. Oh, wow. Barely tagged and then just nail Shiro in the face. That was excellent stuff from him. But you could kind of see there the flashes from Cloud9. They came in and no one even pushed with them. That's where I have my criticisms with this team sometimes. But we'll see if the flashes hit their mark this time. They have to enable these Tech9s to get some space. But it's a mow-down. Config, Headtrick, Alexi, all able to chime in with kills apiece. And Brolin's already flanking through connector.
Yeah, absolutely shutting it down. I think they even ran right into an HE as they exited the monster tunnel, which obviously will slow down quite a bit, so... All right, a little bit behind them perhaps. Either way, great work on the defense. And great work for NIP. I'm just gonna take a moment to be excited here.
Yeah, just good stuff for them overall. Looks like Cloud9 are gonna have to expend a timeout here. Recognize what's going wrong. They're finding a lot of space towards water and short, but these A attempts at the conversions have not been effective.
Like they've run into Brolin solo out there by the restrooms. I mean, you could try and fight him with more of a force, right? And try to flash your way into that one, especially if you have some covering flashbangs to try and force Headtrick back if he's going to be there to assist Brolin. Maybe you feel like, okay, if he's out there for the fight, maybe we accept that and we just try and bring it to him.
AAA start for NIP. Headtrick making his way down connector. And Alexi's already taken so much space away. He knows that nobody from Cloud9 is even here. Oh, this is a great position to be if you're an NIP. You have all the information. It's just about maintaining this sort of space, keeping the numbers where they are.
Smoke's fading. He should be able to win this fight, but you could see Buster is well aware that someone could have made his way there already. NIP, this is... If he wins this one, then the rest of Cloud9 are so far away. Buster's walked in by the fountain. Got to be really careful. Alexi's holding on. He's not quite sure how many people are on the other side. And now some backup is going to be called in for Buster, feeling a bit lonesome out there. Bomb has been picked up, but actually, no, they're going to go back, and Buster's probably going to join them.
Oh, he wants to clear out this position. This is a big fight. Oh, what a clear. He just hard clears the angle outright. NIP, they're still set up in a pretty heavy B lean. This may work to their favor. But, no, okay, Axile trying to press on forward for Monster. Config, great opportunity, and he seizes it. Takes down Nafny right in the side. 4 versus 4, and another duel is emerging. Headtrick versus Buster. Great shot. Wallbang there, and Headtrick's able to keep himself alive.
And they lost Config as well. Yep, 3 versus 3 now at about 24 seconds. So, again, running the clock very, very low. Res, way further forward than I think Shura was expecting. But a good return from Hobbit. Still a chance, maybe. They're going to be attacking the bomb site. And Headtrick is quite far away, so Brolan is a little bit on his own right here. And his crosshair is in the wrong position, but he still wins the fight and shuts down Hobbit. Brolan has been a real revelation on this map, along with Config. Both of them at 12 kills right now.
Oh, yeah, they've been doing such a great job on these defenses. Brolan, too, so active, so mobile. And there were a lot of points in this round where it could have fallen apart for NIP. That kill in particular could have sent them scrambling, but they stayed composed, didn't over-rotate, didn't overcompensate, and it all worked out for them. Good stuff from Brolan there, too.
A little bit of panic probably starting to set in on the Cloud9 side. This is their map pick. So far, they have 3 rounds on the T side, which is not going to be enough.
You wouldn't think so. They're able to bring it back and find 5, though. I'll tell you, I have confidence that they can shut this out. Just Cloud9 also the strongest CT side team in Pro League. So,
okay, 5 is the magic number for you.
I think if they get 4, they'll win. Actually,
God,
that's just how good they are on the defense here.
Okay,
unless they just mentally check out. But no, they should be able to do just fine. And Hobbit on the entry. Double entry for Hobbit. This is great stuff. Good pounce from him, and now they've taken so much space away, but it's quickly being reclaimed by Brolan.
Yeah, you mentioned those... Oh, my... What? God, it jumped down back into his face. That's so much damage. Gotta be careful here. Alexi on the other side with the M4, and he'll take the kill. Buster on the flank. And now Alexi, a head trick here. One of them with an AWP. It's an uncomfortable weapon to try and go for the retake with. So Alexi, though, he's low on health, so he's kind of leading the retake, but very close to death himself. Smoke is fading, and he still wins the fight against Shiro. That's crazy. Now holding it with the AWP off the defuse, and they both peek him at the same time. With the kit, they're going to have enough time for it. Great retake coming out here from NIP.
Wow, that positioning from Alexi to find that kill onto Shiro. So nice, so well played, so composed from the NIP side. Seen them scramble a couple times lately, but on this map right now, they're showing a level of composure that feels so distant from the last couple weeks of them.
Yeah, it's a very, very different look. And finally, that was a round, by the way, where Cloud9 did get some of the really great utility. The flashbangs to set that up, they were really sick. You could tell both those players that Hobbit took down were under a lot of pressure, either flashed or engaging and trying to turn away from the following flashbangs, which either way is not a good look if you're defending. So really impressive opening for Cloud9. It just wasn't enough. Alexi, I think he got a triple in that round overall.
Yep.
So well done. Tech timeout. As we're sorting a couple of things out.
Yeah, I think it looks like Shiro's computer is off, or restarting at least.
True.
Should be connecting in just a moment. If you really enhance that image, you could have got the IP and password. But
yeah, we need the CSI enhance tool.
I know you guys aren't watching this in 8K.
Not yet. Get that one day. But yeah, this is a different feel, certainly for NIP. And like you said, probably the real thing for Cloud9 to do is to mentally not check out, to try and remind themselves of what they already know, that their CT side could be pretty strong. Just hold on to that feeling. You're going to need it. Already a really well played opening to overpass for NIP.
Yeah, and I think I want to give Brolan the most credit in this. Just the way that he's been maneuvering around A to maintain information, keep Cloud9 guessing. He has such a variety of options for openers and mid-round plays, and he's so confident in all of them. He's definitely a guy that when people have asked me before, who should I look at for A riflers for overpass, I think a couple names really jump off the page, like Rain, but I actually think Brolin, in terms of just cerebral play, is really up there with the best. So this is a demo that if you're that playing that position for your team, look back at it, because this is no easy feat doing this well against Cloud9.
It's good to have like a little list of players like that. If you know you're going to be playing in that position, just that you are going to be looking at for inspiration and try to figure out how they play some of these positions. It's kind of the kind of work that people overlook, right? They just go play more deathmatch and then that's it. Config, ooh, good swing. Hobbit, he did the entry last time and he's back at it again. Over on top, and it's almost a repeat. That was the fight that he won last time. Rez is going to be low on health, and they're going to be falling all the way back to try and get a little bit of a boost in here. Good catch from Buster to take down Head Trick, and it looks like Cloud9 are about to find a 4th round.
It's looking pretty good, unless Alexi's able to manufacture something here, and looks like he shot at a dead body. Unfortunate, but the visual clarity will improve with CS2. Just hold on, Alexi.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Just maybe 6 more months or so. Well, end of summer, actually, so even faster.
More maps than Dust 2. We're all looking forward to it.
And I said I think 4 is all Cloud9 need.
That, you did say that.
Yeah.
And there we go.
This is Danger Zone.
Hobbit with that opening.
Actually, this is Diffuse map. It's not Danger Zone. No bump mines.
That's the only thing we really need for CS2 is the VIP maps. I still kind of want those back. I feel like...
The AS underscore?
Yeah. I don't know if it's just all nostalgia. Maybe if they brought it in, no one plays it, and they just end up developing... There's been like millions developing it, and then no one plays it, but it feels like we need it.
They might work in a show match. I would love to see a show match of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, you know, so every once in a while you could have something like that.
And didn't the VIP have a USP?
Yeah, so
like give that to someone like Nico.
Yeah.
No, just give him a USP the whole game. It'd be so fun to watch.
And like 1,000 armor, so he's just...
Yeah.
Unstoppable. 1,000 health.
Okay, Cloud9 just going back to the same well. Just another B play, and the hold is even stronger this time for NIP. They've righted their wrongs. The crossfire is here. The multiple angles being held, and that's going to do it. Shiro, 1 versus 3 now. It looks like NIP will get 11 on the board, and you can't count Shiro out of a clutch like this.
Do you even blame Cloud9 for running this strategy again? If everything else they've done for the rest of the half has kind of fallen flat, and they found something that seems to work on B, they do it for a 3rd time, and
to support my narratives of the calling and the in-game leader of Cloud9, I do blame them.
Right. You have a reputation to maintain after all.
Yeah, not going to delve deeper into that one right now, but it'll be on a podcast.
That's Alexi all the way back there with the AWP. 11 rounds in the first half for NIP. What a great revival. Let's see if they can finish what they started in the second half.
And round 5, who do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
In a backwards world, what if you could move forward? Rewrite the code. Armani Code, the iconic eau de toilette, now refillable. Giorgio Armani.
Oster-Countdown. Ja. Nice.
Der große My McDonald's Oster-Countdown. Sicher dir jeden Tag ein Highlight. Zum Beispiel 6 Chicken McNuggets oder ein McChicken Classic. Nur in deiner McDonald's-App.
Wait, it's not Europe, electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe. Russia is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's liquid. Liquid? Only liquid.
It's not OC. stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest. Stewie 2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant. Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was it Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Smoke.
Yep. Can go banana close.
Play back.
I need close long.
I have Molly, bro.
Casino close. Flash. He flashed Zeus maybe. Molly long. Molly.
I'm on
short.
I'm playing truck.
No, long close. I'm white.
I can banana, Alexa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Flashing a monster pipe. Yeah.
Back.
1 second.
Backside.
Down.
Flashing truck.
Not close.
Nice.
That's low.
Nice.
Ludwig. Like, we play for CS right now, boys.
Yes.
Good shit, boys.
Playing good CS right now. Do you disagree?
I think that NIP's CS looked excellent in the first half. Will it be enough is a completely different question, though, because Cloud9 are devastating. They are impenetrable when it comes to the CT side here. You're not going to expect them to just wither away in this second half, but a pistol round victory would be massive for NIP to pull off this upset, at least on Overpass.
That would really, I think, change the game quite a bit. Again, just very, very flat performance over on Vertigo. Sorry, on Ancient. Vertigo obviously the third map, but yeah, on Ancient, NIP just didn't really show up, and Cloud9 looked like they were in a whole different league, but the tables have turned, and NIP are back in charge of things. They're 5 rounds away from doing it. Shiro, very aggressive move coming out with Hobbit as well, down at the B-bomb site, but the rest of NIP, I mean, if they move pretty quickly here, they might be able to at least get to the site before that flank really comes into play. They are kind of starved for information in IP, and Cloud9 have a very good read of what's coming.
Yeah, good utility too. Oh, that's a great counter flash.
Yeah, they're so blind on the other side. Axile able to pick up that one, Brolin. I think he was flashed throughout almost all of that fight. It's very unfortunate. Nafany will get one more, and they're just shutting it down. Config, the last to drop. Buster able to pick that one up, and Cloud9, they win the pistol starting the second half. And that is at least something on their side. You said 4 rounds might have been enough, so...
And winning the pistol is definitely enough in my eyes, Anders. I think Cloud9 got this one. If you want to witness one of the best CT sides in the Tier 1 space on any singular map, well, just strap in and witness. Shiro is just so sick on this one.
He's the player to watch?
Yeah. I feel like that's almost just easy pickings, but in actuality, I mean, Axile does a great job too. You could pick almost any of these players, and I think with the just lone exception of Buster, I think they are all masters at their roles on the CT side here. And Buster, I just haven't seen the evidence yet. He could be great.
All right.
I'm just not sure. The jury's out still.
For NIP, how do you plan a half like this, knowing that you just need 5 rounds, right? You have quite a bit to work with.
I think B-Pops are a key here.
Just I don't try to return to it.
Yeah, I think B-Pops are something that Alexi's definitely drilled with these guys, and you would expect that just a couple good flashes, doesn't matter how good some of these players are at holding their positions, they can't always beat flashes. Shiro, dancing around middle, able to find one. Nafany's here to support him, and actually Rez picks up Shiro with a wall bang. It's actually a pretty consistent lineup to find that kill. So a little bit of damage inflicted here. Anything more, and NIP are going to feel really good about how this one went. But just knowing Axile hasn't had a great game so far, but this is where he does his best work.
That's part of the advantage anyway of going to the B-bomb side and just popping through the monster tunnel is that if you get the opening like Hobbit did in some of those rounds, it's you're so far into the bomb side. It's not tactically super advanced, but if you only need 5 rounds, you get a couple of them like that, and suddenly the CTs don't have any more money. Might not be a bad template. Naphany, that ragdoll went everywhere. Good shutdown though. Nobody else dies on the C9 side, so they'll take it. They're happy with that. Yeah. And it's started to go in their favor a little bit more.
Ragdolls are interesting just because where is this guy getting all this momentum from?
Yeah. Tiny little bullet that weighs nothing, just carries all the energy somehow.
Yeah. Okay, this round is going to be really telling. It's a great opportunity for NIP to break the money of Cloud9. Despite the fact that Cloud9 have kept a couple players alive, they're not going to have much loss bonus. And if NIP want to win this, you got to start here. You got to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, they still have a good lead, so probably not feeling super pressured just yet, but that can change. I mean, at 6-11, you lose around here and suddenly Cloud9 get a couple in a row. If you don't get the bomb plant, you can't continue to buy. Yeah, it could be painful really fast.
I can't believe Alexi B didn't continue to pressure there. I mean, if you get a 50-50 duel like that, AK versus FAMAS, you gotta favor yourself, but he really wants to enact this Furia crawl towards that site. Shiro spotted it out, and Config, excellent shot to take him down, but Axile's there with the return. Molly as well. There is some support here, but okay, actually, Axile, he did not expect a player to push that Molotov, and that plays into the favor of NIP. They keep that pressure on.
They did not go all the way to the wall. It looked like Brolin ran through and took almost no damage from it.
Yeah, I'd have to see it again, but I think it could have gone a bit far, and Brolin peeking close means that he was barely licked by it.
That was interesting, but yeah, great stuff. The opening, you said the Furia crawl towards the bathrooms. Is that what you call it?
I think the Mahone zone broke that one down before. The way that you are essentially avoiding sight lines with a very just unassuming approach where you're not using utility, just hoping to play off the trades or hoping to dodge the angles that the CTs are holding. And so you get a lot closer than they may expect.
It certainly works. Brolin will find one more kill at the end. And for NIP again, first time they pick up rifles here in the second half. There's the Molotov, but
it just kind of kissed his butt.
Yeah,
seems like.
If it did damage, it wasn't that much. Frustration building in the Cloud9 camp at the moment. I can't really blame them. I'm sure they must have been thinking that, you know, the first map was so easy. Surely this will be even better. It's not turned out that way at all. 12-6 is the scoreline. And Cloud9 have put all the money that they have into this round. It's a scout.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh, and he's still going. Okay, well, I don't think he's able to do anything with that smoke either. I think it went too deep under the stairs. He can't even push forward. The doorway is not even blocked itself. That's just 2 wasted pieces of utility from Rez. Oh, okay, Shiro presented an opportunity here. Playing the jump scout. And
I don't know.
Yeah, a little too risky in his eyes.
He definitely had a moment to pull that trigger, but fair enough. Gonna try and play it a bit more safe. Config's pretty deep up on long, so with a little bit of help, maybe a flash over the wall, he could definitely try to push that a little bit more. Hobbit sneaking in, M4 in hand. He's got no back. Well, he's got some back behind him, but that's not really what they need. They probably need someone to throw a flashbang from the CT spawn area for this to peak to really be sick, but they might have missed an opportunity.
All of Cloud9 is centered around this A defense right now. 2 players in con, 3 on the A site. NIP, they don't know if they're walking into a trap. Hobbit springs early, 2 kills for him. They might not expect Buster, though, to be here also. This is not going to get any easier for NIP.
Yeah, it really won't. What a shock. They were just setting up. Everyone preoccupied looking at the A-bomb site and just worrying about the fight to come. 23 seconds. They're smoking off the bank and started to see if they can encroach on this bomb site. Config, that's a great wide swing. He's going to take down Axile and Brolin. Even while Flash is going to be able to drop Naphany. So somehow in spite of Cloud9 knowing everything and getting the double kill to begin with, they've still lost the bomb site. Bomb is planted. Shiro's going to get caught, and now it's just Buster. He's walked up behind them, but how do you do this? Bomb is planted in a dangerous position, and Rez, clean headshot to finish the round in favor of NIP.
Cloud9 dominated them in the macro game there, but in terms of the micro, NIP, they just hit every shot they needed to breach that bomb site. Okay, this game and this series is starting to turn on its head. This is supposed to be all day for Cloud9, especially finding a 5v3 like that early. They had all the information. It's just that every player on the bomb site just got blown up. Good entries from Config and Brolin there.
Yeah, man, what a round to recover if you're NIP. The fact that they even stuck with it, they're like, yeah, we did get shot in the back, but we're still going to be going onto the A-bomb side, even if you know. All the USPs down at the B-bomb side, and not a single 5-man boost in sight. Yeah. I'm just saying.
The disappointment is so obvious in your voice.
Yeah, this is the moment to do it, you know?
Bring something new to the table. Good chance for Brolin fans to rejoice, as it should be presented a bunch of easy targets here. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Triple spray down from Brolin. Best player in Sweden. That's what Hampus said, and I believe him.
Yeah, if you've got the Hampus seal of approval, that's going to count for something. He's up to 21 kills here, and they're going to come clean it up. Well done. 14 on the side of the Ninjas.
Okay, if you told me after that first map that NIP were just going to steamroll Cloud9 on their map pick, I would have said, you're crazy.
Yeah, there was nothing to suggest that was going to happen.
It's like, get out of here with that.
It looked, I remember, I walked away from the casting desk thinking, man, why are NIP playing like this? I was disappointed. So I was definitely not expecting like anything resembling this. But here we are. Rez is up there at 16, Config at 17. Yeah, this is so much more encouraging. I'm getting baited. I'm getting baited back into you know, rekindling that NIP feeling where it's like, okay, there's some in here. Like, I'm seeing what they're building. They're tricking me back into it. And I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed again on the third map. I don't want to be. Exile, this is scary. Config's got such a good read, but somehow the M4 is going to beat him too. It looked like Config definitely knew what was on the other side. So that's a bit unfortunate. 6-14 right now. Huge lead building for NIP.
Oh, Brolin really wants to test his luck with this fight. Good smoke deployed. And oh, the flash is there. What setup from Alexi there to make that so easy for Brolin. Knew that he had the timing. And what an excellent double kill. This game, it's looking lights out for Cloud9.
He's got to have thrown that flashbang as they're throwing the smoke,
yes,
right? So
perfect timing.
It couldn't have been any better, I think. Because if he has to call for the flash once he hears the smoke, it's probably too late, right? So he's already thinking about peeking, then the smoke comes, and one of them is switching back to the rifle. Rez is going to be walking up. If he jumps on top of the railing, he could maybe see him down there, but going to be instead listening for the footsteps. They lose Alexi. Still 20 seconds.
Oh no, Rez, I mean, he's repositioning. He should be good for at least one here. Should be a freebie. Oh, Shiro just turned in time, but Nafany's still lying in wait. Playing the bunker position right now. We'll see if they're able to dislodge him. They might overlook this. Oh no, NIP, you can't lose a round like this. In the waiting moments, the waiting seconds, Nafany is able to. Oh no, he doesn't stop the plant, actually. Rez, 1v2, still has an opportunity to recover this. Bomb is planted on the other side right there. Should be able to spot if he swings wide, though.
Oh, this is intense. If he actually stopped the bomb, then they already win the round. They're going straight for it. Defuse out in the open. Rez. Oh, what? He's a second late. He gets the kill, but they had the defuse. Oh, my God.
Oh, no. All he had to do was swing a half second earlier. Oh, the look of disappointment is there on NIP's face.
I don't think he's expecting them to just go straight for it out in the open.
You usually don't see a two-man just stick like that. To Rez's credit, that feels very rare in high-level play, and also he missed it by a 1/10 of a second there. Okay. It's still a comfortable lead for NIP. Not going to ring the alarm bells by any means, but could have really tightened their grip on this one with that victory.
Yeah, it's a little bump in the road. But you never know what that turns into, you know?
You don't. I have to give a little bit of historical context. At the Rio Major, FaZe were up 13-4 against Cloud9, and Cloud9 were on the CT side, and they brought it all the way back to win in regulation. They won 12 of the last 13 rounds.
Yeah, so you just have to be careful.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is a pretty decent start. And also because it was... Everyone died for Cloud9, obviously, in the previous round. They're not going to be very well equipped here. Head trick. Good shot. They realize there's 2 more people here, so they can do the math and realize there's going to be 1 on the other side. But Axal running wild, the rifle. Oh, a fadeaway grenade. That was such a long throw. And Axal, he must have run right into it. Still a 2-on-3.
That was a Kobe moment for Alexi B.
It was.
Great stuff. And now man advantage still lies with the T's. They're grouping up, using their numbers to just make their way towards long. I have kind of an unorthodox approach. Usually you'd have at least 1 person in the bathrooms here, but still, this is going to put Shiro to the test. Only wielding the FAMAS. With an op, you would have given him a chance in this. FAMAS, not as likely, but he's able to take down 1. Puts Buster in an uncomfortable position approaching from short.
Yeah, but the fact that he's already here is kind of sick, right? He's moved out. He realized he had to try and get a little bit closer. They're not ready for it. Rez had no idea that someone could have been there, and now Hetrick on the other side. He walks into it. Looked like there was no communication. Looked like Hetrick was looking the wrong way, and he dies.
It looked like Hetrick was looking towards CT.
Yeah. Maybe Rez didn't even realize.
There's no way. I mean, that's obvious in so many ways. Either they should have heard him, there should have been a comm that he's short, something. That's a ridiculous way to lose that round.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 2 now in a row, though, for Cloud9 that they should not be winning. So things are getting a little funky in this game. And funky does not favor the ninjas.
No, not right now. Oh. They can feel just a tinge of frustration on that NIP side right now. I can't really blame them. 14-8 at the moment. But some more rifles on the C9 side. Just a little bit more. Back to the AWP for Shiro.
Yep. That's what's scary. At least they look rather diligent in their approach, using good utility in order to take space away from Cloud9. They're finding some footing on multiple fronts right now. They have connector control. They have this front bathroom space.
And NIP kind of just freezing in time a bit. Maybe expecting, you could see that L bend. They're also looking at the restrooms. I think Config is trying to keep an eye on that and making sure that no one's walking in there. But Cloud9 aren't giving them much movement at all.
This is just supposed to bait some utility. Red's throwing a little bit of a one-man fake. Wow. That's a beautiful nade. 89 damage total. And now it looks like they're going to go for the B pounce. Rez already ready to go.
That's super painful. Just going to try and get the opening, but Buster couldn't have done it any more perfectly. Complete shutdown for him. Triple. Config was on the other side, hoping to catch, some sort of a lurk or late rotation in through connector once the bomb is down in B, but we never really got that far. 9 going to be on the board for Cloud9.
I'm going to say this is the most out-of-hand 14-9 lead I have seen in a while. Like, Cloud9 are ready to take this all back. I'm not confident in NIP's ability to close this, Anders.
No?
No, I'm not.
You could feel the ground is moving beneath them.
I've been setting it up the whole time, and just how cleanly Cloud9 are dealing with these attempts from NIP now. After the couple random rounds, that's a statement type of round.
That little speed bump from earlier,
yep,
it did real frame damage.
It did.
Someone's in the car asking, has the car always been making this noise? And everyone's like, yeah, it's fine.
Started realizing that the car's now just slowly veering to the left.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get uncomfortable feeling and you're like, I don't think it's meant to do this at all.
There's a leak. The suspension has been dislodged. I don't know enough about cars to keep up these metaphors, but
we need somebody.
The radiator is overheating. That I do know. That's something.
But they have timeouts to fix the car in this elaborate metaphor that we're building.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Like a pit stop.
It's not all doom and gloom just yet. NIP do have a chance to close it out. This would be one of those kinds of rounds. Like, this kind of bye feels weirdly good for NIP, where if they play a standard round versus this Cloud9 defense, it feels like it's bad news, but with this kind of mix of pistols, the timings get a little bit upset. Cloud9, they might get caught off guard, one player, and then a domino effect unfolds.
It's one of those things where if you just get close enough to a site, you can just, you know, just completely floor it and just put some speed behind it, send it into the bomb site, and you don't have to worry about anything. But I think getting close is the key here. This is a little bit too far. Ooh,
oh,
that's very awkward. Does Shiro realize?
They're basically trying to do the FURIA crawl again, it feels like.
Which could be pretty sick.
And it seems to be working. Wow. Okay. Yep, this is one of those weird rounds that might just work out for Cloud9. I mean, for NIP, that is.
Yeah, they're getting within striking distance right here. Double setup at the A side, and again, Hobbit. He flanked them last time to get the double this time. He's going to be quick on Alexi, and that's huge. Look at how it turns everyone around. Instead of attacking the bomb site, they're spun around looking for Hobbit. He even got one more kill, so great way to shut that down. But honestly, that is the kind of position that NIP wanted to be in, so they got that far. But Cloud9 are starting to come back. You can feel it.
Yeah, that was an opportunity, but just never actually clearing connector. Overlooking that, and Hobbit doing such a good job there. Usually the short water player, one of the B players, but some around just switches it up. Takes the fight on his own terms, and it's a great call, whether it was by him or by design for the team. And they have 4 AKs now on the CT side.
Nice luxury to have.
Are we calling this anything? The 4 AK single op CT buy?
Wasn't there I think it was an attempt to try and call it like the straight flush or something like that. I feel like
oh
you get almost everything. He was close enough to make that work. Nice shots from Rez. That's what you want to see. Hobbit and Shiro get blown up. They felt so confident, you could tell, in taking that fight, but Rez doesn't flinch at all. 23 kills on him. Tied up with Brolin right now. Second half has been incredible for Rez in that sense. And it's a 4-on-3. This is, for NIP, a huge moment to try and end this game.
Has to be the conversion here. You need this one. Can't let it slip if you're NIP. And they've already outlined exactly where they want to go. Triple monster split with Rez coming in from short. Buster, he's going to have to find at least 2 to even keep this one competitive for Nafany and Axile.
They even put out the Molotov. Buster, he needed that second headshot and he can't get it. I can't really blame him. Grenades are everywhere. Alexi is low on health, but he's also way out of the range of any nades at the moment. Bomb will have been planted. Nafany and Axile, they have the money to try and go for it. If they want to stop overtime, then they could just try and see if they can make this work. A flash out, but Axile, no such luck for him. And Nafany is entirely alone. And now it is no longer worth it. 15 on the side of NIP. Based off of Rez and just some great shots coming out from Connector.
Yeah, round-winning shots from Rez there to pick up those 2 short players on Cloud9 who may have gotten a little bit over-eager to take that duel, but when it's Shiro wielding the op, I mean, you want him to go for those kinds of fights. This is an uncharacteristic, poor performance from Shiro as an individual. Really hasn't found his footing in this game, even once he started wielding the op. Still sitting at only 10 kills. And, yeah, let's see those kills back from Rez. Just perfect crosshair placement. Makes it look so simple. It's a little 1-2 for him.
That was super sick to watch. And that's the kind of individual play with him, with Brolin, that should give you some real positive vibes for NIP's future, right? That's what the team has to be based on.
Okay, well, seems like they were feigning for an early B play, wanted to expend some of the utility from Cloud9. Probably recognize also that Cloud9 wouldn't have perfect nades in this kind of round, given that they're going to be going for the full force off the back of a loss. But it doesn't actually bait too much. Cloud9 were pretty comfortable just holding on to that space with their guns out. So minute 20 left, NIP, they have that short water space, and Cloud9 have really slowed down any potential attack.
And it feels like NIP are happy to just wait this one out just a tiny bit. They still have quite a lot of utility on the T side, so we'll see what they do with it once they get some control. Brolin, wow, he's not even necessarily trying to attack the B bomb side all that much. He's just holding outside a little bit on his own, but that's a strong start. And looks like there could be another one. He sees the shoulder and he's able to take down Axile. Don't know if Axile realized, but Hetrick definitely aware of that moment. 3 versus 5 now. And we're down to 40 seconds. Shiro, he's kind of in the right position, but he needs to do something miraculous here. He's got 10 kills overall in the map. He's just going to have to get 3 or 4 in this one for this to work out, and they just flash him out of that position. Config able to drop him in. There's no way back into this one. Nafany and Hobbit, 2 versus 5. Try to walk through the smoke. I mean, I don't know if that's better or worse than what the alternative was. Config to take him down, landing himself at 20 kills, and Hobbit in a 1 versus 5. What a strong map for NIP.
Yeah, I'm pretty shell-shocked here, if I'm being real. This is such a huge victory for NIP to pick up. Hobbit, we'll see what he's able to do. Ooh, tag through the wall. Yeah, shouldn't be able to find anything else in this one. Should be 16, and there it is. NIP, they're able to take away Cloud9's map pick of Overpass. We're going to be headed now to Vertigo to see if the upset can continue. But first, we're going to hear the thoughts of the desk after a break.
The culmination of the
They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The
you
nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up.
He's at the ground.
He's in the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2.
The Ninjas did what we thought might not be possible, and they showed us the true strength But my oh my, I was surprised. My oh my, I did not expect to see Cloud9 struggle so much in the first half. It wasn't even competitive at the beginning.
No, it was strangely easy for NIP to put all these CT rounds to bed. 3-2 scoreline for Cloud9, reset of the CT economy. They should have everything they need. We've touched on it with Mahone as well, like how hard it is to play against Cloud9, how they can mask their default.
Yep.
I don't think much of that really materialized, you know? I think Cloud9 struggled. I think even Hobbit showed some signs of frustration on the webcam as well. He was not getting into duels where he wanted. He couldn't convert the advantages he had. And this was a Cloud9 that looked way more fragile than I thought.
This was the pressure we speak about, though, right? There shouldn't have been any pressure in this game, but when things get frustrating, we saw it, and then we went, well, we thought we were past this.
I guess that's the critique we have of Cloud9 sometimes, that they can be a bit one-dimensional. When you don't have Shiro popping off, you don't have Exile popping off, do they have like a deep enough strat book? Do they have a deep enough constellation of players and way of attacking the game that can still net them rounds? And I think after watching this game, the answer is still no, right? When you don't have individuals popping off of Cloud9, it doesn't feel like the way they're playing Counter-Strike can fulfill that commitment to win more than just 3 buy rounds on a T side like Overpass. I will say it though, NIP played a strong CT side. I think all the players were stepping up. Config had a great start to the game. Broland was popping off. There were so many positives to take away for NIP that we can't only, you know, just look at Cloud9 saying you suck. It was a bit of both.
No, obviously we wouldn't say that. I don't know why.
Only people would say that.
No, I wouldn't say that, but I will say, and you're right, we should not just spit on Cloud9. We should accept that NIP turned around a couple of situations. We have round 19 we can show you guys at home. That's a great example of that. Look at this, 40 seconds on the clock. Hobbit has that very good punch from behind flank. Double kill, gets traded, but Buster is blocking all the offense. So all the defense of Cloud9 is focused on the A side. But now Config is going to come through with a beautiful shot onto Axile, putting him to bed. Issue is, no one is baiting for Axile. What should have been a bait and switch between Nafany and Axile turns into a 1-for-1-for-1, Shiro being found in the bank. This was a 4 versus 3 with information fully acquired for Cloud9, and it looked flawless for NIP. Once again, I repeat, when Axile is in this position, he needs another defender to take a little bit of heat off of him so that he can strike. And that's not what happened. They played too passive, and NIP come back into the round.
It's one of those rounds I call unlosable. When Hobbit is walking up, getting those 2 kills, you have a 4v3, you have Buster in connector. He could have hit a timing as well where he was a bit more aggressive. Fair play for holding it a little bit defensively just to make sure that didn't make the rotation into the B bomb side. But he can tell his teammates that they are coming 100% towards A. They had 3 men stacked up on A side, and yet Shiro was still caught in a rotation in CT spawn. As you said, Exile wasn't baited for on truck, and it just fell completely flat for Cloud9. That was a good execute by NIP, but that was more so Cloud9 completely falling apart, and we don't see that very often with them.
Now, 2 players since the beginning of the tournament that I want to highlight, we spoke about when it comes to the NIP side, was Broland and Rez, not living up to expectations, to their experience, to what we know they can do. Well, Broland, especially in this game, whoever said something to him, whatever changed between the maps, to enable him to do this, that was impressive.
Yeah, it was a flashback from his good old times with the Orc and the Krieg on a map like Overpass. I remember Broland dominating this area where you're going to see him a lot in the highlight package as well. The toilet and the A-bomb side. He used to be so strong with an Orc in his hand, but he's slowly but surely finding his footing with the rifles once again. We were talking about him coming into the tournament, saying that we expected more from Broland. He's been a little bit quiet, but I think so far in this tournament, he's been a huge positive for NIP.
Yeah, he's been. I mean, you look at the amount of multi-kills he's had. I think this highlight is basically only multi-kills. That was another one right here as well. Great from Broland. You have to admit as well, NIP did give him a couple of key positions, right? Rez used to play bathroom on Overpass. Now it's Broland. Rez has been relegated to the B side, so he took a hit for Broland to shine, and at least now he delivered what he had to.
And that's what you want to see as well. And the other thing is Rez is the second string. We all got so excited about him coming off the orb, being back on the rifle, and it's been flat.
It's been a while since we've seen Rez fully live up to his potential. I'm still honestly very disappointed that he hasn't been better ever since he switched back to the rifle. This game, of course, was a good game, and that's what we spoke about coming into the game. You look at the lineup, you look at all the different players NIP has available, they should be good. They should be better than top 18, top 20 in the world where they're laying right now. It's a team with a lot of potential, and you can see it. If Broland's playing well, if Rez is playing well, if Config is playing well, that trio of riflers, you know, that's a lot of firepower. We just haven't seen it all come together at the same time in a very long time, apart from this game. So this is NIP showing us that when they're hitting their strides, when they're playing well together, when the individuals are showing up, they can still beat some of the best teams in the world.
Now, Maniac, I know you'll do a pretty good job of remembering this. So, Pimp, you said something to me about 2 zeros, you know, and that it should 100% be for Cloud9? We see this here. What does it say? 2-0, Cloud9 over Nip, and 2-0, FURIA over EG. Otherwise, I'll do 100 push-ups.
That's a private conversation. That's a private conversation I've had elsewhere than this desk. I feel ratted out.
No, we are bringing green room conversations onto the desk. We have struck a taboo in broadcast. We've passed that now. No one is safe.
Pimp is
he's
never
not going to
safe.
do 100 push-ups now. That'll take us way too long.
We'll give you a bit of time. You know,
We'll give him a bit of time.
FURIA is potentially going to save you at least, but you should at least do 50.
I'll do however many you want.
Oh, wow, okay, I like it. He's always up for a challenge. The challenge, though, now is for the Ninjas because expectations are slightly higher. We go into Vertigo, and Vertigo is supposed to be the absolute home ground. It's the dominant map, and, well, you guys are saying they're one of the best in the world on it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's 100% win rate.
Don't say that word. 100% win rate. Oh, sorry, never mind.
I said the 100% win
That's
rate.
Okay. That's okay.
And also, I would not say I'm going to do 100 push-ups. I would never do that to myself. So I'm not going to put myself in that situation.
Could you do 100 push-ups, Maniac?
I don't think I don't want to, actually.
No, could you do it? Not if you don't want to.
Yeah, over a week, probably. Look at this map win rate, as I was talking about, 100% from Cloud9. NIP have a pretty good number, but what is actually funny is that almost 50% of all the teams that NIP have beaten on Vertigo is OG. They've actually beaten them 3 times in the last 3 months, so there's a bit of a weird data skewing in here, so we have to be careful with the 86%.
Let's play double or nothing. Cloud9 is going to win Vertigo, 100%, because they have a 100% win rate. Or if they're not winning. If they're not winning, I'll do 200 instead of 100.
But if they win, you don't do the 100? Is that what you're saying? If Cloud9 win, you don't do the 100?
Then I'll do half. Then I'll do 50.
Okay, so it's
Take
like
the bet.
half or nothing.
Yeah, half or nothing.
Yeah, but I'm not doing any push-ups. You can do whatever you want. Like.
Yeah. I think Cloud9 is going to be good enough on Vertigo. I said it coming into the game. They are most likely, at least according to my understanding right now, the best team in the world on Vertigo. They've been very consistent. Again, the numbers, the stats speak for themselves. NIP is good, but I feel very comfortable that what we saw from Cloud9 on Overpass, that was a one-off. That was way below their normal level. You don't see Shiro play poor 2 maps in a row. You don't see Exile with 0 to non-impact 2 maps in a row.
Yeah.
So I expect Cloud9 to step up here, and I expect them to win and save my arms.
Are we expecting this to be at least more competitive, though, from Ninjas now? Or was this like, is this going to be, Overpass was just a fluke?
No, I think Cloud9 will set the tone. I think Cloud9 will decide, right? If you have Hobbit stepping up, if you have Exile stepping up, covering both mid and the B side of the map as rifles, I think it might just be the end of the day for NIP. We might just have a quick game, but Cloud9 are the one deciding that.
Cloud9 are the ones deciding, and NIP need to decide their fate. It's all against them once again, and the frustrations will hopefully have gone away from Cloud9, but we'll find out if it's true or not when we get into Vertigo after the break.
Well, here we go. The actions of his the consequence reactions are back. It's Pimp, just absolutely doing the point. What a god! Why is he so good?
Looking tight.
Yeah.
All right, we got the unicorn odds. A little bit more balance has been restored here. 1.47 and a 2.50. Wow, it's getting pretty close.
It is getting kind of close, and for good reason. NIP, I think, proving the haters wrong, including us. It's impressive. I'm happy for them. That's the kind of NIP that I really want to see.
Yes.
Rez playing well, Brolan playing well. Config, he was third in line, but I'm happy. I'll take Rez and Brolan playing that kind of game. That's a good basis. That's enough to make them interesting, to make them competitive, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we've been talking about with this roster, that the rifle trio of Brolan, Rez, and Config is one that has always showed so much promise, but never been fully realized. And that was a map where we actually got that realization. That was the potential of NIP poking out, showing us that there's more than meets the eye with this team. And they pushed Cloud9 to a third. It's Vertigo. This is NIP's usual first pick map, but it's Cloud9's best. And some would consider them the best in the world at it.
And they're gonna have a chance to prove it. They're starting on the CT side. The dualies have come out, and it's actually Hobbit to get the first one. He's got the second set of dualies. Fighting is everywhere on the ramp. It's all out madness, but Hobbit, he's realized my teammates are not quite there with me. I might have to fall back. It's still just a one-for-one trade. Nafany steps away from the double nade. What incredible foresight for him to not just get blown up in that corner. And now the problem for NIP is, do they even check it? Why would you check it now? You think that you've just cleared this? They're kind of still looking, but Config, gotta be real careful back there. What a weird start to the round. Smoke goes up, and yeah, they are gonna check. They hunt him down. It's a good headshot, and still a 3-on-3.
Yeah. Hobbit towards the long side. Presented with an opportunity, seizes it, takes down Headtrick. Now Rez and Config, they're gonna feel forced up to this A bomb site. Could still backpedal, but no, it's Buster that is able to chime in with a kill of his own. Config in the 1 versus 3 might just be looking for the plant here. No, tries to find the swing, and that's going to do it. Hobbit picking up the last frag there. Always felt like Cloud9 had so much position that was going to always make things so hard on NIP's approach.
It definitely looked like there was a moment where Hobbit was swinging deep on the A ramp and nobody was following him. That had me worried, but I think right around here, maybe they are a little bit more there than I was expecting. Yeah, I guess when Shiro dies is when they realize, okay, we've lost a little bit of cover here. But overall, well-played round out of Hobbit. 3 kills for him. And with Cloud9 winning the pistol, they're going to set themselves up to get at least a little bit of a boost at the beginning of the game here. Best in the world, you say, potentially. That's crazy.
You got to think they're up there. Kind of the short list for teams on this map is essentially them and G2. Because Na'Vi and FaZe don't play this map, and those are just the better other teams that are great right now. So, Cloud9 kind of a lot of reasons also to be very strong at this map. The way that Axile can just lock down this B side of the map. Nafany, a constant innovator, or at least he was, towards the A ramp in terms of little micro smoke meta changes.
Yeah.
And then Shiro, just one of the most reliable oppers in the space right now.
Obviously, third team in the world is 9. Well, but,
yeah. Hades also the best Vertigo opper, apparently.
So sick. I think Cloud9 going to be playing 9 if they win this. Is that how the bracket plays out? I can't do the...
Yeah, they're going to face the winner of Big or 9.
Okay, Big or 9. I'm assuming that's 9 already. I'm counting Big out.
You're actually making your bread known already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just super BM. Okay. Nobody dies on the CT side, so fine. Not a problem. A little bit of aggressive move from Axile over at the B-bomb side, but he didn't have much to lose. Third round, though, will be different for sure.
Yeah, this is where NIP have a chance to prove themselves rather early. Don't want to let Cloud9 get ahead of steam on this map. And a couple of MP9s make this pretty tricky for C9. I've seen Nafany up to some shenanigans at this ramp, though, when he's wielding that weapon.
Oh my god, that was quick. Roland is kind of lucky to be alive, but it's going to have to change how he plays. He's just given the AK over to Alexei, I think, instead, and said, you know what, with this kind of health, why not just have the Galil? I'm probably going to die anyway. Yeah, without that leg shot, it's possible that they will try to scale the ramp even further and just try and attack the bomb site a little bit, or at least push Cloud9 back, but that put a really fast end to that idea.
Rez just peeking over. Gonna have a pretty slow approach here. NIP. Roland's got Molly for the long side, which will help. Don't have to worry about the swing from a maniac like Nafany. And so this gives them a safe passage to at least find some footing. And that might be the trap card for Cloud9 right there. Hobbit, Sangl frequently overlooked, and with a nade, all he has to do is collect with a clean spray.
Yeah, he's got Shiro there to warn him as well. Good shot, and he just comes right out. Only the one kill, though. Nafany, like you said, a little bit crazy. MP9 at range. He's going to distract him just a bit. And the legs are showing Buster. Emu with the FAMAS. He's going to be able to get that double kill. That's a fine end to the round. And just a tiny trick there, right? Hobbit, even if it's just the one kill, it's enough to really distract that attack. They can't just smoke off Shiro and keep on pushing. And then they get shot in the back from Nafany.
Yeah, and Buster just took out their kneecaps. Like a true gangster.
It's rough out here.
All right. Well, just good defense overall from Cloud9. Inflicted so much damage earlier in that round. The leg shot, the nade damage. Everyone was softened up once they started approaching that site. And Shiro holding the line against Config. And looks like this might be pretty simple for C9 to find a fourth.
NIP had the upgraded pistols, but again, part of being able to use those Tech-9s is getting close enough to your targets, and when you get shot for the smoke on ramp, then it's not really a fair fight, is it? Nothing much for Cloud9 to do in this round except for just kind of relax.
Yep.
Take it easy up here.
Just hold on. Just keep the crossfire up. Be patient. NIP making it abundantly clear which bomb site they're favoring. Utilities out, and you can see that the defense from C9 is solidifying, and it is impenetrable. 5 alive, not even a single point of damage taken.
If you accept the idea that the cones on this map are like the chickens on Inferno, what do you think about the idea that there are giant cones here, but there are no giant chickens? Like, there's no rooster on Inferno. Could that be a thing? Like, once every 10 rounds, one big rooster spawns instead.
It'd be funny if one had a big head. It's like NBA Jam. Just big head mode, and then it's a chicken walking around with a big head.
There we go. Something to think about.
Oh, Nafany holding the crane angle with an AK. It's pretty bold, and it works out in his favor. 5v4, Roland trying to find some space, but the utility pushes him back. That won't be granted to him so easily. Roland also one of the stronger ramp takers in the space, but not having a game for himself just yet. 0-4. You want to see a competitive bout. Love to see him start to pop off. And there we go. Roland.
Well done.
Taking off the head of Hobbit. And now, Axile getting caught off guard too. Wow, it just feels like in the blink of an eye, everyone from C9 was just suddenly dead.
Yeah, caught sleeping a little bit. Shiro unable to connect with the flick, and he keeps on pushing to go down. Rez will be able to take him out, and wow, yeah, that's unexpected. I was about to give my favorite speech about not getting ramp control on the T side of this map and how devastating it could be to your tactical options for an in-game leader, but turns out it's all good.
Wow, the way he peeks that is so clean, and Rez is keeping up his individual form from the previous map. That is a tough shot, and he nailed him.
Yeah, definitely some frustration.
Oh, look at Shiro in the back there.
Yeah, he's hand gesturing at his monitor like he's talking directly to it and not his teammates. Yeah, timeout called.
That's when you know it's serious.
When the hand gestures come out?
Oh, yeah. Once you start gesticulating, it's over. Only spitting at that point.
It's kind of an early timeout for Cloud9. They've won 4 in a row. They lose that one, but I guess it's more like the fashion that they lost it in. Maybe Groove looking at it thinking, we need some focus back in this round. Something was definitely missing there.
It's kind of hard to read what even was so bad for C9 in that last one, but Brolin, once again, trying to take that space away. Oh, he might have gotten a little bit farther than C9 are ready for. Brolin has a great opportunity, but Nafany's so deep as well. Oh, no way. Brolin felt like he had the upper hand, but it's Nafany that comes out on top. 2 kills for him, and there's still one more player at that ramp. Alexi backs on up, not able to actually find the return kill, so man advantage lies with Cloud9. And NIP, they're wondering what the hell just happened. How did Nafany appear from the shadows and just take our lives and vanish?
Yeah, he took a deep breath and just walked through the smoke and actually shot them in the back. That's very hard to do. You missed that timing by a second, and instead you're going to get shot in the back from the second or third player coming through on the T side. Pretty impressive stuff. Rez and Alexi, probably not possible to recover this round. Again, we've seen it over and over again how Cloud9 are pretty good at slowing down these rounds and not giving a lot of mistakes. Rez has found maybe an interesting position if they can recover the bomb on the other side, but even that's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, that's the big if here. If Rez were to hard clear Axile, things would get really interesting, but Alexi is just taking too much damage, and this mission for the bomb retrieval is proving to be a tough task, and doesn't look like they're even going to really commit to this one. Yeah, Alexi V backing up. He's able to find an op at the very least, and we'll see if Rez gets the kill. Oh, just an inch more, Rez. That's all he needed to go.
He's going to watch the demo back and think, my God, so close. But yeah, save has been called. A bit of a shame. I would have loved to have seen Rez actually find one of these kills just to see what would happen. But we're never going to be living in that world.
This is a round where you just know that Nafany watches a lot of anime.
Go on, elaborate.
I was going to leave that statement as is. Just the way he played this was definitely, shades of Naruto. Just playing around the smokes. Maybe Sasuke actually is the better
for the anime
character.
fans out there.
Yeah.
Typing furiously in the Twitch chat, excited about what's happening.
Yeah. I'd say that in terms of character development, animation, and strong female leads, I think One Piece has the Bible beat.
I need to be caught up on this. The only thing that I've ever seen is Into the Abyss, because Londus was recommending it to me. And I enjoyed that. But I haven't seen anything else. I'm really uneducated.
I think Nafany has a tattoo of a character from Spirited Away. That's a great starting point.
There we go.
To just open you up to the medium and recognize it's not just all teenagers having coming of age stories. It's actually just a deep story about, familial bonds and finding your way in the world too. So great animation too. Miyazaki's one of his finest.
But the recommendations are there.
Yeah, Nafany recommends it right on his arm.
Super, super sick play from that previous round, and I'm sure NIP are going to be worried about those smokes for the rest of the half, wondering if he's in there somewhere lurking. Deep nade. Not that much of an output behind it. Lean towards the A side still for Cloud9. They don't feel the pressure on the B ramp or the B stairs or middle for that matter. So they can kind of keep this 3-man setup until NIP decide to put a little bit more focus on that part of the map.
And they're really sending Brolin on these solo missions, it seems like. Everybody else has been a casualty or almost just falling apart once they try to match Brolin's approach, but Brolin's been getting some decent space by himself. Wants to contest through that smoke. Gotta imagine a flash might come. But no, actually it's just the dry peek. Brolin ready to find that kill. Nafany was hoping for a trade from his teammate behind him, but it doesn't come. So NIP up in a 5 versus 4 now.
They had the flashbang the first go around, but I think all it did was actually flash Nafany. Then they didn't go on it. The second time where they went, they just didn't flash it at all.
Yeah.
Very strange. All right, they're grouped up outside. Brolin's still making noise on the other side of the map, but this is where the real fight's going to be happening. Buster, he's got a smoke, so in theory, he could help out his teammate if they throw a Molotov all the way back. They don't have one even. So this is going to be a raw fight right here. They line up for a huge double, and now the question is, can Axile get a bit more help? They have to clear Axile back here somehow, but they're running out of time. 8 seconds left. What a shot from Shiro. That's round winning. They can't pick up the bomb and plant it any longer. They just have to stay alive. Hobbit just stay out of the range of this AK, and they're going to be fine. Wow, that was a very, very tight shot coming out from Shiro.
Ooh, kill after time. That is really tough to stomach if you're NIP. Felt like you were actually making some headway onto that bomb site, but the time just wasn't with you. Shiro, with that one shot, really just ended the round. Axile as well. Waited for his time to strike and plays this perfectly with his teammate.
That one is huge. The lack of a Molotov to the back of the bomb site, that's a key piece of utility that you always want attacking the B bomb site. They just didn't have it this time. Nafany, he's thinking about it. Social Brolin on the other side. These two are really having their own battle within the match right now.
Yeah, and Config seemingly getting a little impatient. Hasn't had too many opportunities to activate towards middle. And Brolin, oh, nice play. Just right when the smoke fades to push in right there, recognizing Nafany and just throwing the Molotov. And once again, he's winning that duel. So keeps the numbers even for NIP.
Oh, but they're going to be flashing the wins. A lot of people back there. They're just like fish in a barrel. That should have been a multi-spray down. Why was that not a triple kill?
Wow, it was so close to being one. I felt like it was right there. That spray looked pretty good.
They were bumping into each other while flashed.
But Buster, he's taking up this position. This might catch NIP off guard. The relentless pressure from C9 towards this long side. You're not going to expect it. He's pumping the brakes a little bit. He has a lot of utility. Don't usually want to just take a dry fight when you have this much equipped on your utility belt. Smoke could be deployed, nades, flashes, but the exec comes out from NIP, do the double backside sight, and Shiro, he pushes right on through.
They gotta be careful about who's planting the bomb. Oh no, there's still an HE in place, so they really have to worry. It might not even matter. There's the HE I was talking about. Axile coming in from the B side. That's why obviously they get the kills, but even the leg shot there, no matter who's gonna plant the bomb, they were gonna get naded by Axile coming in from the other side. So, unfortunately, they were low on health. Good defense once again, and you did mention it. Relentless aggression. How many people from Cloud9 end up fighting at that A ramp? From NIP, it's got to feel like the whole team is there.
I think a lot of the top teams right now hate retaking A. Just hate it. It's like the least favorite activity of any Vertigo team. And so that pressure to just keep it up, you just want to make sure that you're ending the fight on your own terms, and it's usually not in a retake. 9 does the same thing. They'll just keep re-aggressing, usually on the ramp side, on the left side, but yeah, Cloud9 showing just another variation of that same mentality.
And 9 had a lot of really interesting flanks as well coming through the center of the map where they were actually down below or even walking out of the B bomb site. So I don't know if Cloud9 are willing to do that, but that's obviously another way, I guess, to reinforce that idea. This, once they bump into each other, it just looks like that's going to be the end of it, but good stuff.
Yeah. That spray from Hobbit. Just barely missing the mark. Got to see it back right there. Just every bullet landing a millimeter too far to the right.
Tech9s are out.
Yeah, and Nafany, man, I almost feel like he prefers having an MP9 sometimes because it just emboldens him. He goes down at the bottom of the ramp so quickly. Doesn't really care if he even loses the fight because it'll provide his team with information, but that's when he's actually at his best, when he's just ready to make all these tricky plays. And look at that. One-man army. But Axile, the one contested. Oh! The teaser here already, and he wasn't ready for it. Axile caught off guard. 5v4, NIP finding themselves finally in a favorable position.
That's almost unforgivable. They had the information because of Nafany's play, and yet they just misjudged the timing. They thought they were going to be down there, and they were already running up to the bomb site. Instant bomb plant is all coming through from the NIP side. Alexi, a little bit unfortunate. That actually opens it up. Nafany's going to get one more kill. They're going to try and jump him, and they will be successful as well. 3 versus 3, and the bomb, there is a kit in place. Smoke as well to be put on top. I think they might have failed a little bit, but they get res. I think they can still see them if they're defusing. Might have put up a second one here. Shiro with the shot. They're trying to stop it, and they will be successful. No chance for Hobbit. Great shot for Brolin on the other side, and NIP will find a second round. And a very unlikely one at that.
Yeah, Brolin's been the hero of this game for NIP, barely surviving by the skin of their teeth in that. And this Axile play, it seems so uncharacteristic. You never see him get caught off guard in this kind of fashion, but that pop, it was ferocious from Ninjas, and they were able to take so much space away.
And that smoke really was not quite on the bomb.
No, yeah. It just kind of ticked the molly and actually was not dead center where they wanted it on the bomb.
which could have played a part in that last one, but great stuff from Brolin. He's saving NIP at the moment, or at least trying to. Orb versus Orb here is Hetrick. He's got the right lineup, and he's got the quicker trigger as well this time.
Wow, I kind of can't believe Alexi didn't swing there earlier. Could have prevented this op from falling into another player's hands, but yeah, I mean, technically he didn't know that it was an op, so maybe just a little bit hesitant. Still, things are looking pretty good for NIP, and they're looking even better after that. Brolin, touchdown onto Nafany.
Yeah, Orb being wheeled into position. Buster gonna try and go a little bit further out. Find that one.
He was a secondary for VP.
Yeah, we know we get to it. But that's a quick reaction from NIP. They probably identify this point. That might be the only real threat in the round. Not the best spray that I've ever seen, but it got the job done at the end, so we'll let it be.
Yeah, that was a... Oh. Okay. Hetrick really wanted to hold that line, but Buster was already there. Not too much to be done this round for Cloud9, other than some damage. If they can keep the economy low, then NIP always faced against the potential reset. But yeah, this will be a third round for NIP. And it was feeling pretty stompy for Cloud9, like they were really just going to run away with this one, but a couple consecutive rounds being won by the offense here keeps this interesting.
Yeah, it's kept the door open for NIP to get back into this first half, even if I agree it did look like it was going to go horribly wrong. Config exiting far away from the bomb site. He was low on health. Oh, that's interesting. Molotov on top. Still, that bomb zone is very, very light compared to, well, most of the maps, so they're not going to be really forced into anything crazy. But it's a nice attempt anyway. You can appreciate it.
Yeah, if you're able to find a kill, you're going to be pretty happy about the results there. But NIP, they're bringing this one back.
Yeah, Hobbit is doing a lot of talking here. Leading into the next round. 7-3 the scoreline. It's not ideal for NIP, not yet. But look at the money for Cloud9. This could be one of those crucial rounds that sets up NIP to actually have a great first half.
Yeah, if they win this, you can expect a following round to come. Double stack towards middle. Very strong position for the CTs to be holding. No real way that Config should be winning this fight. But Hetrick has a molly. That should just be for construction, though, so... Oh, no. Actually, no, it is for the boost.
Wow.
Good bounce, actually.
Yeah, going to be canceling that one out. And kind of resumes to normality after that. About a minute on the clock here. Another Molotov going to be sent, this time landing towards the wrong side.
Yeah, Nafany's not really playing to swing on the long side, but this is still just a necessary precaution when you're taking ramp space late. Usually would expect it to be thrown in conjunction with a flash to flash anybody off the ramp angles. And there is the utility. So... NIP, they're speeding up off of this. 35 seconds left, and it looks like they've already committed to this.
Look at Shiro. He's pushed in front of the smoke. It's so aggressive. It's an all-in. And he's going to be going down. Brolin with the second kill. Taking out Nafany. And Bomb now being brought onto the site as well. 18 seconds left. They're not wrong. There is somebody in there, but it's a bit awkward.
Oh, what?
Hobbit's over here trying to take the fight. That's now 1 versus 1, but Hetrick, he comes out on top. If he dies... I don't think they win the round. It would have to be a very, very tough one-on-one for NIP at the end there, but well done. That's a lot of confusion. That's NIP attacking both bomb sites at once, and hard for Cloud9 to figure out what was actually going on.
It felt like that happened in such quick succession that Cloud9 didn't even rotate over yet. They still had players towards B, and this was a bit confusing that nobody moved from Cloud9, but the fact that it's that tense at the end of it all, I think NIP are feeling pretty fortunate about that. Yeah, you can see the way that DJL reacts, almost kind of confused that C9 was still in position at B, and yet relieved that his team was able to win. Okay, flash set up there towards the bottom of B main. Hobbit doesn't seem to spot anybody. Maybe we caught a glimpse of somebody, but that's a great smoke to block off that position. And Brolin, once again, is just on the solo missions towards ramp, and finally Nafany takes him down. And that is a lot of space given up in the blink of an eye for the Ninjas.
kind of awkward. Obviously, they didn't peek the corner. They don't know that there's nobody else on the A ramp right now. If they do, they could pick up the rifle, and they could probably start to gravitate towards this B side. You could see they are building the courage right now on the Cloud9 side. They're starting to get everyone into place, and they're going to realize now, yeah, there's nobody else on this ramp. So they know, and they are rotating back very, very swiftly. AK has been recovered, and Buster is down on the flank. So NIP, they have their work cut out. They have all the weapon advantage, but man, positionally, they're in trouble here. Hobbit ready with the CZ, but he's going to get run down. Mac 10 probably the best weapon they're going to have to enter with. Look at how much work Alexi is doing. That's the point in time where you want that Mac 10 over any AK or anything else. Great work with it. Nice cleanup for NIP. They made that look easy.
This is looking scary for Cloud9. I'm just going to put that out there. We've seen now on consecutive maps, Cloud9 have the better macro understanding of where the round is headed, and yet NIP are able to fight out of some pretty dire situations. This time around, NIP obviously had a huge firepower advantage. It was just pistols, practically speaking, on C9 side, but it's starting to feel like NIP are believing.
It is. They're beginning to believe. Alexi making the charge again with a Mac 10. He's got the right idea and confidence there to back him up. Shiro, he was hiding behind the sandbags, but he never had a chance to do anything. One good flash over, and this is going to be a problem. We'll take the HE over the flash, I suppose. Alexi destroys Nafany, and it's a 3-on-3 with a health advantage favoring Cloud9. But again, they're attacking the other side of the map as well. Oh, Rez. Good spray this time to take down Axile, and the Molotov to try and contain Hobbit. He's ready to take that tap fight if he wants. Rez, he's got all the confidence in the world, and now he's got the backup as well. Look at how crisp he is.
That is such a tough fight for Hobbit. Fighting over the default boxes is always so much more favorable for the T-side player there. Buster, yeah, no hope in hell there. Taken down, and NIP are on fire. On Vertigo, T-side versus C9's defense. I can't believe this game has turned to where it is.
No, it's impressive. It really is.
That push from Rez, too. Just such confidence. You know you're running into Axile, but feels like they have a read now of how Axile likes to play some of these mid-late rounds, where he hangs out around construction for such a long time, lingers there, and then, yeah, it's a favorable duel, generally speaking, if you catch him like that.
Oh, Nafany, you mentioned it earlier, sometimes he does favor having that MP9 just to be able to go aggressive. He's going to get caught by Brolin, who's again coming out on top. And he's ready for anyone else. Hobbit's up there.
Oh,
Brolin
wow.
Just keep on doing this work. Imagine how much that's worth for Brolin to get those kills.
Oh, it's just fantastic. Yeah, 5 versus 3, and to take down 2, using the same spot twice. Oh, you just love it.
We've really been riding NIP, and now they're playing better. Do you think we can take credit for it?
I think we're the only ones who have casted an NIP game for the last 3 weeks.
I feel like that's true.
Yeah. We caught pretty much all of what they did at Pro League, and now we're getting this too.
And we've been bullying them?
Yeah, the whole time.
And it's worked.
Yeah.
I think we deserve some credit.
That's why I'm toxic to my teammates.
Exactly.
Yeah, just play better. Dude, hit your shots.
Nobody wants to hear that, so, you know, then they play better.
Yeah.
This is great.
Negative reinforcement works.
Axile and Shiro. They're feeling that. They're feeling that right now. About to tie up the scoreline, 7-7. Again, playing the T side of Vertigo. NIP in a prime position right now. How's Cloud9's T side, would you reckon, on this map?
I mean, it's good, but it's their CT side is usually where they make their bread. They butter their bread.
Not margarine.
No.
But real butter.
Yeah, just definitely the real stuff. Some real unsalted Irish sweet cream.
Wow.
Yeah. Kerrygold all the way, baby.
You got the branding.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. All right. Well done.
I almost strictly buy Irish butter now.
That's when you know. That's when you know.
Shouts
you're
out
living.
Dinko.
You're living the model lifestyle. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You care about exactly the kind of butter.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
do a blind taste one day. We'll see if we can get you. You know.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I could make it happen. Okay, Shiro, opening pick. This is what Cloud9 needed. They have really been falling apart in the last 6 rounds, but Shiro wants to set him on the right track moving into the second half. Brolin, though, he's been doing such a great job at this ramp, and now he's triangulated the position of that CT player. Hobbit, he's got to step carefully. Doesn't want to give anything up for free, and the molly will dissuade Brolin.
Yeah, I think the smoke was fading in Brolin's back as well, so he didn't feel too comfortable sticking around. Again, he's doing a lot of that work basically on his own. Exile, a little bit forward. HE, not really going to do that much. Molotov maybe could, but I don't know where. Yeah, I guess it just went a little bit too shallow. Looked like it was going to be on target. But the 4 on 5 continues.
Yeah, there's some decent damage inflicted, and NIP, they've made their presence known at B, so this should actually lock in these 2 defenders in Buster and Axile. If NIP call for a late A swing, then this is going to be pretty hard on the rotations for C9.
Oh,
that's...
It's rolled right off the building, hasn't it? That has to be one of those rolling grenades.
Wow. Okay, yeah, NIP, they're making their way back towards A. As you can see on the radar, there's still 2 people at B, so it's going to be a pretty tough hold for C9. Hobbit here at triple, and he's instantly taken out. Alexi finds the headshot, and Brolin's taking so much space. Oh no, Shiro still able to react in time, although Nafany's presence has been taken care of.
They also planted towards the CT side. I don't even understand what's happening. That looks crazy. Let's see if it works out for them. Rez and Config are still alive, and a good headshot. Config's going to hit a banger as well. And Axile, I don't know what you could do. You don't have the kit or anything. It is planted kind of for you, but still, he seems to be very, very confused about what's going on. He's looking for it. I think now he's finally realized what's going on. They're going to tap the bomb, but this bomb plant position is so scary.
Oh, what? Yeah,
I don't know what's going on. Why did they plant the bomb here? That's going to come back to bite them. That's an 8th round for Cloud9. And absolutely unforgivable. That's a shock. We're going to need a time to recover. Second half is coming right up.
My name is Blameth, and I'm playing for Complexity.
Hey guys, I'm Config, playing for Team Complexity.
I had a situation pretty recently, honestly, when I was playing in a Blast tournament. And we were playing against Vitality, and it was the last round of regular time, so I guess the score must have been 15-14. And what happened was that
Really hard to hear the different sound the further you are away from the bomb. So my teammate Rush, he made me believe that it was upper when it was lower. And then when I went up the vent, I was like, no way, like my teammate is lying to me, like it has to be under. And when I went down and opened the door, I got instant owned because I had to rush the bomb.
I don't know, like in the end it was just like a stress situation, I guess, and like a must-win round, and then the sound just betrayed us a little bit.
That was pretty rough. It was a rough moment. We lost against the team. We should have won the match, but we lost because of it.
Behind.
Fine.
Ramp. I'm low.
Wait.
We can pick him together. I'm going behind him.
Wait. Just hide wood on you.
You're alone, Alex.
Right side.
Holding heaven for you. I'm behind him.
Oh, they're coming.
He's holding me. Oh my god.
Let's get him.
A lot
Nice.
AC coming.
Yeah.
Maybe he
Just
has a
go,
flash. I'm so low. Just check.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
just
checking.
stay later,
The smoke bomb.
Yeah.
It's bad smoke, they're bad smoke. Wait, done swing for me soon. Wait, 3, 2, 1, swing.
Oh, picking low speed. Nice, Luda.
Nice.
Take
Nice.
Nice, Lou, you're so good. I told you it's gonna work. It's not going to
Nice.
DJL told him it was going to work, and it did. Brolin with a sensational first half, but still the lead lies in favor of Cloud9, 8-7. These teams showing that Vertigo is the decider between the both of them, the ultimate decider. Usually we're saying that's Inferno.
Yeah.
But these teams love this map.
It's been really sick. I'm really pleasantly surprised by NIP. I love the call at the end as well. They noticed the bomb was not smoked before they actually started fighting it, which is super important. A little bit of a goosh onto head trick and a Molotov in the corner to clear it out. So yeah, he's under some pressure, but he still has the USP. You can still get some fancy headshots going. And look at this, Cloud9, they're putting some speed behind this one. They've got the wall of smokes up. They're putting the bomb down, or at least faking it on the other side. Probably baiting out some nades. NIP, they kind of invented the triple nade onto the bomb planter, so I can understand why they want to be a little bit careful about that. But no grenades are coming, and now it's a full-on 5-on-5 after plant, where NIP also have some smokes.
Yeah, they should be able to smoke the bomb, smoking the long side, couple options here. And yeah, that's exactly how they place those. This is going to be a pretty difficult hold for Cloud9 because that flash is perfect. Rez with the opener, but Shiro still holding the line with the P250. Couple kills for him, but the bomb site is being swarmed. Buster waiting right behind the smoke. He's got the lineup ready to go, and that's going to be it. Cloud9 to take the pistol round. There is nobody there. Head trick all the way back towards B.
Wow. Buster's only mission is just to stare into the smoke with a Glock waiting for it. Which, to be honest, seems a little bit silly, but when you see how it works out and how many rounds could be lost to those smoke defuses, especially in pistol rounds, it makes sense.
Wow. Really labored there from Shiro, but still able to get the job done. 9-7, NIP on the save should be a 10th for C9. Single smoke for Alexi. I'm not sure what that's for, but we'll find out what his plan is. Actually, he already threw it. It looks like he just wanted to smoke ramp immediately.
Yeah, that was his dream. Mission accomplished, I suppose.
I'm not sure how you play off that. Cloud9, they're making a lot of noise, and NIP are reading that as a fake. They think that it's all for show, and they're going all in on the B stack.
And I suppose it could also be the smoke of the ramp. They're saying, let's smoke ramp and run B and just hope that for whatever reason they decide to go pretty quick on the B ramp. They're not going to be right about that. They're not going to find anyone out here.
Yeah, the smoke is so unconventional that it makes the T's second guess it.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute. Bomb is here. If they're quick, if they find Buster, it could be funny.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Oh. And he's out of there. Okay. It's close.
Almost a moment for comedy, but didn't turn out that way. So 10 rounds on the side of Cloud9 here. 10-7. NIP forced into a slower start, losing the pistol. And the real question, I think, will be, you know, also what will the CT defense be like? You've generally been hyping up their CT sides. Is it true on this map as well?
I would say that it is. Not gonna... I think that C9's T side should be enough to deal with it, but I think we're in for a close one, Anders. I think we're in for a pretty good end to the series. Competitive one. Hobbit, nice shots. Should be fine, though. Can still survive with 23.
Hobbit's been doing very well. He's up to 17, out-fragging Shiro and everybody else on that side.
Yeah, about looking at the stats last few months for NIP, CT side just about equal with the T side. It's within 1%, so whatever they can do on one side, they should be able to replicate on the other.
Yeah, we need to see that from NIP, and they're gonna have a crack at it pretty soon. Definitely still impressed. I mean, I think everyone in a little pick'ems game we've got going on picked Cloud9 for this one.
Yep.
But I mean, if we could put a level of confidence behind it, I would have been so confident that Cloud9 win this 2-0, just from what I've seen from NIP so far. So the fact that we're on a third map and they're still very competitive is, I'm really impressed. And now they have to follow it up. They have to follow through on what they've shown so far. Rez and Brolin are still the two main engines, each of them at 13 kills. They probably need a third player to join. Just a little bit more.
Okay, Exile using the one-way, wants to take a duel, but before he gets set up, Rez goes for the peek. That's really bold, but he recognizes that timing is available to him, and Brolin's still holding on to so much ramp control. This puts Cloud9 into a very tough position where you're either going to have to pinch with this mid lurk from Hobbit, or it might just be lights out for the round.
Exile, they don't have any nades really on the CT side. That's maybe one of the slightly weird positions here. If to try and stop and sort of slow down any attack onto the B bomb side, that might be something that they're going to be lacking. Obviously still requires Cloud9 to actually get the entry that they're looking for, but if they do that, maybe NIP will be in a little bit of trouble. Rez playing all the way in the back. They have the Molotovs. They can clear out some of these positions, and they will. Forcing him forward, and they run right through. No head armor as he just gets destroyed by the MAC-10. Config's on the other side of the AC, and he's going to be swinging wide for that one. Way too wide. Shiro with the double. And just like that, at 15 seconds left, they're going to go for the bomb plant. Head trick. He wants to try and stop this round, but he can't. Buster is there, holding it and bodyguarding that bomb plant. Brolan is going to have to walk away from this one. 11 on the side of Cloud9. That was about as good as it could have possibly got from them on the B-bomb side.
Oh, yeah. Flashes were good. Rez even found a good position, but without head armor, so vulnerable to that charging MAC-10. Couple players from NIP foregoing the helmet, and were punished for that.
It's a building site, Mao. You need the helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
It's mandatory. I think you get fired if you don't.
I think that is actually exactly according to regulations.
Usually MAC-10s aren't the problems, but, you know. You never know. 11-7, 4-round gap. Super unfortunate. You know, with that opening kill from Rez, really, really good timing, obviously. Follow up here. Ooh. Big move.
Yeah, like the config wide swing felt pretty uncalled for, I will say. Just want to take a little peek usually. But, you know, config, he swings for the fences. That means you either hit the home run or you strike out, and that one is not going to help his batting average.
No, it's been a tough game for him, right? At least this third map. 6 kills overall. And you're right, that did feel like if he plays it more cool, then they can group up and, you know, do the retake at more even odds. Definitely a chance there. They're back to pistols. They've got the 1M4 on Brolin and not much else. Very, very deep nade and a follow-up. Okay. Not exactly a fair fight, but who really wants to fight fair? The whole name of the game is to try and make it as unfair as possible.
Exactly. Always trying to carve out an easier path to a victory. And Brolin on top of the boost had an opportunity for a multi-frag there, but couldn't quite hit the spray. And Cloud9 quick to clean up that mess on that A side of things. 12-7, and they're looking great on this offense. This game is slipping away from NIP.
It really is. Not a single casualty for the T side in that round. So, you know, normally we care a little bit more maybe about the CT side economy, but for the T's to build up a bank as well means even if NIP figure out some of the defense here, they're going to have to fight for quite a few rounds, which could be painful. AWP on the side of Head Trick, though, and Nafany back at it again versus Brolin. This fight is continuing in the second half, and Nafany comes out on top. I don't know who's been winning that more, but that's a huge one.
Yeah, that's the biggest matchup of this. I'd love to see that broken down in the post-game. Just who is getting the better of whom at ramp, because both of these guys have been taking huge cracks at each other. And yeah, Head Trick couldn't even get that op into the fray of things just yet. There we go. What a shot. That is nice stuff from Head Trick. And now he's able to lock down this position by himself. This is going to give NIP a real shot to bring this round back. They have a lot of information right now, and they should know where the offense from Cloud9 is moving because of it.
That was an interesting flick. Bomb's still all the way back in T4 more or less, so nice little spray, 50 seconds. Axel able to take care of Rez. And he's just going to be moving forward. Config, he wants to be the hero. Failed it once, but in the meantime, while that's happening, they've actually made their way through the middle. And Alexi gets shot at the back. Config, he's up here, but no idea where to go. Buster is going to be there to spot him and had the crosshair and the speed to pick him up. Now it's just Hetrick. This is a super confusing round.
They lost track of middle.
Yes, they
NIP.
really did.
They didn't have any eyes on it, and Cloud9 just walked out. I can't believe that. I felt like NIP should have known that it had to be mid or B, and now Hetrick doesn't even keep the op moving forward. That is a bit of a disaster for NIP. Feeling like when the pressure's on for this team, sometimes the comms get a little bit odd for the Ninjas. Sometimes angles are overlooked, held twice by the same people, and that is a big hole that not a single person had their eyes on.
Yeah, the sun is really set here on DJL. You can tell it's the start of the game. It's all bright, but now it's a little bit murky in that room. And maybe the atmosphere is as well. A timeout has been called. 3rd out of 4 that they have. And this second half, they have never really got up and running. They haven't even found some of the basics.
They haven't even won a round. This is nice from Hetrick, but it was really the only thing to go the way of NIP. This duel, Axile and Rez, is just so favorable for the T.
Think about some of the early success that Cloud9 had defending this A ramp when they were on the CT side. NIP should be inspired by that to try to do something similar. Where they have rifles, obviously, it's a little bit easier. But just winning that A ramp fight is so important. They're going to try and go deep with it, but there's a lot of people here to receive them. Hetrick eventually zoned out in that corner, and they're so aware that if they're going to be aggressive on one side, they just as well could be on the other side of the map. Axile, he's got the right read. And there's so much time to wait. Find Config as well. Oh, that's so much time waiting just to get blown up.
Yeah, he was holding that angle pretty comfortably, but just a perfect peek from Rez.
I feel for him, you know?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's always just these one little kills that NIP find that make you just recognize that they are tier 1 players, but it's just that the team cohesion is not always there for NIP. It seems like these certain halves, they just go completely missing.
Yeah.
Unit.
I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. If you just have Brolin and Rez playing well, then they, even if they don't win the map, they shouldn't go missing. It's that missing part that's painful, right?
Yeah, it could just all fall apart, it seems like. Okay, we'll see. You wanted that A-ramp contest. Brolin, so vicious with it, just peeks right on down. And another one to add to the tally of how these two players have been brawling against each other.
This could get scary. He's going to see the boost coming, but somehow he's not ready. I don't know how that works. He had the read. He saw the bottom of the boost. He even adjusted his crosshair for it and still got out-dueled. Now, grenades, Molotov on top, and Config has to use that smoke right away to stay alive.
Yeah, that just feels like such a wasted opportunity from Rez. He knew that player was there, and if they're there, they're sure sometimes they'll swing right, and you have this weird fight through the rafter, but a lot of times it's to assemble the boost.
There's nobody middle again for NIP.
Oh,
and
no.
if Cloud9 realize they could do a lot here, Hobbit's just holding this, ready and waiting. If they lose all right. I think Brolin's back to taking a peek in there, so that's at least something. Molotov's going to be following it up. Let's see if they're going to be ready for it, NIP. There it is, and Hobbit will get the kill. It's real clean work. Alexi, I don't know how he got that. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble, but a good little flick. 30 seconds left, and the bomb is being brought over this way. It is going to be a B attack here. And Buster, very patient as well. Alexi goes down. Brolin, he gets caught. Buster just one step ahead of him this time. And Hetrick, not much you could do in this one.
Wow, this has been just such great work from C9. Oh, wow, okay.
All right.
Just whipped him out of the server.
Exile looked like he even took a second sort of crouching and he wanted to jump scare him.
Yeah, it's like he wanted to one-tap him or something, just lining up the shot a little bit longer, but yeah, don't let Hetrick have that moment.
15 on the side of Cloud9 as they are 1 round away from sending NIP packing, which most people expected, but I feel like this is even more frustrating, right? Because NIP really showed today what this team could be all about and just what kind of Counter-Strike they could be playing. And they did all the way up until the second half here. That's where things started to fall apart.
Yeah, this is a game where for NIP, even though you're going to walk away a loser, more than likely, you should be happy about the fact that you've shown these signs here where you were able to put quite a few rounds on the board in ways that have been difficult for them in the past. The overpass win in particular, very, very commendable stuff from the Ninjas. It's just that haven't really seen that across a whole series. Like, to beat Cloud9 on overpass, it's not something that a lot of teams can say they've done.
Hobbit is at 23 kills. That might also be a big part of the story. We've been talking a lot about Nafany and that A-ramp versus Brolin, but definitely Hobbit's also been helping out quite a bit. Shiro starts the round getting shut down. Again. And yeah, it's another trade. Brolin versus Nafany.
Just wish there were any gun other than a FAMAS.
Yeah, he would have had it.
2 HP. Crosshair was a little bit off, so I'm not going to entirely blame the gun. But 3 versus 3, and this felt like it was going to be a round for NIP, but Cloud9 once again clawing their way back into it. Still a lot of utility, but Brolin, he's holding the line with the op. Do not see him wield this weapon too often.
You don't see Hobbit doing it either, and he's picked up one on the other side. Okay. NIP yet to win a round in this second half. This is looking like one of their best opportunities. 50 seconds. They're kind of in the right position. They could draw Rez back to try and help out. Him and Roland need to buy a little bit of time. Config's quite far down on those B stairs, so I don't know. He's going to be far away. Roland with a jump up. They might need to hold it. I don't think Config's going to be here by the time this round expires. All right, now he's legging it. Axal and Buster, 25 seconds. And look at how they're waiting. They're just waiting for NIP to make the mistake. One little step up, and maybe that's it. 19 seconds. Axal picks up the 1 kill. Gotta be careful, though, on the other side. Axal keeps it going and gets the headshot, taking out Config. What a sequence to end it. Oh, man, they gave them all the space, and NIP got a little bit too curious, and then they got blown up.
Yes, and Axile, of course, very fitting for him to close it out. And we're going to have the deaths to close out this series and wrap this one up.
Just like we expected, Cloud9 were able to take it over the line when it comes to Vertigo. But it was certainly a fight. There was certainly more from NIP than at least what you expected. You thought it would be a 2-0?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 2-0, yeah, but I guess on this map, you know, Vertigo, I got exactly what I expected. Again, Cloud9, miles ahead of NIP. I was impressed with NIP on Overpass. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike, but coming into Vertigo, we kind of sensed that they needed to overperform once more. And as we said, when is Shiro going to have 2 bad maps in a row? It's just not going to happen. He's too good as an individual player, and he was the one helping Cloud9 to knock these guys home.
I want to say one thing, though, right, is that we should give NIP a bit of credit in this first half. They were 7-1 down, and they did battle back. They showed they weren't just going to get completely rolled over. That's a positive, right?
I agree with you. I think all the cards were set for like a 13-2 or 12-3 C9 defense. Then I think a couple of clutches went the way of NIP. It gave them a little bit of fire, a little bit of oxygen for that fire to be burning. But then I have to also say maybe Cloud9 got a little complacent. There were a couple of rounds where duels were taken by Nafany on A, by Hobbit as well. They were a little disjointed. So just maybe Cloud9 saw this game being over before it was. But you could definitely see once we moved on to the second half, everybody was reset and we were on track for a good T-half.
I do want to talk about Hobbit as well, because there was the frustration from Overpass was there, and it was turned into frags, but it was also then sometimes overforcing the issue.
It was the willingness to fight from Hobbit. I feel like every time we were looking at his point of view, he was just hunting down people. He wanted to fight, and he wanted to force the fight. And I I think Hobbit is a somewhat balanced player who can be aggressive, who can be defensive, but in this game, he was out there for blood. He wanted to fight, and he was forcing the issue time and time again, and with great success as well.
Yeah, he was angry, and I could definitely see some of that eagerness to sort of seek revenge for Overpass. Like, he was on a mission. Like, he wanted to be vindicated. Overpass really angered him, and then he came in here with the intention to fight, and I think as soon as he found a couple of the multi-kills that we have on our screen, you see the scoreline as well, it was 4-0, it fueled him. And he thought, okay, well, you know what? Things are going my way. I'm actually having a little bit of success after this horrifying second map, where screw this, I'm going in, I'm taking all the duels, I'm fighting everywhere. And yes, when you're in that zone, sometimes you just over-exceed, you over-peak. He did that a couple of times. It was still an excellent map from Hobbit.
Yeah, you're allowed to do it, and I like to see a bit of aggression from a man that's normally so happy with everything, you know? So throw some of that ferociousness in there. I do want to touch on Exile a little bit, though. The fact that it's actually, I don't care about his score. It's a good sign that they don't need him to be up there all the time with Shiro.
That's usually how it goes for Cloud9. I think that's a point of conversation we had a lot of times, where you need two of the three to do well. You need Hobbit and Shiro, or you need Exile and Shiro, and vice versa, right? You just need two of those three to do well, and then you're in a good spot. So yes, Exile, individually speaking, in this game, didn't have a great showing for his standards, being maybe one of the best riflers in the entire world for the past couple of years. Didn't really live up to that expectation in this game, but I'm sure he's got to bounce back as well. He's rock stable, and sometimes it must be nice as well to be the star of a team and still win without playing well.
Definitely, and you know who compensated for that? Buster had an excellent series.
Yes.
Like, much better than what we, prior to the game, would be ready to give him. Okay, he's the glue. He's the fourth player. He's going to have a couple of odd clutches here and there, but super sharp. He had a couple of these entries on the B side as well, when they launch him with the MAC-10, where arguably an IP might have made the mistake of not buying a Kevlar. That's a different, or a helmet. That's a different conversation, but he had a few of these really sharp entries. We're like, God damn, like, Buster can play like that.
But I'm glad you said sharp, because that's exactly what we said going back onto the first games we saw from Cloud9.
Absolutely. We need him. We need him to be sharp, and it's not supposed to be only at the end of the round in a 1v1. And I think once Buster exceeds that input, that becomes something quite new for Cloud9. If he can be one of the substitute that goes into the triangle of Hobbit, Exile, Shiro, which is the triangle we always refer to. Yeah. If suddenly he can chime in and say, listen, Exile, you're having a bad game on Vertigo? I got you, my man. Like, I got you. I'm ready. I'll step in. I don't think Inters could do that. Inters was more of a finisher, and he would close the round. But what if Buster can actually step up and be some of the stars here and there?
Could be exactly what Cloud9 need. Well, we're going to find out what Hobbit's thinking, though, as they're now one step closer to making it to Washington.
So, Hobbit, congratulations. We're going to see Cloud9 in the grand final. You had like a pretty good start in the first half, but then all of a sudden, NIP started to get those rounds. Was there even a moment when you kind of started maybe like self-doubting yourself?
I mean, they played really well, to be honest. Sometimes I can see that they're losing for like to the teams tier 2, maybe tier 3, but their mindset, they're like their playstyle is for tier 1. I'm pretty sure about that. Just because the macro game, what they're playing is really well.
And what about Overpass? Because that's the map you decide to pick, and you're gonna struggle to get those rounds on the T side. Were they just reading you?
I mean, no, it's at this part, I'm gonna say it's about us. We just play very chaotic CS, which we usually, we're not playing the CS. It sometimes happens just because they just overload us by economy, by some aggressive moves, and by some attacks, and we just start to do some stuff which we really not doing usually.
We saw a few tactical timeouts, and usually during those, the whole team would be silent, and we could see on the background that Shiro was super emotional. He was showing a lot of things with his hands. What exactly was he telling to the team?
I don't remember exactly. Due to the pause, usually everyone is talking. Everyone.
Yeah, because
the group mostly talking on pauses because it's his time, the first of all, yeah. So after, anyone can recommend, but I don't remember exactly this part which you're saying.
Well, it's always good to hear from Hobbit. And in
can you hear from Hobbit?
Again. It's tough. I feel bad for Hecker in them situations. I've been in them myself
Very
before.
Professional.
You're like, okay, I kind of got what he's saying. I'm half there. We'll try and work it out.
You have to interpret.
In terms of what he's saying, in terms of communication, everything right, you do see this from them. It's not just Nafani talking the whole way. They all have a bit of a say in the matter.
Feels like it's always been like that in Cloud9. I think Shiro has grown into a personality within the team that is taking more and more responsibility. And we always highlight that with an AWP player, you got to be able to take matters into your own hand. If you want to go somewhere and go for a play, you got to communicate that to a teammate. You got to take charge. And it does feel like Shiro is growing up right now within that team. And he's the man that is sort of controlling the CT sites in terms of where he's going for peaks.
And Hobbit can do that as well. So if you're Nafani, you have at the very least 2 voices that can help. And from where I was standing in Katowice, I saw Buster as well being vocal about what the hell was needed to be done in his area. Not that I can understand the vocabulary, but I could see like how he was gesturing with his teammate, like, listen, like this is what's happening. So if you can balance these voices and it doesn't become overcrowded, then suddenly you have a good recipe.
That's exactly what you need. Communication is the key to success. We're going to take a look at our teams left here in the European Showdown. And, well, just 3 remain. Cloud9 have booked their spot to the final. We'll see that on the brackets. And Big and 9 will go head-to-head because we are almost there. Just 2 more days remain, and we'll be crowning the first EU team going to Washington here through the Showdown, then on to the Americas. But we've got some more games to come, and we're moving in to a bit of yeehaw ourselves, all the way to the Americas side of things. Complexity taking on Imperial, then EG going up against FURIA, but that'll be soon after the break.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
It's over to the Americas here at the Spring Showdown, and this is a matchup that you're getting ready for. He's definitely ready for, and I cannot wait to see go down because it is always a brawl. It is always a battle between our next two teams, as we have already said goodbye to both Nouns and MIBR. These are the remaining teams to face it off, and today we are blessed with two North American matchups, and this first one, we should start with one sadly negative point that takes away a bit of the hype of the game though, right? Because Complexity will be without Halzerk for this game in terms of he's
there, right?
There, but he's not going to be there with Ping.
He's
be there, struggling and lagging behind.
So Halzerk had to stay in Europe, right?
Yeah.
He had that information coming out of the Complexity clan. So basically what Halzerk is going to do is what I used to do 20 years ago, which is play in 56 kilobytes with 150 ping. Because ladies and gentlemen, that's how I used to play Counter-Strike 20 years ago when I had to make a choice, telephone or internet in the house.
Yeah,
my mom wanted to do a phone call, I had to stop playing.
Now, I know some people might say, ping only matters so good. As an AWPer trying to do this?
Trust me. I have my worst game ever recorded in Team Liquid with 120 ping against some Brazilian team, and I've been mocked ever since by that community. So yes, Halzerk is going to be in for a rough run. 120 ping. 120 ping, especially with the AWP going up against Fallen, who's in form right now. It's not looking likely for Halzerk to succeed here, I'm not going to lie.
And look at this. This is the last matchup they had. This is back at EPL, and Halzerk was the man in the very top running for the team. He was doing the dirty, doing the damage onto Imperial.
Yeah, he was lights out, and we have to say that historically speaking, Imperial versus Complexity has always delivered good games. 2 series recorded, and all of them going the distance, and all of them going multiple overtimes on the last map. And it's true that Halzerk was the shining light, the beacon of light for Complexity on that last series. And overall, I think he's ascending to a greater level is directly connected to Complexity's better results. I think their run in Katowice, beating the likes of ENCE, beating the likes of Mouse, teams that I would have put above, it still is a result for them. They're still, I think they were picking up steam, and that's a little bit of a shame that it came to an early close in Pro League.
Yes, it is a bit of a shame for sure. But I will say when it comes to this Complexity, we've seen positive signs from them since the start of this year. They've been grinding it out back here when it comes to being in the spring groups, then going into Katowice. This team showed us that they are not just a team to come in and win a game here and there and then drop off the face of the earth.
No, I think they've been competitive. You know, we talk about Halzerk, and yes, he's elevated his level. The man in the middle right there, Grim, has been a superstar for Complexity. That's a guy who's telling the rest of the world that if you need a rifler right now, look at me. If you're a European team and if he's willing to go to Europe, look at me. He had a time in Team Liquid where it didn't really pan out too well for him, playing with Stewie 2K and being part of that lineup didn't really seem to suit Grim, but the way he's conducted himself in Complexity has been nothing but stellar. So if you're a European squad, or if you're Liquid for that matter as well, and you're needing a rifle at some point, you look towards Grim right now. He's the best out of the top, and I think he's doing a tremendous job.
Well, I think after the nightmare Grim had at Liquid, he probably won't be going back there anytime soon. But let's hear from Grim and see how he's feeling ahead of this matchup.
I kind of have an impression that your team really tried to improve like the map pool, especially when it comes to Inferno. There was a moment, a kind of glimpse of hope that maybe like you finally managed to take full control of this map, but the recent results are kind of questionable. So what's the relationship right now with Inferno?
We're still confident in our Inferno. I think that our performance at Pro League, especially against Imperial, was not to our expectation and how we know we could play the map. So I think we're just going on a fresh slate and trying to play it like we know how to. Like at Kato, we dominated most of the teams that we played on Inferno, and if we just come back to that form, we'll be good on that map. And our map pool going into this event, I'm honestly really confident on every map right now, so we should be one to look out for.
You're slowly starting to build a history when it comes to Imperial, and obviously you kind of have a history with Fallen, with one of your ex-teammates. Does a series like this always make like something special for you?
I'd say so, just because I always like playing against Fallen. He's a good friend of mine in Liquid, and he helped me a lot with my game. He'd always sit with me after and review the VODs and see what I could do better. So in a way, it kind of goes against him now. I have to play him every game, but I mean, I like playing him, and I think that we always have good series going in, and especially Overpass. I don't know what it is with that map in Imperial, but it seems like it always goes the distance. So we'll see what happens today.
Probably the question that is on everyone's mind right now is, how many OTs are we going to see today?
How many OTs? Well, hopefully none, but I mean, if we do go in OT, probably like 4 or 5.
I remember a microphone sounding like that, Pimp. Don't you, Maniac?
Hey guys, I got a new microphone. Can you?
That was exactly
not too good out there.
It's
I'm not
too
gonna lie,
good.
but we got the sense of it. Grim respects Fallen, and he doesn't necessarily like going up against him.
Yeah, it's never fun to go against a team that's got so much experience on him when Fallen's leading the charge like that. But I will say that with Grim, he's got this new air of confidence right now, especially since being on Complexity.
Yeah, he's taken a much larger, bigger role that he's had prior to being in Complexity for sure. And the impact he's been having is great. The anytime we've seen Complexity shine, that was mostly through Grim, who obviously in his part-time works as a captain for a flying company, because that's exactly what I was hearing. To your left, you can see the Alps. We're just messing around with the microphones. Yeah, look, he talked about Inferno, and fair is fair. When you lose 16-1, I don't think that all of the issues are just related to the map. You most likely just had a horrifying showing and nothing was working for you. So I can see where his sentiment, where he said, listen, we're probably better than what happened. I will give him some leeway.
We'll give him some credit. We'll give him some leeway. But also going to give Danny some credit because he's been cooking up a storm, as always, over in the Mahone zone.
That's right. So Imperial, last time they actually played against Complexity on Inferno, they had a 14-1 half on their T side. And one of the reasons why was their ability to work the map. So let me take you through this round right here. So it initially starts off where Imperial, they lose banana control, and Complexity, they take control of it. And this is typical stuff on Inferno, but Imperial, they actually react rather quickly. After losing the banana side, they actually go up towards brackets very quickly. And take a look at the way they do it. So first they throw a flash here to push Halzark off the angle. And after they know that Halzark shoots here, take a look at the map. Typically, whenever you take banana control, usually the CTs are going to be at least 1, 2, and maybe even 3 sometimes. As soon as they realize that Halzark is here, this pathway now opens up here towards the CT spawn. This is why you see Imperial, they rush towards that arch side as soon as they can to try to catch that rotation back. Vinny, he's able to catch Fang here towards that CT spawn area. Now at this point, after they have the CT spawn area, it actually puts Complexity in a pretty weird situation because they have banana control, but they don't have any control of the CT spawn area, and they don't have control of brackets. Puts them in a weird spot, especially in a 4v5 situation. Now Imperial, what they're going to do here, understanding that it's 4v5, they're going to just wait for Complexity here, because in a 4v5 situation, you normally have to re-aggress or grab some sort of information. So they freeze across the map, just waiting for that reaction. But the odd thing here is that Complexity, they don't really actually move. They just stay content in really strong, powerful positions and just wait for the fight to come to them. So what did Imperial do instead? They actually draw out the reaction themselves. Vinny throws this smoke here towards the site, and what that does is it suggests to Complexity that this might actually be an A hit. If you take a look at Halzark right here, this smoke blocks his vision a little bit, and this finally prompts the rotate. JT and Grim, they come through this CT spawn area, and the reaction is here. Cello, right here towards this library position, he finds the first kill on the JT, and then he finds Grim as well. And as soon as that happens, they understand that with those 2 kills at B, as well as that kill coming in from the rotation, that has to be the entire B site. And just like that, Cello drops the smoke, falls back from this angle from short, and they just run away. And just like that, 3v2 situation, but look at how deep these players are towards the site. There's almost no way for them to go for a retake. They can't go through that CT spawn area. They can't retake through middle. And just like that, that's just an Imperial round. So it's really just the way that Imperial are able to work the map. Even though Complexity may not fall into their traps, they have these secondary plans that always work out on Inferno as well.
And there is a ton of experience within Fallen going up against an in-game leader like JT, which is why he can maneuver himself around like this.
Especially on a map like Inferno. I feel like Fallen always have been great on Inferno. Back in the days with MIBR, even in Imperial in the first iterations as well. While the team weren't competitive, Fallen and the man on the screen right here, with all them maps played in official games, he was the one making them good on Inferno. He has a ton of experience, and I feel like he's always been able to make whatever team he's been on competitive, especially on Inferno.
And I think that experience can come to shine through when you have a rematch of a rematch of a rematch.
Yeah.
Because every time you replay a team in a series, and the map pool is slightly similar, then there is a little bit of mind game going on. This is what we did last time, remember, and this is what we know about you now. And I think this puts the IGL under a little bit more pressure, just box them and forces them to make decisions on the fly based on what they know. And I would give Fallen the edge in that regard against JT, because I think that experience will help. And this is the thing, right? It's about learning. It's about how you adapt and change. And you expect a team like Imperial with Fallen leading the charge to be able to make any little micro adjustments to completely throw Complexity off.
I would say so. I think Fallen has shown me enough throughout the year as well. He's been improving individually.
Oh, he's done enough throughout the years, yeah?
Yeah, he's been doing a lot throughout the years. But in this year in particular, I think all of us felt that he was maybe coming to a point of an end, right? He's talking about retiring anytime soon, and individually speaking in 2022, wasn't really living up to what he was supposed to. His beginning to 23, though, the way he's conducted himself, the way he's been playing, Imperial's results, there's a lot of stuff right now trending upwards for Fallen in the very late stage of his career, and I, for once, respect that a lot.
And the thing I do want to look at, though, is the fact that Imperial definitely no longer the last dance, right? It's just Bolts and Fallen. This is now a legit team, basically.
I know, and you literally just took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. This team, which seemingly started more as a nostalgic marketing hyper punch, where you put together all of these Brazilian legends, and we all want to see them maybe play in Rio with FNX and Fur and all of that. Actually, you know, they've trimmed a little bit over the months. They've brought in a couple of very skilled new players on the block. We have your Cello, you have your Jota. I mean, Vini is here, but it's more of like an older generation now. But still, they've kind of took that step towards being more competition-oriented, result-oriented, and we'll see if it pays off.
The only thing that's funny then when you look at this, though, you bring Jota and Cello in. We've been talking about them for ages as well. The average age of the team is still 26. Like, they're not young guns they've brought in. They're just guys that never had a chance to go further up.
I remember Cello back in 2017 playing a Pro League final in Odense where he was doing well for his team, and he's just been circling around within the Brazilian scene. Obviously, he's a good player, but Imperial is still a team, despite being, you know, result-oriented right now, that I think the cap of the team, we're seeing it in the results as well. They are a decent team. They can beat some good opponents, but there's not enough firepower, there's not enough skill, there's not enough, you know, productivity on the server for me to really believe that's a team that's going to make it into top 10 or top 15.
And I agree with you, and I'm low-key kind of under, how can I say, a little bit disappointed by what Vini was being able to output so far in Imperial. I have to say, we always knew when he was in FURIA, he was not your extreme mad fragger machine. He had this Vinferno here and here, but still, I thought his overall level, individually speaking, was more than respectable, more than decent. And I don't know why. I think he's slumped a little bit. I don't have the same kind of credit for him as an individual. And now could be a time for him to have that kind of impact.
Well, this is the thing when I look at the whole Imperial. I lack the direct star player that can change the outcome. We see a lot of good players. They can have moments at time, but there's not someone who's really in there and just changing the whole game.
I miss some young blood. You know, you said it yourself. The average age of the team, 26. Cello has been circling around for a long time. Jota, sure, you bring him. He's kind of new to this level, but he's been around. He's been around for a long time. I would like to see them pick up some youngster, you know, 18, 19, 20 years of age. Imagine Insani inside this lineup, right? That would be interesting. That would be like a new, fresher blood. But it is a lineup that I feel we have seen the cap of it. And as long as they can win games here and there, they're going to be happy.
So while we're playing musical chairs now, you want to bring Insani for Vini?
A player like that. A player of the type of Insani. Someone who comes in with fresh blood, you know, energy as well, and is hyped to play.
You can't keep taking MIBR players and putting them on Imperial.
I can do whatever I want.
This is all they've done is just take from MIBR. But let's learn a bit more. Let's find out a bit more. Because Heki was talking to both Vini and Fallen, so I'm sure we're going to get some good insight.
How would you rate the form that is your team is right now?
I think we're playing really good. The results doesn't show that. We are losing a lot of advantage rounds that we should win, and everybody's kind of going, you know, in a bad place after that. But I think we're evolving, and it's gonna be better to the armor and to the blast.
Fallen, it's great to see you here at the Blast Showdown. What were you up to during the break?
We have been practicing playing other tournaments, and right now preparing for this edition in Monterrey. We arrived here 2 days ago. It's been great so far.
And what was your main focus on improving when it comes to your team?
Just playing game by game. Recently, it's been a little bit difficult with the results. We had some disappointing results because a lot of the matches went very close, and it kind of escaped from our hands. So it does feel bad, but on the other hand, we can also see there are a lot of good things in our game. So just got to make sure that we polish some stuff and play the best we can.
And you've kind of started like building kind of a history or a storyline when it comes to complexity. Every time you play against each other, you go to 3 maps, you go to multiple OTs. So what should we expect today? Again, 3 maps and a lot of OTs?
Nah, I'm hoping for a easier match, but it's always tough against them. It's great to play Green. Had a good time playing with Unity and Liquid, and every time we play each other, it has been very intense so far. I think this is the 3rd BO3 we're going to play. It's 1-1 so far, so time to see which team gets the upper advantage.
It's respect, as always, from both Grim and Fallen towards each other. But I want to ask a question going back to this Vini side of things to you guys, that the FURIA way is a very different style of playing under leadership of Arc compared to Fallen. Do you think that could be a reason why you're saying Vinny's not doing what you wanted him to do?
Well, I would say at the beginning, this could have been. There was probably like a cultural clash in terms of philosophy that you've played where you needed a little bit of time. But now I think that that window is kind of closed. Like the time has passed. You've been playing together for long enough. And I also think that in this system that now Fallen has, I think Vinny has a bit more space to have the impact. I think in the FURIA camp, we know how sometimes you can be a little bit lost behind with the speed and the pace that they had, or at least that they had a few years ago, because now they've calmed down a little. So I don't know. I wish I could give him that way out, but I don't think that's the case for him.
For me, it's 100% a personal responsibility as well. He's had his time to develop into becoming potentially the star player of Imperial. He was also brought in the very first iteration when FNX and FURIA and Fallen was in there, where firepower was something they needed, and he was put in positions where he was supposed to be the guy racking up the frags, which he wasn't able to do either in the beginning. So I agree with Matthew. I think that train has already gone, and now it's a personal responsibility. Does he have what it takes to elevate himself, or are we seeing the best of Vinny now?
And how much is this factor of the fact Hulzark is now not going to be in because he's not playing, he's playing 150 ping? You know, that's just like is that making him a null and void player to even challenge? Or?
I mean, null and void might be exaggerated, but it will be a huge issue. I don't know if you guys at home have any experience playing with that kind of ping, but it is to the point where it's like disconcerting. Like basically only Adrian, the Kazakhstani player, could at the time play with 120 ping. Famously, he did that for a few years. But besides that, there's not a lot of people who can do that. And also, Hulzark is not used to that. So surely there is going to be a lack of inputs of frags from Hulzark, as an AWP as well. We know how important that is. So there's no beating around the bush. It would be complicated.
Let me give you a concrete example as well. Like, we're at a point where you're playing Inferno as well, and there's going to be a lot of running through smokes. There's going to be a lot of trying to entering. Obviously, Hulzark being the AWP player is not in that position normally, but there's a conversation to be had whether or not you want to sacrifice him in some of those situations. Okay. You don't want Hulzark to stand back with an AWP and 130 ping while some of your hard hitters are running through a smoke and risking everything, because Hulzark can't make the difference with that ping. So there's going to be a conversation where I'm sure we're going to see him play a little bit more risky, a little bit more versatile as well in the way he's going to approach the game based on the ping. So it's a massive factor, and it's not a good one for him.
So it's not directly a 4v5, but it's playing to the advantage in some way you can. 4.5. Okay, 4.5 versus 5.
It's just if you're JT, then you have to accept that you cannot go into this game with your basic plan. You have to rethink whatever the hell is going to happen, whatever you're supposed to expect from Hulzark, what he's going to give you. Sure, maybe he'll jump first, maybe he'll throw more flashes, he'll be more selfless, he'll take more risks. All of that, he can have an impact, he can bring something, but it's not going to be how they usually operate. It's not going to be how they practice.
And it's so rough for Complexity, who have just been on the upwards, while, for example, Imperial's not been doing anything. They haven't played a top 30 team this year.
No, it's a bit of a shame, because we saw at Pro League as well. That kind of took the hype of Complexity. I feel that was not too good for them. And before that, Katowice, the group stages at Blast as well. They were very, very close, knocking out Na'Vi. Let's not forget that they were up 14-7, third deciding map. They probably should have been in Washington, to be completely honest. And now they find themselves in a position where they're playing with I wouldn't say a stand-in Hulzark, but almost that's what it feels like, right? 4.5 against 5, and there's a slow and very small likelihood that they're going to make it to Washington, given the bracket as well. So it's just taking the top of the hype for Complexity, and to me, a bit of a shame, because I think they've done well so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, focusing in again once on Fallen, looking at his stats, looking at this head-to-head we put together for him, Fallen has at least shown, because there were times people saying he should have just retired already, get rid of him, you know, but it's not been terrible. We've seen improvements.
Yes, I mean, at least when it comes to the numbers, we all have to keep in mind the context of these numbers. Of course, he plays different kinds of opponents as when he was in Liquid and all going to the S-tier tournaments. But I have to admit, individually, when this Imperial project started, I was afraid that he would fall off completely individually because of how much work he had to put as Nigel, because he had to caught up with the meta as well. He had to help his other teammates catch up with said meta, the FURIA, the FNXs of the world, trying to help them be there. And I thought it would be too heavy for him. And I have to say, the last numbers have been good. They've been better than what I expected. And you just have to imagine, you're Fallen, you have accomplished so much in the game. You've basically become an icon of a generation, an entire generation in your country, and you are still playing competitively. You could just cash out. Just become a streamer, have a good time. You're already an idol. You have an entire nation behind you. But somehow he's still remaining competitive. He's still in the game. He's just put some skin. And that in itself is kind of but with some respect a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's admirable. The fact that he's continuing, he's trying, and as I said, he's trending upwards right now in terms of personal form. I can't help to think, and this annoys me to say out loud, that if you're forgetting the fact that Fallen was in Team Liquid, right? You look at the player profile, you look at how he's performing right now, he's an in-game leader. He would be a great fit for Liquid on profile, right? But obviously we tried that, didn't really work out. We've been there before, but that's what it feels like right now. The way he's playing individually speaking right now, the way he's been able to make Imperial, when you look at the players, what he has to work with as well, a somewhat competitive team, he could go in Liquid right now and they wouldn't be a worse team. He's been there, obviously it's not going to happen again, but that's how well he's doing right now, that he's actually putting himself in a position that certain teams out there may be looking at Fallen thinking, let's try him out one more time.
That's the circle of esports, circle of life that we've just gone through right now. Like, you're the good guy, then you stay long enough to be the problem, and then you stay away long enough to be the solution to the problem that you were.
So,
checkmate. That's why Smith is back with shocks.
They they claimed, right, that he was the problem. Then he's worked on himself and he's come back. But why do you keep bullying Liquid back? We've said OC gone now. Then you're going to say Nitro's gone. You're going to put Fallen in.
I'm not saying anyone's gone. I'm just saying that if you're Team Liquid and you want to make your team better, maybe you got to start looking around. You know, that's part of the job, James. When you're a team, you always got to look for the next solution every single time. It's part of the job.
Let the man be creative a little bit. Think outside the box. You know, it can always hit.
Liquid are not a rock bottom, boys. They're fifth in the world.
No, I never said that rock bottom at all. I'm just saying let the man dream, or at least...
This guy wanted Saivu to Liquid yesterday, man.
Yeah, but that's just...
We all said things that we didn't think in the heat of the moment.
I didn't, you know. You guys are just losing your damn minds. We're also losing our damn minds because the Steam network is still down. So what we're going to do is kick it to a break real quick, and hopefully they'll be back soon so we can get this game underway.
Volvo, please.
Knusprig, extra lecker Cracker. Tuck, ein Biss, viel Spaß. Noch mehr Knabberspaß mit Tuck Baked Bites und Tuck Crisp.
Trainier? What? Trainiere Stärke und Geschwindigkeit. Trainiere Fokus. Dynamik, Ausdauer, gemeinsam. Brain Puma.
so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually a European guy maybe. He's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh, you
Grenades are raining. Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground in the ball. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
The first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike. Saiwu Peak stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy! It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal. Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Blast Spring Final Grand Champion, Navi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsera. No, it cannot be Coldsera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsera was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now trying Orange Box. United States. The same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen. That was very easy. South America. Older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a Leash, we're going to Leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, so. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me this one.
Okay, let's try.
Cool. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush. We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian. I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay. So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try. I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Alba.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Alba, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Alba.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Monacy is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colsero. But is Colsero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain? I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe. And he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The nades are raining. Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground in the bomb. It's never been done like this before. Kenny has. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try.
He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Als Freischaffender bringt er besondere Fähigkeiten mit. Was ist das? Powernap. Du sagtest alles sauber.
Ich sagte vorne alles sauber.
Also, was liegt an?
Greg Simmons.
Diesen Fisch fängt man nicht mit konventionellen Ködern.
Du bist Schauspieler. Spiel.
Würde mich bitte jemand kneifen? Ist das Danny Francesco?
To join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike. Cywoo peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. Goddamn. Oh, filthy! Absolutely filthy! It is the dream team versus the super team from Portugal. Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
Taking on Vitality.
Sundar Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundar Young and Sundar again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sarah. No, it cannot be Cold Sarah because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sarah was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Poland. That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try... Nico.
Team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors. And it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia's not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
What do you think the viewers should expect from your series against Complexity?
I mean, hopefully not a lot of drama again. Every match is really close against them, but I think we got the edge this time.
You know, we always play them close. It's always a good series, and you know those guys are insane. So, you know, we're just prepared for a good game, and we'll see how it goes.
And you're expecting for this one to be another close one?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Hopefully not, but the way they'll always happen. So.
Fang can't help but be honest, expecting this one to be close as it tends to be. Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the old classic of Complexity versus Imperial. The unicorn odds giving this one to Imperial, but ever so slightly. I think that's fair. But there's one factor, of course, that is just an unfortunate reality, and that is we've got Halzerk in Norway playing in North America. But Launders, we're Canadian. And Canadians understand that even in NA, ping is only a mentality. That's all it is. It's not an actual physical, technical barrier. No. It's a mentality. And if Halzerk can embrace the 100 ping king mentality, then maybe Complexity barely feel the fact that he's not there with them.
Yeah. Everybody and their grandmama knows in North America, you got to be used to playing on 90 to 100 ping. North America itself is a very large region, and then we oftentimes play in Europe for that quality matchmaking. But Halzerk, he's really adopted the NA lifestyle, and he's actually spent some time there, but I'm not sure. He's still in that spoiled European zone, I think, where they all have 20, 30 ping. So we'll see how he fares. And actually differ from the desk a little bit. I think you still got to use him the same way and hope everybody else plays well enough to make up for it. But, you know, as an op, you still want to have him take opening duels and try to have impact. And we'll see how Halzerk fares. Again, very unfortunate considering how close this game usually is. But I think it's still true that Imperial probably had like a slight edge coming into it. Their roster changes, their recent form, Fallen doing as well as he has been. Things have definitely been looking up for them.
Most certainly so.
On top of their recent win over Complexity, of course.
Yeah, that's the big one. Just an added jab to the gut, of course, for Complexity's spring run so far. So close to already being qualified for Washington. Jodo, 1 kill, Bolts 1 as well. Cello with the 3rd on this entry inside of the A site. No defense offered up here from Complexity. Grim from Arch can get nothing. And so it's Floppy from downtown at a distance to respond as bomb goes down. Imperial, easy pistol.
Yeah, great start. A nice Halls pop right there. Perfect entry pathing. Everybody sharing the frags. That's Cello with 2, but most players chipping in. And Imperial have a clean one to start the day. Love the addition of Jota. High praise for this man. I think sort of like, for me, like Hardzao on Pain. I feel like not always top of the board, but really making good decisions. And I think also has some experience as an IGL, probably learning a thing or two from Fallen, on top of being able to contribute and bring some things that he's learned. You know, that Fallen is very receptive to figuring out how the younger generation are starting to play CS. That's what's, you know, kept him going for as long as he has.
Really is just that Imperial echo chamber, though, right, in terms of their officials. Dominating down in Brazil. Time to see if they can take it to Complexity, but obviously already in Monterrey. The boot camp has begun for Imperial. Very much like what we saw from Nouns yesterday, if not the exact same hotel room layout. So everybody trying to get down there. And that's kind of what surprised me a little bit about Halzerk's situation, if I'm being entirely honest. I know he's played a previous Showdown from Mexico. He's going to Mexico next week. could have been there ahead of the camp, but hey, is what it is. We'll see how it ends up holding him back, if it does. MP9s, 3 of them for Complexity. Halzerk's Desert Eagle blindly fires through smoke. It's not going to find anything. Fang now soon to be swarmed. Poor guy. Hides back sight. Drops bomb. Nice enough to start. Had he gotten the follow-up 1 deeg, maybe they flush one out. But, Cello does him dirty through the smoke. Alleviates any more pressure here at this A site, and Complexity transition to a save.
We learned from the Mahone zone that this is something that Imperial love to do, is go for the arch wraps on towards A and really punish 3B setups. And it looks like that's already something that they're going to try to employ here in this match. And, you know, I think that what you'd expect in a matchup like this, because of the amount of times they played against each other, is sort of what you would expect when you see 2 teams that haven't played against each other play against each other in overtime. You know, instantly into the mind game.
I'm following.
Less so about, you know, trying to do tricky things that, you know, go for regular standard, you know, conditioning plays or whatever. Skip all that stuff, because there's been some preconditioning. So how you feel about the other team, what the individuals do. There's going to be a lot of knowledge about how these individuals play clutches. You know, this is the kind of matchup where you almost don't even have to watch demos. You'd rather just play off of how they play against you and what you remember. And, you know, Fallen's brain is definitely burning the calories right now, thinking about what kind of complexity you're going to get today.
Originally, I was part of the camp of people who thought that Fallen would hang up the mouse after the Rio Major. You know, that Imperial came together for that one last hoorah specifically for the Rio CSGO Major. Then he made that announcement when things didn't go too badly, but they also got eliminated, that I'll keep trying. And we've seen all the other pieces fall around him. And if he was still here, as all these other guys were trying to put their best foot forward and struggling next to them, I'd be like, ugh, he missed his chance to go out in a glorious moment. But it's really nice that Fallen is still a part of the win conditions for Imperial.
We've seen too many fighters retire when it's too late, right? Lose all their dignity. It happens in every sport, of course. And yeah, it's true. The fact that Fallen's still continuing to play well, that's an argument for him.
Yeah, I don't need to see Chuck Liddell get knocked out anymore.
Oh man, yeah, that hurts me. Just one more spinning back fist, Chuck Liddell.
Just one. Just one.
But,
luckily, there's nobody beating on Fallen's head.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we've got the last CSGO major coming up. You know what I mean? So this is that's also another opportunity in a different way. It's not the Rio major. But you know what? Once you've gone that far, you got to try a CS2 major, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Try the new stuff. Fang, 5-7 in the pocket upstairs. The upgrade to the gun's not enough to best Cello, who is very much finding his impact inside this A site now. Making quick work of the pistols anyways. Trying to minimize any losses. Fallen should do the same. He's wary about the arch wrap, but it is, again, just the heavy flank emphasis. Floppy with the fresh flow, may I add, finds the headshot onto bolts.
You know something that's not happened in CS history is when 2 teams have gone in a head-to-head matchup, and the first result is a 16-1, that the second time they play, it's a 16-1 again.
It's never happened?
I don't think that's ever happened.
There's probably a lot of little things that have never happened.
Yeah, and that might be one of the last things we've got in CSGO 1 that hasn't happened yet. Imperial, the last time they played against Complexity, 16-1 on Inferno, started on the T side. And I'd say they look about as sharp as they do right now. So I'm just saying, we're going to leave that door open for the moment.
Yeah, we'll let it
chance to make history. Grim promised us that wouldn't happen again. They believe in their Inferno. They said that was an aberration. And in this rematch, they were ready to play it before the veto started. Looking forward to playing against Imperial.
I have an affinity for believing Grim, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Phenomenal start to 2023.
Yeah, for sure.
I think now...
But he did go 3-15 in that one Inferno map.
Ugh.
But outside of that, yes, he's been great.
Oh, poor guy pelted by grenades here. Halzerk is on the op now. It's an MP9 for Floppy.
We've already seen 2 instantiations of this arch wrap coming out in the first 3 rounds.
They put an op there. JT to be sent into the flames. Bolts flashed first. Nice support from Grim on the backside. Of course, he doesn't want to get into the action being on that 22 HP because of those frag grenades early.
Yeah, that was pretty perfect because they had the flasher in the back, but they had two guys ready to fight at different moments.
They immediately moved that low Grim over towards A. There is still this intention of getting towards top banana for Imperial, however.
It is looking like a strong call to stick around on this side of the map. Cello will be joining them in just a few moments. 40-second mark crosses. That offer's locked up on Arch. Two riflers here to hold.
35 seconds.
Yeah, one flash on JT. Fang with nothing.
Nothing but that A1S in hand. And a full bar of HP. Late smoke confirms it. Hit is coming. Molotovs don't seem to disrupt him, so he's holding on to this spot. Can't finish Vinny, though. And JT smoked off earlier. Unable to do anything here on an assist. Grim takes to the top rope. Vinny's going to catch that. Off shot through, finds nothing. A jump back, and Floppy will get a little miraculous moment here for Complexity just to try and keep this competitive. We've got two to the right. We've got one deep new box. We've got the double coffin push-up from Complexity, wasting no time in an attempt to get the retake going, and 2 kills come in quick, falling 6 health between them both, and JT shuts him down.
Ooh, he's shooting hot. JT only headshot so far. That is a nice retake from him, and that's in a round where they had very little retake utility. They also lost their guy in sight, Fang without a kill, so that was not easy at all. We saw the good protocols, however, from Imperial to make that as hard as possible. Vinny standing on top of the bomb plant, waiting for the boost to come out, understanding that that's going to be one of Complexity's first responses. Locks this kill up easily, and here's where it looks like there's almost no chance. But a 3v4 retake goes the way of Complexity.
Floppy blessed by Lady Luck with that MP9 kill on the jump back to Banana.
Oh, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah. Round win's a round win. There's one. GT getting curious again. Was set up by Grim last time to get that kill down Banana. Ooh, poor Grim. 2 rounds back to back, pelted by utility. Poor guy hasn't seen anybody, and he's at 44 health again. We get the Arch smoke to disrupt Fang's position. He plays inside that, throws down util of his own. We posture at the minute 10 mark.
Sit and wait. They've been using JT to look for opening duels a few times. It looks like he'll be set up in the exact same fashion again.
Comes back. This time, Bolts finds the headshot while blind. Not ideal for Complexity. Fang nearly capitalizing on Vinny with his hands busy. And Bolts just sprints across. Throws caution to the wind. Nearly finding a bit more damage onto the additional player here. The only one that's left in Fang. Excellently done here from Bolts. 2 kills inside this B site, pushes Fang away from construction, bullies him back, and now he's stranded with the CT smoke up. This is not going to be even an attempt at a retake, but rather maybe just getting an exit kill. This one is big on Bolts, jumping past that fire, knowing that when the light turns green, he goes.
Yeah, and he's the one guy they could let go because that molly didn't spread fast enough to do full damage to him, so he made good use of his space. 87 health left on Bolts after his 2 kills. And I think when he was on the half wall, I'm not even sure if he was full blind. They were set up to probably have one anti-flash, and maybe the kill feed. Oh, wait.
No time.
Okay.
Dead man walking.
So let that gun go. Either way, his crosshair was placed perfectly for a flash retake setup. We saw JT use that flash assist to go for kills like this in the previous rounds, and it's a clean clothesline here from Bolts. Bolts for a while was a player that, you know, it felt like he was going to be able to float onto the #1 Brazilian roster during kind of his peak, or like while he was active 2015 through, 2018, that kind of period where there was a lot of top tier Brazilian activity. But there was too many other kind of good players still there. Whoa, nice pick from Halzerk.
Yeah, you're talking too much about Bolts. Now you got him killed.
Who should I get killed next? Give me a player, I'll give you a fact.
I'll give you the list.
I'll write the death note.
Group up inside of the apartments with a smoke in front of it. Floppy blinded. Not ideal, but they also get jumbled there for a second. Looked like it was going to help out Fang. Instead, it sets up Floppy. Pistols out. Halzerk's here, his second in the round. And Cello facing a 1 versus 4 while Blind stuck against the wall. It reeks of desperation as he sprints away, hoping helplessly for safety. Will take JT down with him. But it is Complexity thanks to Floppy to lock down that A site. But a little awkward on the exit.
It was like there was an electric fence on the balcony that they couldn't get over, and 3 of them standing up there nearly got the kills without jumping down. But it's really important to get someone in a pit so that when you're fighting the pit guy, you have someone high, someone low, and they're standing right above each other. And right there, none of the 3 players trying to jump out could get over top of it. So failing on the hurdle. That definitely cost a nice round from Floppy, even though he got hit with that first flash, held his nerve. Same pick here from Halzerk. No opponents in view, however.
Small sample size, but does seem more like you are still utilizing Halzerk as you would. He's not shying away from opening picks. He's ambitious with the run boosts, with the normal boosts.
And if anything, you know, on high ping, you should only be more aggressive, not less.
Yep. Peek more, hold less. That is the way of the Ping King. Flash. They're getting. Oh, still clips Cello. Oh, a second. Halzerk chance at a third. Not gonna miss that shot. And the 4th over towards the lane gets gunned down by Floppy. 1-man hold on the arch, and I didn't even see how close they got because of how long he waited for that flash to come out from pit.
I thought he was dead. 3 players wrapping. Normally, you're trying to take that kill when they're swinging. Cubby turned around. They were already at his doorstep, and then he got 3. Now they got to be feeling good. There's no excuses, I think, for Halzerk. He's feeling great about this. These next 2 shots are beautiful. Check out this flick.
Wow, damn. 1 with the ping already. So
maybe the tweet was a lie.
Yeah, they hit him in the back room. Looks like TC's chiming in remotely as well. Maybe he's got some time back at home in South Africa. Now a chance for Complexity to get their groove on. Nading bolts out from behind wood. JT's postured and clean with it. Headshot in an instant. See you later, Fallen. Call from the sidelines. Looking like a tied game, folks.
JT is one of those IGLs. He has pop-off games. The most part, not known for his stats. But his crosshair placement is very good, and I think that shows in guns like the Deagle, for example, where
phenomenal
crosshair placement is what's the most important part of that gun. JT definitely has mechanical prowess, and I think there is something that happens to an IGL when they can't rely on like their star that day or something, where normally, you're just so empathetic to everyone else's feelings, you're managing all these emotions, you're setting people up all the time. Well, suddenly he feels like, oh, well, Halzerk's going to be in a rough mood because he's playing on really high ping. I can't rely on him as much to carry. I've got to think about my individual level this game. But then you also get Halzerk playing well at the same time, then you've got a great formula.
Halzerk has decided to change sights, and he's getting more of the same. Opening pick versus Vinny. Back into the gun rounds as well for Imperial, so that's a tough pill to swallow in the first 10 seconds. I want to return back to this whole idea of like mood and Halzerk specifically. Sometimes when Halzerk gets tilted next to Complexity, I feel like the entire mood across the camp goes down. I'm a bit of a critic with that when it comes to like desk smashing and pouting, and I understand frustration, especially in a competitive environment. But sometimes I'm a critic where it's like, man, just reel it in, for the sake of the guy next to you who's not in a bad mental space. Right now, he can't affect them. He can't hurt them, Launders. You can't cyberbully them. Just get off the internet.
I think he also does a lot of good with
when he's in a good
as
mood.
well as one of the. I think it was Fang who said he's one of those guys who's very naturally funny. He's got a joke every 5 seconds, and a new crosshair too.
True, right? I heard his numpad is just actually different crosshair binds.
That would be the ultimate troll.
No, I definitely think he brings positives as well. Right now, Grim burning. Utility has not been his ally so far this evening. Cello picks up JT. No headshot from Grim backside. Will they think about Fang? Doesn't matter. Bolt blasts him against the stained glass, now stained with Fang's brain, and all that's left is Floppy. So we've got Imperial back to winning ways via way of banana play.
The best thing they had about that round was the opening duel won by Hauser with that hyper-aggression. So I think they keep swinging him like they are, and then they're still set up in pretty good situations. But right now, B Defender's not looking too great. I mean, we look at the map and we see that these aren't retake frags, right? This was a adequately staffed site with an opening kill to take the edge off on Banana, but multiple players not getting a single kill. That's JT going down through the smoke, Grim dying backside, and the Coffin's holder and Fang immediately getting sprayed down right after. Not even shooting back, really. So that one's just on their mechanics. Like the smoke that went down between Quad and Emo Pillar, that gives you a one-way that he was using, but he couldn't find an opening. And there's just small timings where you need to capitalize then and there. Otherwise, your smoke comes up, you know, they could re-molly Quad, or they could be already scaling the site and cause you way too many problems. So they're missing these windows. In CS2, the smoke's going to be useless, so you better make do with those kills now. Uh-oh. Oh! Man, he's playing with so much confidence, too. Could have easily turned away from that fight. And look who comes to find him.
Very quick from Fallen. Fang getting punished for just jiggling it with what looked like util out. So Cello pokes the Bee's Hive, gets stung.
That's pretty solid, you know. Fallen's gun is sticking out. If Hauser decided to stick around, but who does that after a first kill in mid? You don't think that anyone's going to push that aggressively, so really nice way to make up for that 5v4.
Off revealing itself. Chip damage here from JT. They're getting closer though. Oh, clean from JT. Under pressure with the pistol. A triple on his own.
He's toying with them.
From JT. Take a bow, brother.
Damn, the beauty in how confident he played it, just enough. Dodging the flashes, dodging the nade was supposed to catch him falling back, on top of having the right to stand in front of his smoke. He's got one up there in car, and they decide to come through it, and he gets full view of the flash coming over top of the smoke because of his angle. And if he played that half out or decided to fall back or play sandbags, he would have got the full brunt of that attack. But instead, he was in control of that whole situation. And even though he was alone, he again had every right to be there. For at least 3 more seconds.
Exactly.
So they rushed it and they paid the price.
You know, and I feel like in some more normal circumstances, we'd say he loses that right just because his individual level is not always the best, and therefore he's not supposed to get these kinds of 3Ks.
Yeah, like
but that was clean.
Yeah, like an average player gets 1 kill and then like body shots, but gets traded. But JT today, he's got his cape on.
Hell of a hold. He's currently looking like the best B defender of the 3 we've seen over there.
Yeah, between him and Hauser, they've got two-star players.
Little delay with Vinny through the smoke. Maybe it helps him, but it's so clean from JT regardless.
That shoulder peek, too.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
And then right back to pretending he doesn't care.
Like what, you guys don't expect this from me?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
What's so funny?
Clean with it. Triple AK here for Imperial. I think everybody, players included, expected a tight game between these two. That anomaly of a blowout is exactly that. Not an occasional occurrence. Bang. 2 kills, Floppy 1 from the other side. They will still break through on this A setup, enough so to wrap that bomb around Arch and plant. But Fallen wants to do it quietly, and JT is lurking through that smoke. Will he get flashed out or wait? He holds.
Let's go with multiple, it looks like.
They all do. Now bomb is being planted around the first box. Fallen's hands no longer busy.
No
support
audibles.
from Bolts in Little Pit. Flash from Fallen. Good amount of util here from Complexity's retake. So they started off with a molly on the back site. There goes the one piece of util from Imperial. Fallen sees this as an invitation to play behind the smoke, and that catches Grim off. JT trades it with both, because JT apparently is a star tonight.
He's just murking him. That's a really cool way to approach the smoke from Fallen, to not play in cold, where that's the angle that's trying to be isolated by the guys who lurk through. He knew exactly how they'd approach with it, jumping up over top of the box first, but JT out-aims him and then takes out Pit. Having a hell of a day here. Oh, and it's a spray transfer with an A1S to make it a little bit more special. And right back to pretending he doesn't care. Job's not finished, says JT. But a great recovery in the half. They're up 6-5 now versus Imperial, and have Imperial back on business.
I'm really glad the whole Halzerk situation hasn't spoiled what I was considering like the most exciting opening match of the NA Showdown. You know, sorry, but FURIA versus EG Black, Liquid versus Nouns, those seem pretty predictable. It was the Brazilian head-to-head and this matchup that I was hoping would deliver. So far, so good. Halzerk back to the A hold. Boiler pushed. And Floppy's here in the corner to just scrap up with Cello and Vinny. USP's enough. Here comes Joda. Beautiful double tech 9 kill and a chance. Oh, to hit Fang in the knees. A smoke down at his own feet. Don't you tell me this 1v5 is in the making.
He's got health and time.
Plus an op grabbed off the corpses from short. This smoke is wonderful in the sense that he can reposition safely. He gets back behind center box.
No, can't play it standard though, right? 3 players coming at him.
Oh no, no way. Tech 9's out. Heads both sides, but they split him over top the box to make sure that he just can't pull off that miraculous 1v5.
Got a chance right there. It was tough. I think, I don't know how you play it better considering you have the op. Maybe trying to do it from pit gives you a couple more options. Could have been a crazy Tech 9 clip at the end. But hey, he can be happy about 3 kills and a ball plant. That's still valid play right now. It matters economically with the rounds left in the half. And hell, it was just an exciting round to watch, so a good effort.
Guns back in from Imperial. Vinny looking frisky. Did he see that sliver of a CT?
I think he was definitely hurt, though, as well.
Nobody's looking back around. Fang just gets caught off by it. However, because Boiler's occupied not just by 1, but 2, they're going to hear both of them running away with Joda hot on their heels, slowly creeping up behind them. Bolts gets caught out by that balcony play. We've got the second CT down inside of the pit, and so Vinny's the victim of it. Man advantage here for Cole as they stave off what was setting itself up to be a very quick A-pop. Fallen holds for rotates, but again, I feel like Complexity's been much more heavy on the flank than the rotate in through Arch.
Man, those are some nice fluid protocols. If they stayed up in the halls and they let that, site get taken over, then they have an awkward retake going on. But oh, here's a free one for Halzerk. Hero trying to take a risk. And
last guy disconnected.
Oh, okay.
He died so fast, bro. Wasn't in the kill feed.
So, but you love that. The chimney flash into taking over pick control as if they were on a halls pop on T side. They organize so quickly. You love to see that from Complexity. Responding well to the very aggressive plays right now.
Who steps it up? Where's the Vinferno? I didn't like the criticisms for Vinny on the desk prior to this game. I'm not saying that they're completely unfounded. I just don't like them. He's a kind soul. And somebody who I think, much like Bolts, has proven that at times deserves a place on some of the best Brazilian teams. constantly gets shout-outs for being a great teammate. And Once in a Blue Moon reminds you that this map is his favorite. But yeah, he is 5 and 10.
The Inferno CT side anyway.
Oh, okay. Then it's right around the corner. 2 rounds left to play in Complexity's defense. Yeesh. Lucky to have both arms.
And definitely the most surprising part about this match so far is that they're using the same aggressive moves on both A and B simultaneously almost every round. They're run boosting Halzerk across mid to peek into steps, and they have JT swinging on car almost all the time. And both those plays have worked out, I'd say, more than they failed. So why not keep it going? Wonder what they figured out. Oh, last time they did this, they... Oh, Grim spotted it for a second, but he misses the timing.
Fang holds off. Ooh, it ain't pretty. And it's what costs him anything more than just 1 kill. So Imperial back to winning ways inside this B site. It's where their success started at the beginning of the half. Looks like it's where they're going to get back to.
Feels like the only one right now is Fang's mechanics are struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Hasn't had many good B defenses. I don't think he's actually got kills on these rifle round holds. That was 1, but, you know, set himself up to get 2 if the first one was quick. And
you know, and unlike, let's say, maybe Grim, who I feel like has been kind of muted and sent back because of util damage, Fang's on 12 deaths, dying constantly, as do Floppy and Halzerk. He's had the chances to take players with him, but more often than not dies empty-handed. So another added to the tally here for Imperial towards the end. That's a single round left.
That's why this matchup is always close, because nothing goes right. Not everything goes right at the same time for everybody.
It does still feel like the inconsistencies are pretty real for Complexity's individuals. And Grim for a while was just like this, you know, shining star at the beginning of the year. Even that has tapered off somewhat, as you can expect. Halzerk as well, sometimes hit or miss, but even more so from Fang and Floppy. It's nice to see this resurgence from Floppy, in fact. I feel like even speaking to him, he felt like at the beginning of the year he wasn't getting a chance to shine, wasn't playing his best, was very self-critical. But he has taken it up a notch. Right now, inside of the apartments, gets a dink, but not the kill. Halzerk, yeah. That's like a 100 ping, you're dead type moment. When they're that close to you, when they fly across your screen in half a second, no chance to stop that one. So another convincing A-hit out of Imperial to try and keep this half as close as can be. Joda deep on ult. That was supposed to be the insurance policy. What could have just ended 2 more of these Complexity players. Instead, all 3 play with less than half health. A fantastic flash out of Cello to set up Bolts' 3K to close. We go to the second half, 8-7.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I am joined by 2 lovely gentlemen. I have Twist and I have Hampus. Today, guys, I will have you guess skins. I'm gonna progressively show you bit by bit parts of skins that you have to recognize. As soon as you know, you hit that buzzer. If you're wrong, give a pass to your opponent. We have our first skin going on.
Oh no. Yeah. I won't know this.
Oh, he's done it. We have a first clue buzzer.
Is it a Glock Franklin?
Boom! 5 points straight.
How do you know this, man?
We have a serious contender. 5 points from the get-go. I guess we move on to round 2. Let's go.
USP Cyrex?
I unfortunately cannot accept it.
My bad.
You can actually have a guess now.
USB Cortex. It wasn't C, right?
Boom! Let's go. Let's run the third skin. No one's ready to make a guess? Should we go to the next clue? Should we see a little bit more?
Yeah.
Let's see just a little bit more.
Bro, what? How is there a barrel with a... I've never seen this before.
Really? You have to make a guess. If you make a guess...
I'll make a guess.
Oh, you go. All right, we got a buzzer.
Has it the Hydrophene?
You are very close, but I cannot accept that one. But no, you have a shot.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm gonna give you 3 choices and then you guys have to react, okay? The Jaguar, is it the Bloodsport, or the Hydroponent?
Yeah, it's the Hydroponent.
There we go, reaction time. There we go, 1 point
Yes.
for Hempis.
Going mid, mid pop, mid pop. Up! One more.
I'm rotating.
One more mid, bomb. They have guns.
He went arch, other unknown.
He smoked me out. I'm not trying.
I have smoke flash, I can try to look.
Try to walk.
Up
Pushing
right
to
flank.
left. Pushing left.
So.
Ready for
Left
that
again. Hold in. Point sight. Do anything.
Don't see him side.
Big.
Nice.
Nice, Johnny.
Clean communications, solid retakes, and
good.
A standout performance from JT.
Yeah, he's firing off a laser beam right now. He is shooting sharp. Definitely the coolest player in the server today.
Yes, sir.
Somehow 14-7, even though this half is as close as it is. Floppy right beside him. Now a switch to the sides. Let's see what the T side has to offer. Last time they played against Imperial, they just didn't have time. They lost a pistol in conversion and lost a map into a 16-1. So that might actually benefit Complexity. They probably had some nice things to try to pull out on this half of Inferno.
Smoke to the left. Couple on porch. It's really that balcony pressure that should unravel this. Ooh, Grim. Welcome to the game, my friend. Wow. 3 kills on the clock. Bomb will be planted. And a difficult one presented here to Bolts. Now, at least he knows there's a player on site. Gonna try to keep his head down, wait out this smoke, see what he can make happen. I don't see any kits through the walls. But that is exactly what you need to start this off. A beautiful tap onto Fang, a silent creep into sight, but a lurker right behind him by name of Grim. It's supposed to be easy, and luckily Floppy trades it. Complexity pick up second pistol.
They can laugh that one off. Now, if we actually go compare directly these 2 pistol rounds, Complexity's setup was just overall better. Like, they had one in pit holding for the Hulse pop with someone in lane ready to fight lane. In this same setup, it's the same attack, except the setup from Imperial, it's so heavy towards lane, nothing watching the Hulse whatsoever. So the perfect counterplay from Complexity. Maybe they knew this is what Imperial were going to try to do here on CT side. Again, the amount of history between these 2, it's kind of a pretty epic matchup at this point. The amount of times they've gone head-to-head and how close it's been.
Fallen Scout looking ambitious here down middle. JT wants to roll it forward, though. He's still feeling that bloodlust from the first 15. He's like, oh, damn. Murdering feels real good. Nades off the mark, though. Counter-terrorists fine to keep holding, especially with a smoke here for Cello. That could burn off some pretty critical time.
Did pretty well with the utility.
Didn't throw the smoke, no need. Just the deke into the teeth of JT. And Floppy, climbing over top from Barbecue, takes the pressure off because everybody else is smoked out of the situation for now. Of course, Cello dying means no smokes for the counter-terrorists. Could have blocked off Banana and maybe tried to fight Sight. Instead, they'll just concede this one, give Complexity double digits first, and look to use Fallen Scout in the next one.
They fought hard to get in there. So the amount of utility Imperial had wasn't much, but they made that Molly go far, they made the nade go far, and the late smoke as well, to make that as difficult as possible. I mean, if they had slightly better guns, we might get a different round, but Complexity themselves also didn't get too frazzled by everything that came their way, made sure to throw their smoke, stayed close together, even surviving that clean 1D versus JT. And now we'll touch 10. Light years better than their previous performance. Not exactly getting revenge just yet. And we know the troubles for Complexity come at the end of the series. Overpass is the third map, and it's been a place that has consistently been the finish for them versus Imperial. It's been very exciting and fun to watch. Actually, Complexity in a lot of their series end up on an overpass. And it's not because they hate it. It's just because they're almost good enough. They're not picking it.
Almost good enough to beat Na'Vi and qualify for Washington.
Yeah.
But almost only counts when you're throwing hand grenades.
Why is that?
Because you don't need to land it on them, you just need to land it near them. Almost is good enough.
Maybe they'll add bullet AOA in CS too.
Explosive rounds. Nice little stream of flashbangs from Complexity. Halzer gets down into the safety of pits. Okay. Mac 10 from across the map. Protect your heads, kids.
I'm not talking about Ping at all with him like today. I thought it was going to be a conversation.
I told you, man. Ping's a
feel
mindset.
Bad for him. Yeah.
It's just a mindset.
Dude, the mullet means he has been fully assimilated. He is North American. He can deal with the Ping.
You know, it's not their fault. It's not their fault that on the analyst desk they talked about Ping as a problem because they're from Europe.
Right.
Europeans don't know.
They're spoiled.
But us East Coast NA folk who connect to West Coast with 70 ping and connect to Western Europe with, what, 95 to 110?
Yeah, depending on your internet connection and routing.
It ain't half bad.
I stay under 100 in London, but like, and then Frankfurt is, but...
Yeah, it's all fun and games until you get like a...
Turkey.
EU North as well.
Oh, that too.
Sweden server.
Can be tough. It's pretty far away.
Norway literally further than Sweden. Actually, I don't know if that's true.
Well, routing doesn't have to do with the exact geography, right? But you can just check for the fun of it.
Bled taught me that.
What?
Sometimes Bled will join European servers without his VPN on. He'll have like 160 ping. And then he'll turn on his VPN, reconnect, and it's down to like 120. But he's still just as far away. How does that happen?
Routing.
Oh. Okay.
It's okay, folks. Scrawny knows about routing.
Wow, Norway is literally closer. I thought it would be further north, but it's just west of Sweden.
Yeah, it's like almost Northway, but...
Who knows? Gets real weird up there, I hear. Up in
the mountains.
Yeah, up in the Nordic countries. You know, where people be waking up in saunas and
going for hikes in the morning.
Yeah.
Eating salted licorice. Taking sandwiches and then opening them.
Right?
And then eating them with a knife and fork. What's
taking off one of the two pieces of bread and trying to claim that is a dish.
Yeah.
It's just half a sandwich.
Hating on each other is another very Nordic thing.
Yeah.
Just not standing together.
Denmark's feed it. It's like, guys, you're all European.
You're all European.
That's like people from the UK who make fun of one another's accents.
Nicholas came to Quebec and had poutine, didn't like it.
He didn't like the cheese curds.
Which is the point of poutine.
Right?
Yeah.
He said, well, they offered mozzarella. Maybe I'll get that next time.
And you sent them to a good spot.
I did.
Yeah.
La Banquise in Montreal.
I love Banquise.
La Banquise.
That's too bad. I used to like Nicholas.
There's going to be a whole conversation now of French Canadians like, nah, man, you can't take him to this is a tourist trap, bro. Faut que tu passes à la belle province, man. It's two schools of thoughts, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if they eat it in France.
It's like, I've seen on the internet.
Yeah.
I've seen on an internet a picture of a place called, the picture that claimed the best puts in the world.
Just by the look on your face.
And it was in France.
Okay, come on. No.
I'm like, listen, you can have wines, you can have cheeses.
You can have complaining. No, that might also be French Canada.
You can have a beautiful language. You can have beautiful people.
They
you
are
can't
hot.
have puts in.
French people are so hot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Both of them.
And France is around the corner, folks. The last CSGO major. And the first CSGO major in France.
It's crazy.
All this time. Which means Denmark
Washington
never got
coming
one.
up might also be the last CSGO event.
That is very true.
Yeah, but before the player break.
Although speculation, of course.
We have yet to see what the plans will be even in summer or what will happen thereafter. It's a very exciting time. Lots changing, lots going on.
Yeah. And CS2 is great.
Absolutely.
Back to the action. Complexity wastes no time. Into Banana. Off of the nade. Do they peek into Fallen? We've seen him try to grandfather that scout back-to-back rounds. Didn't land that shot.
And then a nade switch.
Oddly enough.
JT gave him a chance.
He's still alive and kicking. Nice flash onto short. Floppy takes a glance and falls away. Now Fang's been hit by a frag grenade, so we've got two of these T's down to 50 health or less.
And JT got wall banged. And a shuffle of utility here, so I don't know if they're planning a re-aggression. But you know Fallen loves to call them out. So yeah, they throw that Molly and they'll start pushing forward. And this is just going to push Complexity into the full A take.
Waiting up in the apartments.
They may have heard that.
Arch emphasis, though, big time here. And CT is not watching Library, but just making sure that the Arch wrap doesn't come through. CT spawn, not a problem. It's this commitment to the A-hit that could be. Vinny, solo sight, delivers bomb to his own feet. Somebody's going to have to go and recover. Fang's been left to float around and Fallen. That's a big pickup. Could have been a massive, problematic push beyond the Arch. Instead, they've still got Complexity somewhat corralled. Floppy does see a timing to get off-site and back into the apartments. Can Bolts get the best of him? Big duel for this retake to be picked up like that. Now JT's relegated to pit with no utility. Grim sitting inside of the site awaits this eminent retake. Two from short, already through, no problem. Grim, double headshot, and Fallen's up finds its home.
Oh my god, that shot from Fallen. It's not even a wall bang. There must have been just the top of his cap showing. And if he didn't hit that, 10-second defuse, no chance they win the round. That was the makings of a great clutch there from Grim, but the denial is just as impressive. And JT got both entries here, but there was just a lack of response. I feel like Fang, especially when he heard Fallen running through Speedway, you know, taking the duel in the way he did looked a little bit like, oh, well, of course you're going to get killed, but maybe he didn't expect that to be an op. And maybe certainly not scoped. So that's fair enough. But those retakes are not easy to win. And getting yourself into those favorable post plants is also not that easy on the A site. JT definitely did enough as an individual. And the call was pretty good there, too. There was no friction on the arch wrap at all.
What is friction? Go.
What is friction?
Yeah, define it.
Friction is the interaction between two surfaces in an atmosphere.
All right. Honestly. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
I did one did physics in grade 10, so I don't know what the actual... Is there friction in space? In a vacuum? Toss it back to you.
I don't think so, no, because any momentum in space is just carried forward.
Okay, so in an atmosphere, two surfaces.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Okay.
I was impressed. I gave it to you.
If atmosphere would be the right.
No, in a...
What's the word I'm looking for? On Earth.
Did you know that Earth is the only planet that we've been able to find that has enough oxygen in order to support fire?
There's no fire on Mercury?
No, man.
Everything's just charred?
Yeah. There's not enough oxygen to burn fire. That's what we got, baby. Caveman with the fire.
The fire.
With the fire. From fire to inferno.
That's cool.
How far we've come. And with CS2, how far we'll go. Fallen armed with the op. Looks for first contact inside of apartments. We got bodies coming his way. Tough to get out of here. They time these peaks at the same time, but they don't. Balcony player, however, keeps this moving. Floppy's not letting off that W key. Oh, he does.
He's waiting for the fall and fall back into the site here.
And here it comes. Or so it's delayed because Vinny helps him out, so Floppy decides to get active. Jumping up and caught out by Vinny. Hauser, however, 2 op kills on the flank, denying both. JT takes a nade to the teeth, still gets back around the corner. They killed 2 flankers. Do they go B?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, they're expecting maybe Joe to fall back in a second, but he sticks around the perfect angle, and he was about to leave. There definitely was a mistiming there. I think either they run back to Banana or they wait a lot longer to see if the reclaim of Arch would take place, and they could have, of course, caught Joe in transition, but he was very smart about how fast he left the site. Just enough of a punish. Vinny really saves the day, I think, with that kill on Floppy as well. The MP9 in lane. There was a chance for Floppy to speed up, but he didn't believe that Fallen would hang out at Arch. There has been a couple of times now where Imperial have left pit open. Giving him a chance.
Fallen sticking around, but
they're quickly walking halls this time around. I think they're responding to what they just saw because it was actually not a bad setup.
Instead, Vinny's playing here inside Gravestairs. Will lose out to Grim. Joda slides into the site. Floppy dives down to pit. That's the AK telling them where it's at. And he's not able to get more than one. Floppy's Tech 9 from across that bomb site just picks up Fallen. So the op goes down, and Imperial man disadvantage in an attempt to reclaim the A site. It gives a chance for Complexity to upgrade weapons with the smoke up towards Moto. Guess what? Imperial concede.
Yeah, good entries there between Floppy and Fang. I think there's a real opportunity here that could persist for Complexity when it comes to hitting the A site, especially if they're going to let hauls go like that every single time. Right now, Complexity are seeing that they're not optimizing their op rotations to stop anyone from coming out on the pop, and, well, they're right. They failed the last time after a staggered exec where Floppy could have got a 2K but didn't, but here they try it again. It's a little bit faster, but same idea, and it works out beautifully. Feeling like JT is cluing into this in a big way.
Even with a slightly different setup there from Imperial, doesn't hold back Complexity. Had some clean shots out of Complexity with lesser weapons as well, right? Look back to Halzerk's Mac 10 entries, Tech 9 kills. They can do with what they've got in order to keep this lead in control for the time being. 3 rounds the difference. Double MP9, and this util just heavy on Complexity's approach.
But they've honestly used a lot of good util that they needed. Imperial couldn't stop this or get info. So rotation's coming in now.
Bolts. Nice. Fallen finishes one with the USP, spamming through the smoke. On the fallback, Fang will get the better of him. We've already got the Famas coming over, and Halzer's crossed the barbecue, but Bolts can't maintain any longer. A good initial hold that ends up slipping through their fingertips. They can't manage to hang on long enough for Joda and Vinny to come over, and then again, Lady Luck blessing Complexity on that CT smoke. Twice now from CT side to T side. Complexity come out on top of it, 13 rounds to 9.
Damn, quite a chaotic situation, and as you put it, I mean, it was just so important that Imperial win right there to recover the money, but instead it'll be Complexity on 13, and yeah, it looks so good, especially after Fallen got his USP kill, 2 players still up in the site. But then the injuries come back. And the injury pack from Complexity has always been pretty sharp. Halzerk as well, again, just been very impressive. I was wondering, do we get a taper off now that he doesn't have the op? Now he's on T side, and like roles and ideas start to change. Is he going to struggle? But no, he's continuing on. He's still actually tied for 60 kills along with 2 of his teammates, JT and Floppy, top of the board.
Oh, that's the guy in the background, too. Oy, oy. Still not as nasty as Naf's 1 bullet tap versus Nouns yesterday. Not right. That's shot of the showdown so far. But Imperial with another shot here at round 23, off on Fallen, and P9 goes aggressively down middle, and that's enough to cause a distraction for Fallen to capitalize on. Upgrade, plus Fallen with a third kill for Imperial. Not supposed to happen, not like this. But Imperial get rambunctious. And Fallen takes over. Did feel like Imperial were giving respect to Complexity. Nobody had disrupted their mid setups yet, not like that. Imperial throw out 1. Complexity down bad.
Yeah, no kidding. But you know what? There's actually still a chance to win. They know that outside of Fallen, there's low guns. Bolts has been tagged down, and he has the AK recovered, but the rest of the guns are too hard to get to. So even though this is a 2v5, they've got full kits of utility, full HP, and enough time to walk anywhere they want to go.
And perfectly for them, a 2 versus 2 right now. They'll hear the AK rattle off. Smoke on Cello. Floppy half clears it. That means all of a sudden Grim, no gun out, doesn't get punished. Now it's a post plant, but those AKs that they weren't able to retrieve are now very much in the hands of Imperial. Coming around from this banana flank, you'd think Complexity could assume that'd be the case. If you're gonna force the retake, you might as well grab guns, but what is that from Fallen?
He just gives it a shot. Wow. Was there a flash that went into spawn as well for him to push through? I think maybe. Okay, that's the kind of kill that makes you feel like they know what Complexity are going to try to do in this situation in a low numbers post plant and to try to get an edge. If they played backside, honestly, I think they still have a pretty good chance. The main threat is the op. They don't know if Fallen's going to be rotating through mid or through CT, but they probably think it's CT.
Oh, he sees him.
Oh, he was going. Yes, he was going through the flash. Yeah, it was just slightly mistimed, and there were 2 smokes overlapping each other. A bit less of a gap on his side.
Awkward.
Risk doesn't pay off, but you can understand why they wanted to take one. So 2 ops now between Cello and Fallen here for Imperial.
Round 23. That's the supply drop to Imperial. That's the lifeline given over. That's the classic Complexity. Close, but no cigar. But no one's smoking yet.
With 2 ops, they'll play it pretty static. But this actually makes it quite difficult on the A players. You know, Cello has to have output here.
Turns his attention back round, missing a shot. Joda postured beautifully. They go past for a moment, but Floppy the double. The fact Vinny dies empty-handed, awful for Imperial's A-holds.
Yeah, if Cello gets 1, he sets up his Halls guy perfectly. He doesn't have his aim split between 2 people. But Floppy with the double trade is huge. And they also went 2 in through Halls, which is a lot less common. You know, either it's like 1 player lurking out as the lane guys are coming up, or it's 3 and they're trying to pop out and get pick control. So that was probably a little unexpected for Imperial. Complexity take full advantage, and they show, again, how good they've been at taking the A site via lane.
Fallen's op is at risk.
Yeah, that's an op handed over.
Nail in the coffin, perhaps.
Elzerk will have that.
Yeah, that missed op shot from Cello.
Yeah, Vinny put up one. It was kind of multiple points failing at the same time. It was the same struggles that Complexity had in B when they had an opening kill, but then the next 2 guys didn't get one.
And Joda even helps Vinny out by killing that player that's close against the wall.
Right.
So Vinny, he gets the easier duel of just dealing with Floppy up on Balk. Floppy in his second engagement.
Right.
Going down empty-handed there. Tough spot for Imperial. Joda peeling away. Cello's primed for the fight here, locked in the corner, but given a chance to leave with that smoke. Fallen, oh, missed a chance, but at least he's on high alert. So he waits patiently for Grim to come around that corner. Body bags him. 5v4 to the Brazilians' favor.
It looks like low utility with the walk up from Fallen to get into the half wall and just Floppy. You know, he's not going to clear this. Thinks, okay, that must have been the guy who was playing in Cubby. 3v5 again. Organizing towards B. Fallen's alone for the time being, misses his shot.
They could pounce on this. A recoverable round here for Complexity, no doubt, but Fallen, love that. Extends out with the trajectory of the nades, knowing JT's along that left wall, clips him, forces the 2v5 instead, and with bolts up top, bomb goes down. Smooth from Fallen and Imperial.
That's huge. And you can just see that smoke is bouncing, and Fallen knows exactly how much time he has to go for that wide shot after missing the first one. If he dies, he loses, but if he doesn't go for it, they might lose as well. So it's really important that he tries to get something since they were playing retake in that position. And we know what Complexity can do in a post plant. So we go back and forth. Money still available for Complexity. They won't need an up. A lot of high ping deagle attempts here for Halzerk. That's a bit of a mistake from Jota. Really camped on that angle, expecting one play to take place, but not covering all options right there. And that's a simple walk up through alt, a smart clear for Complexity, and an easy 5v4. They could try to spend some time to get the gun back for Halzerk if they wanted to. You know, they're not expected of a multiple hull setup, but they haven't found Fallen yet. And you know he's relatively pervasive. They're going to chill without it. Bolts alone in B as they start to walk up, and they're not going to get opt in this position. And Fallen now full commit on the A site. Yeah. Bomb, though, inside of middle. Oh, wow. Now they surely start to run it back, actually. That's big information, even though he dies.
Massive indeed. Time to shine, Bolts.
He's going to throw a smoke, but they're going to see from where.
Okay. Oh, didn't see them. And Halzerk.
Halzerk with a deagle.
Ping, folks.